Captain's Log, June 2nd, 2836. After 27 years of war between the Degen Coomers and the Sainthood Slayers, a new hope arises. As the battlefield lay weaponized, locked and loaded for destruction, negotiations for a peace treaty are in transition. The moderator has arrived at Station 42. Can this war be ended? Will the Coomers and Slayers find a middle ground?
Abort mission. I repeat, abort mission. Negotiation failure. Abort mission.
Heavy bogey, 6 plus, low orbit, over grid 15-2.
No joy, Yashiman.
Then go to your window and look up their biggest fracking asteroid.
Copy, Yashiman. Still blind. Got some kind of system-wide crash in the defense grid.
Come on, track yourself right goddamn now, because we got Boku inbound, and they're not carrying flow.
Wait one, Yashiman.
We don't have one.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am the Raging Tomato here bringing to you Moderator Monday number 2, round 2 on Tuesday with Should Traditional Gender Roles Still Have a Place in Modern Society? Andrew came on last night during Soy Pill's debate and had a few words and has now established a challenge, and we're going to get through that this evening. So Andrew, I won't waste any more time. Your opening statement, please.
Yeah, thanks for doing this on such short notice, Sarah. I appreciate it. I only had one day. I'll thank my opponent too. I only had one day really where I could get this squeezed in. So I'm glad you guys were able to both accommodate me. So I'll dive in with my opening statement first. One of the most hilarious phenomenon of our time that our future ancestors are going to look back on and laugh about is how we prioritize the whims and wants of absolute fucking morons. Our society operates backwards. It's not just counterintuitive, it's just really fucking stupid. So in a rush for feminist egalitarianism, we essentially collectively lost our minds. I'm going to hit you with some facts right now that my opponent is going to be forced to agree with because they're all just objective reality, every one of them. In order to provide a healthy society, let's take a bird's eye view for a second and pretend that we're playing a game of Sim World, United States Edition. We want to prioritize a healthy, happy, robust society with security for its people. In order to do this, we count on the fact that families can live on a single income, have job security, that mothers will be treated correctly due to their matron status in society, and the glory that comes with it. And that fathers, the protectors and providers, are obeyed and in a position to make decisions based on the general health and welfare of their genetic prodigy and the immortality that they will receive through their children. You know, traditional gender roles. That kids will be reasonably educated before they pick a trade or a husband, and that little Susie and Johnny will live happily ever after, riding off into the sunset. That's what you, the player of this game, are supposed to accomplish. And you accomplish it. After 100 hours of intensive gameplay, there it is. The Great Society. Then your little brother comes home from college, a full-blown progressive, and picks up the fucking game. And within 10 hours of playtime, he manages to make it so women become debt slaves, laws are unequally yoked towards the provider class, You spend 5% or more on education of your entire GDP. And the people who you produce can barely read. And on top of all of that, your society can no longer reproduce because he shifted their prime reproductive years to career establishment. Suddenly, your divorce rate's sky high, single mother families are out of control, the entire population is obese, and mental health is at an all-time low. And you ask him, what the fuck did you do? How? How did you manage to accomplish this great feat of destruction in only a few hours' time? And he says, nothing, bro. I just took the weaker sex, which can reproduce, and put them in the roles of the stronger sex who can't, so it was fair, and sprinkled a bunch of gay shit in for funsies. And now you got to spend 200 hours getting the society back to normal. That little bastard. Well, that little bastard lives everywhere, unfortunately, these days. And that's exactly what progressives did and continue to do to our society. My opponent spent yesterday's debate with Jake Rattlesnake endlessly talking about people's freedom to choose as though they actually have freedom to choose. It's a bunch of bullshit. It's endlessly hilarious and ironic. Women are pushed into being career women so that they can live, and are taught from a young age to discount trust in males who just want to SA and exploit them and be ready for a backup plan if this whole marriage thing doesn't work out for them. So they spend their reproductive years in a degenerate institution filled with drugs, alcohol, sex, and abortion. Brilliant fucking plan, by the way. Brilliant plan. Boy, who thought this one up? So that they can get a degree in a field they most likely won't even go into. Mission accomplished, you fucking retards. Well, I offer a different plan. I call this the "this is fucking obvious as fuck to everybody except you" plan. See, I think the government itself should use top-down policies in order to propagandize the intact male-female family unit, providing incentives against the breakup of that family, because the social fabric of society itself relies on intact, cross-generational, rooted family units to fucking exist, period. The alternative family unit doesn't even need to be legislated against, though I would actually be fine if it was, just heavily stigmatized at an institutional level, and the intact family glorified with great and wonderful propaganda everywhere. It's on the TV. It's in the kids' shows, just like all the gay stuff. It's in the commercial breaks. It's on all the YouTube ads. It's in everything, everywhere you look, all the time. What do we get as a society for that? Well, we get stable family units, normalized social expectations, cross-generational wealth, patriotism, unity, high-trust communities, a world where pee-wee prisons, also known as public schools, which are actually just publicly subsidized daycare centers, adhere to the parents' wishes because mothers are more invested in their children as they actually stay home with them. A world where the school day is 3 hours instead of 8 or 9, where kids don't have to get up before the sun is out in order to go eat garbage, ready-made food, have very little exercise or social standards applied, as they had to incur a huge amount of problem, and they have to deal with a huge amount of problematic people who they are forced to associate with. Pure insanity. This world allows for a single breadwinner. It doesn't even bar women from working. It just prioritizes the social class of workers who fulfill their social obligations of reproduction and strong family units. Every incentive for the traditional role here makes for a better, more stable, and ultimately stronger society. Tradition, definitionally, I would say, means experiments that worked. Well, we have the progressive experiment, and it's a fucking nightmare where we can't even reproduce our own societies. What we do produce is mental illness, tons of obesity, a population of sick people, and due to the aging population of women, giving birth to a whole new line of autistic children, which is becoming a public health crisis due to all the over 30s having children. Absolute madness. Not to mention the rise of infant mortality since the advent, the only time, by the way, since the advent of antibiotics, we see a rise in infant mortality due to the Lincoln age and chronic illness, which is often associated with age. This question is a no-brainer. It's literally simple. We have thousands of years of history supporting my view of gender roles, and it worked well. We have 70 years of feminist trash, and it's a social death sentence. There are just some of my issues, but I can't wait to dive into all of them. Few other conditional gripes. Letting 18-year-olds vote, really fucking stupid, right? You actually have to be really a fucking idiot to want to allow 18-year-olds to vote. Also, letting most people vote is equally fucking stupid. Reinforcing narratives to women to delay reproductive years is really fucking stupid. Trying to interchange men with women is the dumbest fucking thing I've ever heard in my life. And finally, so I said yesterday, just a nitpick. Well, a woman can defend if a criminal against a criminal with a gun, just like a man. If the criminal's unarmed, it's like, yeah, sure. But I guess by that logic, so could a 10-year-old. It's still really fucking stupid. It's really stupid. Basically, all of Soy's positions are just kind of stupid. I'm basically going to rip all of them to shreds very quickly as he tries to clip farm with ad homs, because I'm just going to tell you, these people never have good arguments. They never have good arguments for any of this because it's blatantly obvious. With that, we can move over to Soy's opening statement.
Thank you, Andrew. And Soy Pill to you, please.
Yeah. Hey, everyone. Thanks for coming, Andrew. I wanted to watch Andor today, but it seems like this is the only day you can do it. So forgive me for my lack of sleep from last night. Doing this for 6 hours. Let's do it for another 3 or 4. I think gender roles are societal pressures put upon men and women that promote behaviors that most of us would agree are good and shame people who don't follow those behaviors. I don't think they're holistically bad, because obviously promoting things like independence, strength, or ambition are good things. But I don't like that by making these behaviors gendered, we're excluding swaths of the population. I don't think that women should be shamed or turned away from pursuing a career or being independent just because of some traditional role of subservience. And I don't think men who want to stay at home should be shamed for taking care of the family. Ultimately, I think that we can take the good that gender roles provide and move to promoting them as universal virtues. The utility that they provide should not be limited to half of the population. If women want to choose to be trad wives and that makes them happy, good for them. If men want to work out and do 6-hour gender debates for a living, they should. In regards to Andrew's opening, I reject the premise that every single metric of bad can be attributed to a lack of traditional gender roles. And I think the biggest flaw in Andrew's argument is going to be that he's fighting for an unsustainable society that in history has just led to the things that he claims to hate. If you look at the way that we implemented abortion and restricted women, it led to feminism because people crave choice. Promoting traditional gender roles seems to be a fruitless effort that is fighting against the human desire of freedom of choice, and enforcing them doesn't seem to lead to their desired outcome. So I'd rather live in a world where people are given the room to make the best for themselves rather than be forced to or pigeonholed into a role that might not suit them. And then just a couple last little points here. I think a 10-year-old, I want my 10-year-old to be able to defend my house, and I support everyone's right to vote. And it's funny that you have that opinion because you are a self-admitted average IQ person. So I guess you would not be included. So let's get into it.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate that. And as always, we will go into open panel this evening. We'll do about 2 hours of the debate. We will read and respond to super chats, and then we will open up for open panel dumpster fire.
Yeah,
However,
okay.
Oh, I
I
apologize.
thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I will open the floor in just a second. And as always, we will do open fire, open panel dumpster fire. However, we will not be going for 6 hours this evening. I think I've got a good 4 in me at the most. So just fair warning, gentlemen, the floor is open to you.
Yeah, so
Andrew, I would.
Well, hang on. I just want
Yeah.
to clarify one thing.
Yeah, sure.
Did I say anywhere in the opening statement that you would judge voting based on IQ?
No, you didn't. I just
Then that's a
assumed.
really fucking stupid argument right off the gate from you. So
Okay,
basically,
cool.
you're
So let's
admitting you
talk
straw
about
man.
gender
Hang on.
roles
I
then.
just want to make
We
sure
don't
that we
have to
clarify
dive
that
into
you
your stupid
straw man.
hypothetical
I just want to make sure that you straw man. Hang on.
Okay,
I
I
just want to make
apologize for
sure
that,
that
Andrew.
you
I'm sorry.
admit
I assumed
Gentlemen,
you straw
just a
manned my
second.
position.
Both of
you
you
were talking
stop.
about
Both
IQ.
of you stop. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to let Andrew run his line of questioning. Okay, we'll go about 5 minutes, and then Soy Pill, if you want to run one back, and that way we don't get all crossfired here.
I'm going to interrupt.
Okay.
I'm sorry. It's going to happen.
Yeah, so can you just admit you
Understood.
straw man my position for no good
I
reason?
admit it. I thought that maybe you
There
were
you go.
implicating, excuse me, that it should be based on IQ. I bet it's based on something else. I apologize.
Yeah, do you think that it would be okay then if for the rest of the debate we don't straw man each other's positions, but actually try to contend with them?
I'll do my best, but if you say something stupid, I might imply that something else stupid you might believe, and then you can correct me like that. So
I never say anything stupid.
I've beg to differ. I've watched a lot of your debates. How would you define gender
Well,
roles?
it's amazing
Because
you're
I
about to
tried to
lose-
kind of
you're about
define
to
them
lose
at the
this one.
beginning,
Go ahead.
and I don't know if you would accept my definition. But do you think that a gender role is simply like a thing that like men do, or do you think a gender role is like a societal expectation of men?
Neither. I tie a gender into virtues, and so I
Yeah,
think
that's sort of what I do.
No, I don't think it is what you do. Give me your definition of gender.
Well, my gender roles idea was the idea that we're kind of pressuring a man or a woman to do a certain thing and like promote a good behavior or a virtue, if you will. I just think that these things don't need to be gendered. So
No. There's necessary virtues, and here your universal claim actually is it fails on its own merits immediately. There is a thing women can do, men can't. What's that called?
Give birth.
Yeah, so then there's going to be all sorts of virtues which are entailed around this idea.
What's the virtue of giving
Hang on,
birth?
can you chill for a second?
Well, no, because you're going to get into the stupid epistemological definitions thing, and I need to challenge you on the idea that woman can give birth. Therefore,
I haven't even given the argument.
You're going to give like 16 definitions. I need to stop you on the first one.
Let's do this.
You got to at least let me give the argument.
Go ahead and give the argument, Andrew.
So anyway,
and
if it's universalized, and Soy agrees, and he does, that there's something women can do, men can't, which is reproduce, then yes, there's going to be virtues around reproduction, the weaker sex, they would have to adhere to that men would not, or would be more glorified for them, that would not be more glorified for men, because necessarily men can't give birth.
Okay, cool. So the reason I asked you what your definition of a gender role was, because this is something that clearly points out the flaw of your thinking. If you say, hey, all women should give birth, which I don't think is something that you might prescribe, or maybe it is, it's clearly just not something I think that we should promote. I think a lot of women can't give birth. I think that plenty of women should have the right to choose not to give birth. And so if you, again, this is why I asked, do you think a thing that men do is a gender role? I mean, do you think that the Navy SEALs is a gender role? Because if you do, it's a kind of a weird argument to me, because it's such a small subset of the population. This isn't a societal pressure to tell men to be Navy SEALs. It's a thing that exclusively men can do.
Yeah, I mean, so you actually said a lot there, but you didn't say anything. But I'll untangle both things, and I let you give your arguments.
Nothing. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'll untangle both your arguments. First,
go.
I didn't say it's a duty of all women to reproduce. Obviously, all women can't reproduce. All men can't be in the protector class either. They could have all sorts of deficits. They could have bad spines. They could have bad knees. They could just be physically handicapped and unable to do it. But that wouldn't be the virtue we would be applying there. All women should be moving towards societal reproduction, even if they themselves can't reproduce, meaning they shouldn't have antinatalist rhetoric. They should also be performing at all levels to try to assist in the idea that society should be reproducing. That would be virtuous. That would be part of a virtue, which you would consider a feminine virtue, a virtue which surrounds them. For instance, midwives don't have to be able to give birth, be great midwives, right? Or assist their friends who are pregnant, things like this. This would be something which would be more virtuous from the standpoint of women and women's health and women's health functions than the alternative. Same with the protector class. You don't need to be able to be a protector yourself in order to tell men that they're failing in their duties of protecting their family. Again, that would be highly virtuous. But what you're trying to do is you're trying to gain parity through monolith, which is actually a logical fallacy. It's a fallacious argument on its base to say all of anything, something else. That never works. It's fallacious on its face. So no, and nobody's making those claims. We're talking about virtues themselves.
Okay, good. No, if you're not making that claim, it's good, because I don't agree with that claim. And so then I would ask, you say, okay, we're promoting natalism, or people who can't give birth, women who can't give birth should promote their friends who can give birth. They should be midwives. Is there anything that's excluding men from promoting this at all? Like, is there any reason we should say men shouldn't do this? Is there any reason women shouldn't be promoted to protect their family, given the full extent of their capabilities? Like, this is
this is a great question. So when it comes down to a physiological virtue, women can give birth, men can't, right? This also becomes a nature of a virtue that women exclusively have the dominion over. I would argue, and the opposition is, well, I mean, you don't even disagree. Your pro-abortion argument is literally going to be that women have dominion over their body, health choices, things like this.
I didn't make that argument. What? I thought we weren't strong.
Yeah. So you did last night. You did last night when abortion was brought up.
Okay, that's fair. But I didn't make it in this debate, and I'm a different person today.
So 24 hours later, you changed your position?
Hey, maybe I read an article or something. Just don't straw man me, okay?
Yeah, I watched a straw man.
I implied that maybe you like higher IQ people.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, so that wasn't a straw man. That was me saying what your position was at least just a few hours ago. That seems like the opposite of a straw man.
You think I'm pro-abortion because women have domain over their bodies?
It would be.
That's not my opinion on abortion.
Oh,
so maybe you weren't listening very well.
So why should women be able to have abortions?
I just think it's better for society when they do. I think when you restrict abortion, historically, you see what happens, and it just doesn't work out the way you want it to. I think it's funny. Rachel, your wife, I think, brought up this case in Romania in 1960s where they banned abortion, and the rate of births went up. But then, very frequently after, the illegal deaths from abortion, illegal abortions went up by like 9,000, and the birth rate dropped again. I just don't see this panning out as something that we can do, even if you wanted it to happen, which I don't. So I just don't think you can prescribe or enforce abortion laws in a way that people will accept.
So, okay. So you don't have a moral ought for why women ought to be able to have abortions other than just like they
I
should.
do, but I just don't want to have an abortion argument about whether
Well,
or
I'm
not.
not. I'm not. I'm just saying I'm not strawmanning your position. Your ought is only going to be based around autonomy. It can't be based around anything else.
As opposed to, wait, I'm confused. You're saying I must be basing it on autonomy because if I don't, then I must be then
because you wouldn't have
anti-abortion?
another argument for it otherwise for your worldview. It would
Okay,
have
sure,
to be
it's based
based
on
around
autonomy.
autonomy. Yeah, of course. All right. So I'm right. So it's no straw man. So anyway, the point is that ultimately, though, when you're talking about men, when it comes to things which are exclusive duties of men, which basically is the domain of men, that's going to be the protection at class. So what men, if you look at bird's eye view again of all nations in the world, they're all a bunch of competing tribes, right? All of these competing tribes are competing over resources. It's men's jobs to procure, refine, distribute resources, and they're the protector class at the same time. Those are the things in which are viewed, and that's the way that we're going to view virtues. If men are acting as though men are supposed to be acting, those virtues are going to line up with what men's capability can be exclusively versus what women's capability can be exclusively.
So again, if we're talking about like the vast majority of men are not protectors of the country. The vast majority of men are not providers of the resources.
That's
so
fundamentally untrue. I'll actually demonstrate this for you.
Well, I
The
mean,
vast
you
majority
can,
of
first of all, I
men-
thought we weren't interrupting, but I
Yeah.
mean, literally percentage-wise, this is
Well,
like
I
less
was
than
just
1%
gonna-
of the population defends the country, and then one
No,
in
that's
10
not
of
true.
people in. Yes, what are you fucking talking?
No, it's not
If we're
true.
are you talking about they're the protector class because they're strong and therefore their duty is to protect the household? Because that's very different from protecting.
Are you
going to
let me make the counter argument or not?
I don't know. You keep interrupting me, so I'm going to keep
I
interrupting
thought you were
Go
done with the
ahead.
argument. Tell me when you're done with the argument. I'll give you the counter argument.
My argument is that the vast majority of men do not involve themselves in the military. It's like 1 in 10 of the people that are conscripted, which is already less than, not conscripted, just in the military, is less than 1% of the population. Only 1 of 10 of those people actually see combat. So the idea that this is like a male gender role, which is like the whole point. That's why I'm asking about this definition. Why call this a male gender role if it's not something that most men do? And that's why I said at the beginning, a male gender role is something I think that we're pushing men into. I don't think we're pushing most men or most people into joining the military. So why would you call this a male gender role?
Yeah. So I didn't say the military exclusively is. I said the protector class is. You strawman me again because you're having an argument last night about
if
the
all
military.
of your definitions are so vague that you can just say
they're not
men
vague.
do this
They're very.
thing.
In fact,
Okay,
they're
so
so precise.
Give me the very precise definition of what the protector role is, please.
As to remove vagueness. I'm going to give you example after example of it right now.
No, don't give me an example. Give me the
I'm going
definition of the
to.
protector
Okay,
role.
and I'll give you a definition of protector if you want that afterwards,
Yeah,
right?
please.
In fact, here, I'll take a second. We'll pull up an exact definition of the word protector.
Well, you don't
so
have
that
one?
you feel good. I'm sorry.
You can't tell me
should
your,
I
like what the
use-
definition of the
do
word
I-
that your entire argument is based off is.
What's the definition of the word grape?
Grape?
Grape.
Well, I'm not arguing about grapes, so I
What's
didn't
the
actually
definition
study
of
up
that
on the
word?
grapes.
What's the definition of it?
of the word
Yeah,
grape?
you don't. It's
What's
very.
the definition
It's always.
you can
it's always
deflect with these
very
weird
low
word
tier.
games, dude, but you don't know what
Well,
protector
it's
role is. I'm
always-
asking you what the protector
Gentlemen,
class
do we
is.
want
Giving you
to
the
play,
definition.
Like, this is embarrassing.
So yeah, so I'm giving you the
Gentlemen, do we want
definition
to-
that you
No,
requested.
you're googling the definition
When
of
you
protector,
ask-
dude. Just
should I
tell me
give you
what
a
think
proprietary-
the protector is. You can't
Why
just
do I-
give me an
Gentlemen,
example.
Yeah,
Just tell me
Gentlemen,
what it
dude,
is.
you
gentlemen,
have
I'm
to let
going
me
to
respond or I
kindly ask
can't.
you to stop
okay.
for just a second, please. Thank you. Okay, Andrew, if you could provide your definition, I don't care where it comes from.
It's always very low tier. People will request that you give them proprietary definitions because they want to nitpick a proprietary definition instead of having concise semantics. Why in the world would you not want me to give you a specific, hyper-specific, and concise definition which is not proprietary,
Because
sir?
you and I both know what protecting means. I'm asking you
Then
what the
why are you
protector
asking me for the
I'm asking you
fucking
what's the
definition,
protector
dude?
class.
It's
Do you
fucking
think- Do you
stupid.
think that women shouldn't protect their children?
Yes, of course, but that has nothing to do
You think-
with this.
you
So
think
let me
women
make
should
the
protect their children?
argument.
Sorry,
Let
you
me
said
make the
shouldn't?
argument. I'm not done making the argument. Let me make the argument.
Go ahead.
So, okay, a person, if you want a historical definition or you want a current definition, which type of definition do you want?
I want the definition that you use to inform your worldview about what men should be.
Okay. Defender, guardian, those things work, or do you
Sure.
want
Okay.
something more
So great. So this
concise?
is why I didn't think you need to defend it, because that is pretty obvious, right? It's like defender,
Hmm.
guardian, right? Is this an exclusively male thing?
Yeah. Well,
You just agree that
prioritized
women should defend
prioritized for
prioritized.
virtue. Yeah, prioritized for virtue. Yes. Just like it's
What do
not
you mean
exclusively
prioritize?
for. Hang on. It's not
Well, I need to know what you
exclusively,
mean, because you just
bro.
I don't
If
understand
you
what
don't,
prioritize for
if you
virtue.
don't allow for the if you will actually allow the arguments, I'll allow yours.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay.
That would be great.
So
Thank you.
here's the argument. The argument's based around not concisely what every individual person can do. We don't structure society based on monoliths like that. In fact, from a political perspective, anytime you take a political action, it's going to necessarily take away from one group to give to another, or somebody's going to be isolated in some way. We literally don't look at virtues that way either. I wouldn't say that because you have no capacity to participate in the virtue, that is still not under the dominion of this group or that group, because it is. And when we're talking about a protector class, we're going to start at the home. The protector class starts at the home with a father's duty to protect his family. They get on the lifeboats first. There's no real other reason for him to put them on the lifeboats first, except that he's the part of the protector class starting immediately. And this goes from there. It's also their job to participate community watch, to assist in the affairs of people who are downtrodden, who are being victimized. They have duties to do these things too. They should be kind of exclaimed as being cowards. If there's a daytime abduction of women, they do nothing about it, right? They're kind of going to be looked at like that, as well they should be. And you can kind of expand this all the way out into the idea of military, of course, police officers, of course, prison guards, of course. All aspects of security and society are the domain of men. Because you could point to some women who can participate in that has no bearing whatsoever on the fact that that is the group which is responsible for the social security of society, period.
Okay, so the reason I interrupted is because you just talked for 2 minutes and said basically nothing, because I need to understand what you mean by domain. Because if all you're saying, if that entire thing can be summarized as, hey, there are places that men have a majority of participation in, then like, what am I supposed to argue with? This is just factually true. If you're saying that we should promote men into doing these things because they already are there, I don't think I agree with that. If we say, hey, people who are capable and eligible and have the merits to accomplish these things and the best people for those jobs should go into those, yeah, fucking obviously. That's why I think, yeah, men should be Navy SEALs, because they are the only people who can meet the meritocratic requirements of the Navy SEALs. That just doesn't mean that we should say, hey, all men, you should be Navy SEALs. And yeah, we should tell everyone that they should protect their family to the fullest extent of their capabilities. Now, men on average are going to be stronger. So yeah, if you're in a situation where I had to choose, hey, should I let the stronger person protect or the woman protect who isn't as strong? Of course, I'm going to pick the stronger person. But we're talking about what we're prescribing and trying to force people into, or try to at least incentivize people into. And I haven't heard yet why we should incentivize anyone into anything other than, yeah, there might be natural places to which they fall based on certain biological imperatives, but I just don't understand what you're getting at with it. Oh, this is the domain of men, therefore, or this is the domain of men, gender roles. Are you just saying the gender role of men is that they are men and men do this? Like, you really haven't really explained that.
This is really funny. So first, we start with the idea that you were asking me questions, inquiring about my worldview, and then you had semantic arguments about those things. And so we were arguing about those things. You have not asked me for these specific arguments yet, which I laid out in my opening statement, which support my worldview. So of course we haven't gotten to that yet. But when you also made a fallacy again, you made a fallacious counter argument here. You said, of course it is the case that only men should be Navy SEALs, right? Only men. That doesn't mean I want all men to be Navy SEAls. Who the fuck said anything about all men being Navy SEAls? It's absurd.
That would be
I brought it
that
would be fallacious.
Police, but you
Dude, I
brought it
didn't
up,
interrupt you once. Didn't interrupt you
yeah, I
once.
know, but you should.
So
'cause you talk
anyway,
too much.
it's fallacious. It's fallacious on its face to even say that. It's just a fallacious argument. It's silly. It's stupid. Doesn't contend with anything that I said. Now, if you want supporting evidence for why it is that we want men and to prioritize men into these positions over women, and women in certain gender roles in society over men, I'm happy to get in to
I'm
those
just
things.
curious
Let's
if you
start
contend
first
at all
with
with what
this.
I'm saying, which is
What
that
is
we
it?
shouldn't have gendered roles insofar as pushing people to do something because of who and what they are. If you want to
I disagree.
Okay, cool. Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so I don't think that we should push men into childbirth because they can't give childbirth, right? We shouldn't push them to do that.
Again, if we're talking about biological imperatives, I don't think we need to push women into childbirth.
Wait.
I
No.
think we should.
That's a different claim. That's a different claim. I'm sorry, sir. Can you answer this question?
Should we push men into
Should we
childbirth?
push men
That's
into
amazing,
childbirth,
interesting
sir?
question, sir. No, I don't believe we should. However, I do think
Okay. Well,
if
that
there
sounds
was an
like a gender
issue with
role then.
replacement rates, that we should promote people to have more children. And if you're going to say, well,
Uh-huh.
it's a gender role for women to give birth because women
Yeah.
can give birth, this is just
Yeah.
a tautological circular argument that doesn't like mean anything.
It's
just,
not
hey,
a tautology.
it's a tautology to say that the role of woman is that they're woman.
No, that's
woman
not.
can be
No,
woman.
no. That would be a tautology. My argument's not a tautology. It is not tautological for me to say that there's one gender role that women can perform that men cannot, which is
Again, but this goes
gender
back to what your
specific. Hang
definition
on.
of gender
It's
role is.
Hold on,
gender
You still haven't even given one.
specific. It's gender specific.
What is it? Yeah, so is Navy SEALs. Is that a gender role?
Well, no, you could even say that that when it comes to Navy SEALs, maybe one day there'll be a woman Navy SEAL, right? But there's never going to be a day where men are giving birth, is there?
What if men get womb transplants? We're already there.
No, we're not already there. And
Yeah,
are we there?
Literally just had this like a
I'll
week
tell you
ago.
what, when we get to that future, you can make an argument based on that, but you
Okay,
can't right
but
now,
obviously
can you?
this is silly, and this is what I'm saying is like this isn't
That's
a
not
thing
silly.
that all women do. You're talking about okay, well I'm rejected the monolith. Okay, cool. So then I'm asking because I said that gender roles are a thing that society prescribes.
But that is a monolith.
Right. So I'm saying if society is prescribing that a gender do this, that's what a gender role is, then is society prescribing? Yeah, society shouldn't prescribe that men give birth. I agree, obviously, because men aren't giving birth.
Because it makes no sense, right?
Right. And you can say, hey, I think that women should have the, or I think women should have more babies, or I think more women should have tradwives. Like, I'm not going to say you shouldn't be able to have
this
that
is
opinion.
a really good point. And this you're kind of refuting yourself. Let's say for a second that there were artificial wombs that you could like transplant into men.
Mhm.
Don't you think women would still be better at that role?
I don't know. I mean, men are better at women at most things. We'd probably be better at giving birth
How?
because we'd
Man-
figure out a way to be
man
better.
cold-
I don't know. I'm just being
man cold.
misogynist.
Yeah. So I mean, can you answer in good faith?
Well, I honestly, I don't know. I mean, if you think
don't know.
biologically, obviously biologically, women, have the pre-built tools for it. But I think if the science overcomes that, we might be better at it. I think there's definitely ways that we could have these womb transplants that make it so that we don't have all the risks that women go through. That already there's a lot of scientific advancements that make it so that women don't die as often in childbirth. And maybe by the time we have artificial wombs, it's 100% guaranteed that not a single man will ever have any pain or anything from this womb transplant, and they can just give birth better. It could very well be the case. And then I would say, you know what? No woman should give birth because it's just 100% in every case more dangerous than a biological man.
So in a technocratic potentialized future where there's artificial wombs, in that case, you would say this is not a gender role. But right now, you have to admit 100% is a gender role, right? Exclusive gender
What is
role?
a gender role?
We just went
But
over
again,
this, but if you want
I
the
don't think a
definition
gender role is a
again-
thing that only exclusively a gender can do. I think a gender role is something that we're promoting everyone in society to do in general, and that we're shaming them for not doing.
So
right? That's a
we
gender
do
role.
promote. So don't we promote in society that women give birth?
In some ways, yes, but I don't think my point is that we should be like a whole debate whether or not traditional gender roles should exist in society. I don't think we should be shaming women for not giving birth, and I think they should have the choice to either do that or not do that.
Yeah, so these are expectations. Right? Here's your definition to refer to, but please write it down because I don't want to say it again. There'd be expectations, behaviors associated with a particular gender, based around the notions of femininity and masculinity, which you and I both define, at least by your metric, as some kind of virtue. I think that I use Christian ethics as the virtue form for what feminine and masculine is. So I don't think we're confused about what a gender role is. I think that if it is a set, hang on, if it is a set of expectations and behaviors associated with a particular gender, childbirth is definitely going to be a fucking gender role, dude.
Insofar as it's expected of all women, or in general, most
no,
women?
That's okay. Again, expectations, behaviors associated with a particular gender. Definitely, that would definitionally fit childbirth for women. Yes, it would, right? Yeah.
Okay. Do you think
do you agree or disagree? Do you agree or disagree?
I don't agree because I think it's a subset of the population. That's not the way that I define gender roles.
A subset?
Do you think hysterectomies?
A subset?
Do you think hysterectomies are a gender role?
No.
Well, only women can get them.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay. And
actually, that's not true. There could be like a genetic deficiency that a man's born with, where he's born with a uterus, even though he's a male. And so, yes, he can have a hysterectomy. So that's actually not true.
Okay. So then men can give birth?
No.
Well, what about this genetic deficiency?
Even if they had a uterus, they can only go down one of two reproductive pathways, which is why you can't ever impregnate yourself. Not even chimeras can.
What if this
So it's
genetic
still a
what if
reproductive.
the genetic abnormality let them have an egg, and they somehow put a IVF'd it into this womb that you couldn't give birth? They
It's
wouldn't
not
C-section
actually
him?
possible due to human physiognomy. You can't have all of the working functional parts that would both have an egg in a womb and the functional testes sperm in order to actually dick yourself down, impregnate yourself, and have your own baby.
Oh,
It's actually physically not possible. Isn't that crazy? But it's true. It's not. And that's why you only have one of two reproductive pathways you can go down, male and female. It's a binary, always has been a binary, including even with intersex. That's still
Intersex is in a binary?
not a third sex. It's not a
What
third
is it?
sex. Intersex is a set of conditionals which are applied biologically um, due to various deformities and things like this. But you only have one reproductive pathway. So even if you're intersex, you can only get impregnated via ova or via sperm. That's it. There's still
Sounds like
only
a third thing
two.
to me, but okay, it's not important.
No, it's not a
So
third
again,
sex.
the reason I keep bringing this back
It's
is
a
like this
third sex,
idea.
dude. I'm just
Whatever.
saying.
I don't care. I'm not
It's
here
not.
to debate whether or not intersex
Uh-huh.
people count as a third thing. It doesn't matter. All I'm saying is, look, I think that gender roles are how we like. But I think we can move on to this because I think you did.
Well, I
in
need
your
you to
opening
admit
statement.
that this is a gender role first.
I just don't. What do you think a gender role is? You say it's an
I just told you.
expectation.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes.
hold on.
Yes.
I'm not asking. That was a
Expectation and
rhetorical- that was a
behaviors
rhetorical
associated
question.
with
I'm
Gentlemen,
gender.
gentlemen,
rhetorically asking, right? You think it's an
gentlemen.
expectation of behavior associated with it, right? So you're just like, oh, it's expected that men are protectors, and I'm saying that. First of all,
No,
if
I'm
you
talking
think that,
not talking about men. I'm just only asking you
okay, sure.
narrowly
If you
about.
think that it's expected that women give birth, let's cede this ground. I think that most people in America will, expect women to give birth and shame women for not giving birth. They'll say, hey, like, where's your kids? You're 30. Where are your kids?
Yeah,
Where you're
fucking right.
35.
The
And I don't think
opposite
that
is
should
the
happen.
case.
So
The
if you want to say
opposite's
that's
the
a gender
case.
role that women should be are right now encouraged and kind of pigeonholed into giving birth, I don't think that should be the case. I don't think they should be forced. I don't think they should be discouraged from not giving birth. So yeah, okay, let's cede the ground that it is a gender role, and I'll say I don't think it should be. I don't think it has a place in society that way.
Okay, great. Well, as long as we can see the ground that it is, we can move on from there. So men.
Well, I
you
want
do-
to.
You hang on. You do agree with me that this is a necessary societal function, and men cannot accomplish this.
Sure.
Okay, then can you also agree with me that the security provided by men is a necessary function to the functioning nation of any kind, and that women cannot provide that for themselves?
Sure. It's also a very small subset of men. It's not most.
It's not. It's not a small subset. It takes an entire community of men to do this, to build all the infrastructure, to build the weaponry, to build the bombs, to build the death traps, to protect at the home, to protect at the police level, to protect at the institutional security level when it comes to prisoners, when it comes to hunting people down who have done crimes. This is almost exclusively the domain of men.
Yeah, but notice how you had to say almost exclusively because
It doesn't need to be a monolith. It
Well,
doesn't need
okay,
a
right, and
to be
that's
a
what I'm
monolith.
saying. Well, that's my whole fucking argument is that
Yeah, but
if
your
we can
argument then is
say
fallacious. It's fallacious.
my argument's fallacious because I'm saying, hey, we should give people
So
the
unless
options
all
to choose
people can
different roles. And
accomplish
we shouldn't
something-
say, hey, men, just because you are
Mhm.
a majority of the protector roles in these cases, you must do this, and also, women, you can't do this.
No,
That's
no,
my
they're
whole
the
argument.
only ones who can do it.
I mean, this literally isn't true. What do you mean
Yeah,
the
it is
only
true.
ones who can? Do you mean the only
No, but
ones
you
who should be
just
the
ceded
majority,
this
or do you mean
ground,
the
Alec.
only
Hang
ones
on.
who can?
You just ceded this ground. Only men are the ones who can provide the necessary security for a nation. You've already ceded the ground. It's done.
No, I what do you so when you say only men can do it, you mean
Mhm.
were it not for the fact that a majority of men choose to do this, then only men can do it? Or do you think that it is that
think
a
that-
woman can't
I'll tell you what.
participate in that?
I'll cede this
security?
entire ground right now if you can show me any nation in the history of all of mankind where women have been responsible
No,
for the
obviously
security
this
of the
isn't what we're
nation.
talking about. I'm asking you what you mean when you say only men can do this. I'm saying, well, it's not exclusively men and it's not
Mhm.
all men, so therefore I don't think there should be a gender role.
Because security is revolved around the idea that you're defending against other men. It's always going to exclusively be the domain of men to provide said security
You keep
because
saying
women,
this exclusive
women
of men,
physically
when it's not
can't.
exclusive to the gender, and two, it's not
Yeah,
all men,
when-
which is
so
my whole point about
so
gender.
wait a second. Okay, so your pedantry here. If you want it rephrased, I can rephrase it so that
Rephrase what?
you feel happy about the pedantry. What I'm saying is that because I would not put anything except giving birth in a monolith. It's the only thing I can think of where you could put it in a exact monolith, though there could be other things too that I just haven't thought of. The idea here still is that it's primarily because it primarily must be men who fulfill those roles. Of course, we're going to incentivize primarily men to fulfill those roles. Why wouldn't we? It makes the most amount of sense in society. And of course, if you tailor virtues around that, that's going to be the best thing for society too.
Right.
Just
so
like
would
women are
you-
the only ones, hang on, just like women are the only ones who can give birth, us incentivizing them to give birth is probably going to lead to more people. if we incentivize men to do security, right, provide security, refine resources and things like this for the nation, obviously that's going to be real good for the fucking nation. That's why traditional gender roles are so fucking important. That's the argument.
Okay, this is a good faith question. I promise I'm not trying to gotcha. Would you say that if we are somehow able to achieve the same level of men in these roles and doing a great job at it and women in nurturing roles, but we just promoted them agendered in such a way that we said, hey, all the best people who are the best at this should go and do this, would you be okay with that, or must it be traditional gender roles?
Well, what do you mean?
What I mean is, in my ideal, and what I was trying to say in my intro is that I think we can promote people to make the choices that they fit their, whatever role they intend to fit. I don't think that means we need an egalitarian society where we have 50-50 men in the military and 50-50 men and women in the police force and 50-50 men and women in the nursing sector. All it means to me is that I don't think we should be pigeonholing and restricting people to specific roles and saying, hey, if you do anything other than this, you're not a good person. I think that most people will probably fall into this kind of category that you're advocating for. And I think that's fine if we promote these things and say, look, hey, if you're really strong, if you're capable of doing these things, if you're good at being a protector, go be a protector. And I don't think.
Wait a second. You think most people are just going to fall into these things naturally?
To some degree, yeah. I think.
Then what's wrong with promoting them?
Because what happens when you promote and say, hey, if you're not a real man, if you don't do this, you're not a real woman if you do this, we are now excluding swaths of the population and say, hey, you have to do this. And I don't agree with that. And I think,
well, no. You threw in that last thing. You're telling swaths of the population they have to do what? Where was prescriptively you have to do anything ever introduced?
It's that they should, and if they don't,
they should.
And that's why, and I don't think
what's wrong with that?
Shame people for not giving birth.
Yeah, but that makes no sense. Your whole worldview is backwards. Here, I'll point it out to you. So you said, well, Andrew, most people naturally fall into this anyway. I say, well, what's wrong with promoting it? You say, well, the people who don't naturally fall into it or the social outliers might get real upset. So what? Fuck them. What's wrong with it?
There's certain categories that most of these people will fall into, like, the strength and the protector thing. I mean, a lot of women are in the workforce. What is it? Like 46% of American women are now in the workforce, and that seems to be what they're inclined to want to choose.
Why is that good?
Well, it depends on what metric you want to use. Like yesterday, you were talking about China and how their GDP is higher, but I mean, do you want to talk about?
Well, that was a refutation to a Wick argument where he was discussing that look at our economy and how great it is because women work. And I'm like, well, okay, but he said all Western nations are like that. They're so great because women work. It's like, well, why don't we take a look at a patriarchal society here, right?
Well, to what degree is China patriarchal? They have a higher woman participation in the workforce. They promote like abortions. They have like 26, about the same amount of women in the parliament or in the government. Like,
and what patriarchal society? What's your point?
What makes it patriarchal?
It's patriarchal because it's always necessarily going to be men who are in charge of the parties there, and they are
in charge of the parties. What do you mean by that?
Means that ultimately men are in charge of everything in China.
But okay, so when I said that 26% of the government is women making decisions
about
how the government works,
wow,
yeah, amazing. A quarter. That's a pretty big part of it. Do you not think that that's them in charge of making decisions about how things should go?
No.
Patriarchy is if a majority of men are in charge of things.
Yeah, well, that's literally what it means. It means of the father.
No, well, it means that it's like a male-dominated society, and I'm sure we can talk about the spectrum.
Well, I mean, it does, but the thing is that it means of the father, from the father, and patriarchy itself. It does generally mean men in charge of things, and you just pointed out that men are basically in charge of things in China. Well,
yeah, but if you use
26% of
for
women,
China and patriarchy for Afghanistan, one of which is much more of a patriarchy, like why even use that word?
Well, now you're just quibbling over degrees, but they're both patriarchies.
Yeah, but it's ridiculous to call these things the same when one has a active woman participant. Well, it is if you're like, hey, these are both patriarchies, which is ridiculous because you're looking at a country where women are half of the fucking workforce.
Let me show you how stupid this logic is.
The same as when we lock women up and say they can't do anything.
I'm going to show you how stupid this logic is. If one man's tall and one man's short, are they still men? Are they still both men? Well, wait a second. I don't understand. How can you call them the same thing when there's different degrees of what's going on? That's how dumb the argument is.
Yeah, they're both patriarchies, bro. Because there isn't a majority of women in any government that is a patriarchy, then okay, everything is a patriarchy. What's the point of the fucking word? If we can somehow conflate enslaving women and keeping them out of the workforce with a country that is actively participating in it.
So again, this is again a terrible argument. It is the definition. It means of the father, and men are basically in charge of things.
People say patriarchy, they're not referring to. Do you think the United States is a patriarchy? Are you agreeing with the feminists now? It's like, it's a patriarchy because a majority of men are in the government.
No,
it's a patriarchy because
we're talking about institutions.
Men.
Nope.
What,
Nope.
okay, yeah,
So
and a
we're
majority
talking
of
about
men run the government, and
what
the
we're
USA
talking
is a
about,
patriarchy.
Gentlemen, I'm going to
we're
kindly
talking about
ask. Hold on,
institutional
pardon
power.
me for just a moment, Andrew. I'm just going to kindly remind you if we could stop interrupting one another and talking over each other, because
Yeah.
it is poor form for the viewers, and I know they want to hear both of you.
I'm fine with you timing it. I don't think that this guy can actually help himself. He has to. He doesn't know how to form arguments, so he interrupts me in the middle of giving him a counter argument for the thing he just asked. What he's saying here, so that you guys know, he just refuted himself. He's like, how can you say these things are both the same thing, even though there's different degrees? And I point out the height difference. He says the same thing. In those different degrees, right? They're both still men. And they're both still patriarchal societies. We're talking about institutional power coming from men. It is the case in Afghanistan. That is the case. It is the case in China. That's the case. Can it take completely different forms? Sure. But it is the case. In the United States and Western nations, institutional power is not held by men anymore. Institutional power, I would make the argument that women have tons and oodles and fucking boodles of it, including buyer power inside of the market. So ultimately, no, this would not be considered any sort of traditional patriarchy, at least not anymore. Neither would any Western nation. But yeah, China definitely would be. And Afghanistan definitely would be. How can you even refute that?
Because I'm not even sure you have a good metric for what a patriarchy is. If you think the U.S. isn't a patriarchy, but China is. By the way, you brought this up because you're talking about, well, America has refuted gender roles and allowed women to enter the workforce, and look how well they're doing. And you refuted Wick's. If you think GDP is good, look, the West is refuting these gender roles. Well, look at China. China is refuting the gender roles of this nuclear family pro-natalist, men control everything. They're doing the same things as of the American society insofar as letting women into the workforce, letting women be politicians, letting women control capital. All these things that you said make America not a patriarchy, and somehow this is still a patriarchy. It doesn't refute the idea of supporting the gender roles to be good at having a good GDP or any of these other metrics. And it also is coinciding exactly with the USA metrics that you're using. I just don't understand how these things are
super bizarre argument, even though I was super crystal clear. It's about institutional authority power, institutional authority. Who has institutional authoritative power? In China, it's men. China, it's 100% men. Okay, the institutional authoritative power. You can have women who are politicians, even at the local level, even in your parliament. But the authority, the ultimate authority in China, it comes down to men. The ultimate authority in Afghanistan comes down to men. The ultimate authority here in the United States does not, especially in the type. Yeah, so we have a democracy, for instance. Yeah, I'm trying to expand. So we have a democracy here, for instance, where a woman's vote is equal to that of a man's vote. Right? They have kabuki democracy. It's not even real democracy. They have a people's party, essentially. And that's what's going to get in. And it's going to be the men who decide who the fuck really get in there and who's loyal to the party and who isn't. And that's the way they do business there. And that's the way they've done business for years and years since they were commies. Afghanistan is going to be the same way. They can give you some kabuki theater, but ultimately the authority lies with the men. Is there anything about the definition of patriarchy now that's confusing you? What would it be?
Well, it seems interesting that it's the ultimate authority where, yeah, I guess if I really narrow it down to these very specific politicians that make these specific decisions and ignore all of the other things that women do in the society that completely transform the economy, the family, and how everything else interacts with everything else, yeah, I guess it's a patriarchy, but it's just an incredibly silly, stupid definition. And I think that America,
definition makes no sense.
Well, okay, the ultimate authority in most of the government, Supreme Court, is a majority man. The president's a man. Is this not a patriarchy? They're the ones who control it. What makes America not a patriarchy then?
Yeah, the fact that women have an equal vote to men. So it can't be definitionally a patriarchy. Yeah, it can't be a patriarchy. The equal political process with men can't be a patriarchy. Can it?
Well, I don't know. It seems like a silly definition to me. Again, because now we're saying, well, I guess if women don't have the exact same equal vote in China, this is somehow now.
Can you tell me, sir, how this could be a patriarchy if women have the exact same political
if I use your definition, by your definition, it's not. I would say a patriarchy is when the men control the society in a dominant way and kind of.
How can the men control the society if women have equal enfranchisement?
Well, if men are making the ultimate decisions, about what happens in the country.
Ultimate decisions if
it's happening right now. The president
outnumber the men.
Gentlemen,
here's the impossibility of your worldview. The impossibility here: women outnumber men. They outnumber men right here in the United States, and women are enfranchised with voting. They have the same amount of political power as everybody else. because they have the same amount of political power as all of the men and they outnumber them, it can't definitionally be a patriarchy because the authority is not centralized of the father from the men. In China, it is. In Afghanistan, it is. Do you have a fucking refutation? For the love of God, please give me
I just don't
one.
agree with the idea that
I just don't agree with
patriarchy is
it.
only the only thing that makes a
Okay.
patriarchy is if the ultimate decision is by men, and if women have any say in that
Mhm.
whatsoever,
Okay,
somehow
give
it's
me a
not
better
a
definition of patriarchy.
I just think it's when women are like so disenfranchised to the point of being literal second-class citizens, and I don't think you can look at China and say, yeah, this is definitely a patriarchy, given all the freedoms that they have, all the autonomy they have over themselves. Well, this specific part of the government, and the way that
definition that backs that up.
It's so funny how you complain and bitch and moan about
You were
interrupting
me
and you do
too
it
a
all the
second ago,
fucking
bro.
time. So I
Can you give me a definition that
I
backs
want
it
him
up?
to be able to interrupt me for the record, Sarah. But if he's
Gentlemen,
got fucking
Go
bitch
ahead.
and
Go
moan-
ahead. I want to
listen,
interrupt. Go ahead.
No, I want you to. Go ahead. If I say something stupid, go ahead and interrupt.
Well,
Apparently
can you
you
just
won't.
give me a
are
backing
masochistic
definition?
little
I'll take
shits.
I just think it's a place, yeah, where
Please,
women are
Women are
serviced
second
because
class
they have no
citizens.
say in how
I'm
anything
gonna
goes
ask
because they're second-class
so
citizens.
kindly, the both of you. I love the back and forth. It's very entertaining. But again, it's not for me, it's for the audience. They want to hear what you have to say.
Yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
So I just say this. Can you give me any definition which backs up what you're saying? Not as a second or third order definition, but as a first order definition that patriarchy means women are basically second class citizens? Go ahead.
Can you repeat the question? I'm not even sure what you're asking me.
Yeah. I said a patriarch is rule of the father where men have authority. Men are the primary authority. That's what patriarchy would be. You would probably agree with me that
authority mean?
Yeah, well, you would agree with me that like if you had a queen, that would be a matriarchy. And if you had like a king, that would be a patriarchy. We'd probably agree, especially if it was rules of patrilineal versus matrilineal, like only women can be the queen, only men can be the king, right? That would be patriarchal of the father, from the father, which is what the rooted word means. You
I
would
don't think
agree that
necessarily, especially
not
if
necessarily.
it was only kings that could only then be succeeded by kings. But if you got a royal family where a king could be succeeded by a queen, succeeded by a king, then wouldn't call that a patriarchy, a matriarchy.
That
That's
would
a
not be
dictator
patrilineal
or a
matrilineal,
monarchy.
though, would it? That would not be patrilineal
Right,
or
I'm saying, yeah,
matrilineal.
if it was exclusively patrilineal, matrilineal, like I guess maybe, but again, it also would depend then if you look at the society and say, hey, like what are the roles of men in the society? Are men also having this domain over women? Are women subjugated by the average in the average family by the man? Like that would be more patriarchal. But what if the woman was in charge of the gender roles and taking care of the household, but the man was the one making all of the laws? Like I would consider that like a little more matriarchal of a society because it actually has to do with what most of the people are actually dealing with. So again, this is all pointless because
It would still be central authority. That would still be an authority of women or authority of men. It would both of them. Like you're still making my definition.
It's so much more nuanced to say that. Oh well, this one
it's not that much
role,
nuance.
the ultimate decision of this specific role is the dictator of what the entire society should be called. I think this is very anti-intellectual, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The point of me bringing this up was to say, yeah, I believe it is because you're trying to pigeonhole everything into a singular definition. It's like when men do this, then patriarchy, and not hey, like what are the roles of women in the society, and like how much freedom do they have, and what do they operate? What way do they influence
a threshold
the economy?
fallacy,
What way do they influence?
Bro.
What way do they influence the economy? And again, if you've asked fucking anyone who studies anything about, hey, do you think that Afghanistan and fucking China are the same in the way that they dictate men and women's gender roles? They would laugh you out of the fucking room because you're fucking stupid if you think these are both patriarchies in the same sense. It makes the word fucking useless. So yeah, technically, if you say, well, men make the ultimate decision, great, cool. Like I can just fucking obfuscate every definition to that degree of absurdity, and it's a useless conversation. And the whole point of why I brought up this Chinese thing was to talk about something completely different. So I'm annoyed that we're still stuck on this.
I wonder how it is that you can take the Destiny mannerism of talking really fast, but be terrible at making any points when you do it. You literally just agreed with my definition, gave me no better counter definition for this. What you did actually was you used another fallacy, you used threshold fallacy. This is like this. If I say to you, when exactly does sand become glass? Name the exact precise moment.
Yeah, it's Loki's wager.
Yeah, you couldn't. Nobody can. You don't need to. It's not necessary, and it's actually a fallacious form of argumentation. All you need to do instead is we can put out some fairly specific criteria, which would be agreed to express and explain a phenomenon. In this case, we're trying to express and explain, not in an anti-intellectual, but in an intellectual fashion, the phenomenon of who's in charge of shit around here. And we have these cool words for that. Patriarchy is a
that's
cool
doing
word
a
for
lot
that,
of
and
weight bearing for you,
matriarchy is a
Andrew.
cool word for that. And there's
Who's
a
in
great
charge
word.
of shit? All the
Can I
25%
finish?
of
I
women in the
didn't interrupt
government
you.
don't matter.
Didn't
The
interrupt
women
you.
who
Didn't
are
interrupt you.
CEOs of companies don't matter. They're not in
Literally
charge of
didn't
anything. It's
interrupt you.
completely
Didn't
irrelevant.
interrupt you.
You interrupt me all the time.
So
Andrew. It's
I
totally
didn't
fine.
interrupt you. I let you
I
go through the
forgive
whole
you. It's
thing.
okay.
I let you go through the whole thing.
All right,
So
all right.
so we have these great descriptors for these phenomena, in this case, patriarchy, matriarchy, where we're just expressing a phenomenon of who the fuck's in charge around here. Who's ultimately the fuck in charge around here, and whoever that's based around, you're going to consider that a matriarchy or a patriarchy. Instead, what you did is you devolved the argument even worse, because you were like, anybody who's an intellectual, they would look at Afghanistan and China and clearly say they're different forms of patriarchy, which I already agreed to. Yes, they're different forms of patriarchy, but they are both still a fucking patriarchy, dude.
Yeah, by your definition, that's so fucking.
Give me a counter
if a man,
definition that makes more
if a
sense.
man is the ultimate, if I talk about, you could say this is not accurate enough because it doesn't say, hey, a man makes the ultimate decision. But if I say, hey, when women are subjected to a degree in which they don't really have any agency in the society, I would call that a patriarchy. Now you can say that's too vague, and maybe it's just as vague.
Then they wouldn't have authority.
But huh?
Then they wouldn't have authority. So that would be my definition.
And they wouldn't have authority. Okay,
Yeah,
so
if
in China, where they do have a lot of authority
agency.
in a lot of different places, somehow this is still a patriarchy. Right? I would disagree. I think that's a stupid fucking definition.
Okay,
but it doesn't
so-
fucking matter because what we're talking about is
So what is
generalism.
China then? Is it a matriarchy?
No, it's just a fucking, like, it's a society. I'm not saying it
It's
must
a
be one or
society.
the other.
Brilliant answer.
There's
It's
no
a society.
dichotomy between patriarchy and matriarchy. It's like it's either this
Oh.
or this, and if it's not one of those two things, then you can't.
Then what
define
is it? Then what is it?
What do you want me to say? Like it's a self.
If it's not a patriarchy and it's not a matriarchy, what is it?
What
is it? Yeah.
Are those the only
Is
two
it an
options?
egalitarian state?
Are
Like,
tho-
what
are
is
those
it?
The only two options.
I think ultimately.
Now you're doing a threshold fallacy.
No,
right?
no. I literally
Yeah,
said
it must be one or other the others.
No, that's not a threshold fallacy. Actually, this is logical. This is logical.
Be these two things.
Yeah,
Can
well,
every society either? Well, actually, by your definition,
Yeah,
every society either is or is not a patriarchy, and
it's
the other
always
one is a
going to
matriarchy, right?
Yeah. So here, let's just step through it logically, right?
You don't have
So
to fucking
a thing can only be what it is. Now we have men and women. We only have two things here. Two things: men or women. Only one can be in charge, or both can be in charge at the same time, right? Both can be in charge at the same time at equal levels. Hang on, at equal levels
of in charge.
I don't know. You have exactly the same amount of authority across the board.
Okay, so does that exist anywhere in any society?
I think that there's nations.
With exactly
I think it does.
Exactly 50-50, perfectly exactly.
If you have direct political enfranchisement where everybody has the same exact quality for vote,
the government, maybe
everybody who has the same quality, well, who votes in the government? It's going to be those same people who are enfranchised. So if that is the case, and by the way, if you use that argument, then that would make the United States a matriarchy because more women can vote than men.
Okay.
So,
yeah, I think these definitions are super silly, but whatever. It doesn't matter. The point that we're talking about,
give me a counter definition. Can you give me the counter definition?
I gave you one, and you don't like it, and I don't like your definition. And we can argue all day about
give me the patriarchy definition.
You know, I refuse.
What do you mean you don't want to? I just gave it to you. It's your turn. It's your turn.
It's like, well, look at your turn. Accurate ultimate authority definition. It's fucking retarded.
Give me the counter definition.
My counter definition was a society in which women have little to no agency or control over anything in society, and I think that you can call that vague. And I'm saying, yeah, I think that China, women have lots of fucking agency. They work in plenty of different roles. There's CEOs that are women. There's women in the government. And you'll say, well, they don't have the ultimate authority, and that's not my definition. So, okay, you don't accept my definition. Why are we still talking about it?
Well, because your definition actually is bizarre to me.
Okay,
when
that's
you're discussing,
cool. It's irrelevant to the debate topic.
No, semantics are super important to
debates. I think it's bizarre. You think women shouldn't vote. I think it's bizarre that
you're
cutting
in.
Because
let him go.
you're gonna fucking filibuster again. It's so boring.
You're all
filibuster when it's your argument, bro.
Gentlemen, you're both filibustering. You're both interrupting. I love you both so dearly, but shut the fuck up and listen, okay? Andrew, if you'd like to go ahead, and then Soy after him.
Yeah, so semantics are really important to debate, so we know what the hell we're talking about. One thing you guys hate to do is you hate narrowing in and being super precise when it comes to semantics because it's in the vagary that you attempt to make your arguments rather than with precision. So I want to know from you concisely, what is a fucking patriarchy, dude?
I don't know. Do you want to Google one for you? Like you Googled me on my
Yes, of course. Okay, cool. In fact, you should. You should literally.
All right. A system of society or government in which men hold the power and women are largely excluded from it. Do you think China fits this definition?
Yes.
Do you think that women are largely excluded when they are 25% of the entire government?
That's largely excluded, sure.
Okay. Do you think men why largely excluded when they make up a quarter of it's the same as America, though? America has about that much women in government. Why do you think that's largely excluding?
Okay, so when you're talking about political tiers in America, I'm going to explain.
Go
When you're
ahead, I'm
talking about
laughing.
when you're talking about political tiers inside of the United States,
Mhm.
you have equal enfranchisement, which excludes no women. All women can vote for the politicians of their choosing. You can't
Okay.
get mad at them because they vote in men. That's fucking stupid.
I'm not mad at them.
Yeah, so definitionally, you just refuted yourself. You're like,
No,
wait just a
definitely.
second,
Dude,
wait just a
definitionally,
second.
I'm saying when
Wait a
women
second,
are
Drew,
excluded from
hang on,
government,
my
you said
turn. Let me
75%
refute the
men
argument.
in government
Let
is
me refute the
excluding a
argument.
majority of women. Now
Put
you're talking
by
about who and
who?
who cannot
Put
vote.
there
This is a
by
completely different
who?
thing. A majority
who?
of men in China are not in government. A majority of women in China aren't in government. But
Put
somehow
there by
25%
who?
participation, it doesn't matter. If men elected all the women, is that like somehow like excluding it from being a patriarchy?
Yeah, if it were the case, let us assume for a moment that men exclusively had the right to vote and women had no right to vote. But under some fucking logical craziness, they voted in all women, right? They still hold the ultimate authority because they can vote all the women out. The problem with your argument when it comes to authority is you're like, well, I definitionally kind of agree with you, but how do you explain the fact that
Wait, so is America
hang on, bro, let me
majority of
finish.
women can
Let me
vote all the
finish.
men
Let me
out?
finish, then you can jump in. The only argument that you have here is, wait a second, they have equal rates of women in the government. Okay, but who's voting for these politicians in the United States? Women have equal enfranchisement when it comes to the vote. They're voting in men. That doesn't make this a patriarchy. That's absurd.
Okay, so if women or if God, what the fuck was my question that you didn't acknowledge? It was if women voted all the men out and voted all women, and because that capability is existing in America, does that make us a matriarchy?
If the institutional authority for only women could vote or something like this,
No.
then yeah, that
I'm
would
just
be
saying a majority of
matriarchal.
women, which you agree, there's more women than men who can vote. Let's just say all of them decided only women can be in government. Does that
No,
because
because
that
the political
capability exists, does that
enfranchisement's
make us
simple.
by definition a
No,
matriarchy?
because the political
But okay, so this is funny because you've been
No.
contradicting yourself.
No,
Because you
there's
said
no
we can only
contradiction.
ever be. No, I'll explain to you because you don't
Okay,
get this.
can't
You
wait.
said we can only be a patriarchy or a matriarchy. I just asked you if
No, I
America
didn't. I
was
said
it. Yes,
it could
you
be
did.
equal.
You did say that. You said it could only be
Jesus
one of these two
judgment.
things because I said China's neither of
Nope,
these
I
things. You're
said
like,
it
well,
could
then
be
what is
equal.
it? You have to define what it is. And I said, no, it doesn't have to be either of these things. I agree. It doesn't. If you think that now, cool. I'm glad you agree with
No,
me.
I said
But
that. That
if
was my qualifier. I'll
the
bet you
qualifier
100.
is what?
In fact, I'll bet you $200. We can rewind it right now. I'll wait. I'll bet you 200
No,
fucking
look,
dollars. If Sarah
you
rewinds it
agree
right now,
with
you'll
me,
hear me say you have this option, or the option of equality across the board. Do you want to take that bet, sir?
No, are those the only three
No.
options now? It has to be one of
No.
these three
Well,
things.
no, I was trying to do it
Okay,
in a
so is America
syllogism
patriarchy, a
logically.
matriarchy, or is it equality across the board?
Yeah. So what I was
one is
trying
it?
to do is give you a logical syllogism. In the United States, it would be equal enfranchisement.
Equal enfranchisement, right?
Yeah,
But if
so
women can,
so
if
the
women at any
reason-
point could completely, disenfranchise every man if they wanted to, because they're the majority voters, is the
Well, then it wouldn't be equal enfranchisement anymore, would it?
As of right now,
It would be equal then,
the equal
it's-
enfranchisement right now allows women that power. Does that make it a matriarchy? They
It
have the
doesn't
power.
allow them that
to
power.
strip. It does. It allows women to vote for people that can
So-
strip all the rights of men if
so
they so
then-
wanted, right?
Yes,
So does
yeah,
that
yeah.
make it a matriarchy?
Yeah, so if it is the case that there's more women, and you say because more women
You
can
said
vote,
that. By the way,
yeah,
I actually didn't know this.
and because more women can vote potentially, they're like potential voters.
Mhm.
If we had a straight democracy in which 51% of women voted against 48% of men
Mhm.
for the right to vote, would you still have a matriarchy? I would say no, under two criteria. The first is force doctrine. You would come down to a force doctrine. And then the second idea here is at that point, you have disenfranchised all of the men. So then you could call it a matriarchy, but only after disenfranchisement happened.
Okay, so
And
only
before you answer, Soy, may I ask?
There's no
I
contradiction.
I just wanted to bring it to your attention. It is veering a little off topic. Now we're going into like
you
matriarchy.
bringing this to
age.
my attention, Sarah?
No, I'm to
Yeah,
both
we can
of
bring
your.
it back.
I wanted to tell you we can still like kind of finish that point. And then if you wanted to bring it back, that would be great.
I would love not to finish this point because it's ridiculous, and like I do want to bring it back. I've been trying for a while, but this is the Andrew Wilson. Let's get stuck in the definitions of completely irrelevant parts of the conversation.
You could have just
but,
agreed. It wouldn't have even hurt your position.
well, I don't
You
agree.
could
but
have just
okay.
agreed, but you
can't
but
see
you
everything
can't.
you
You
do.
can't do it, and that's why
I don't
because
agree
you
with
can't do it. You bogged yourself in the quagmire on this.
No,
and lost
you bogged
badly.
us down because you won't just move on from the fact that maybe we
Bro,
can have
if
different
we
definitions
can't-
of this.
No, we can't
Why
have
can't
definition. Listen, listen.
Why does patriarchy and matriarchy have anything to
Listen.
do with whether or not we should prescribe gender roles in a traditional society? It doesn't mean that we need to define what is not a
Yeah.
patriarchy. Talk about whether or not gender
Yeah.
roles should or should not exist in society today.
Yeah. It does. It
Why?
can at least transition and relate to it when we're talking about the generalities between the capacities of what men and women are capable of. And all of these different types of things. Perhaps it's the case that because men can provide the security, I could make an ontological argument that they ought to have more enfranchisement than women. There's all sorts of different arguments around these semantics, which is why we narrow in the semantics. No tactic. You could have conceded the point, wouldn't have even hurt your argument. Instead, you dug in and made yourself look stupid. But you can move on to whatever point you want.
No, sure. Let's talk about it. So I mean, I don't know. Do we want to talk about the enfranchisement of women and whether or not that should exist? But again, I want to talk about the idea that I don't think we should tell people that they should do something.
Yeah, I like that. Let's dive into that. I think that we should tell people what to do, and it's good, and so do you.
But no, based on gender roles, right? So I don't think that we necessarily need to tell you, oh, you're a woman, therefore you need to do this. And I don't think we should shame people from not doing that. But it's funny because you did bring up in the beginning, like, hey, I think we should incentivize more births. And if you want to talk about like, the fertility rates are dropping, this is an issue.
Well, let's start with the first issue. Let's start with the first issue. First issue being you don't think that we should tell people what to do based on gender roles, right? Why is it that we ought to tell people what to do for the purposes of outcomes inside of society, which we do all the time at every single level, institutional and even social? But for some reason, this is off fucking limits. What's the ought for that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I'm not saying that we should never tell people what to do, if that's what you're
I'll repeat the question. Why is it that even though socially and at every single institutional level of society, we tell people what the fuck to do all the time in almost every capacity, but somehow gender roles are off limits? What could possibly
the
odds?
I've said tonight imply to you that I think we shouldn't tell anyone what to do?
Let me finish the fucking question.
Let Andrew finish, and then
what could the ought for that specific thing possibly be when you're for it for every fucking thing else?
Well, I'm not for telling people what to do in every scenario all of the time ever. I'm saying that gender roles are specifically harmful insofar as they restrict people insofar as they restrict people to a certain role that they have to fill. And I don't think that should be how we encourage the virtuous behaviors that you and I probably agree on a lot of. And so I'm saying, we should absolutely tell people what to do.
They clearly encourage the virtuous behaviors, though.
Some of them do,
social,
I don't think we should
propaganda.
shame people into saying, hey, if you're bad at this, if you don't do this,
why
like
not?
You said,
if it works really good.
I don't like the outcomes. I don't like the way
the outcomes are really good. Okay, show me the outcomes.
What if we hooked everyone up to a milking machine that injected heroin into their arm, and it made the birth rate skyrocket and everyone was really happy? Should we do that? The outcomes are amazing.
So you could make, in at least that case, you could make a negative utility argument to the point of like autonomy, or at least something that you could say there's so many negative side effects to this that hooking them up to like a reproduction machine or the pleasure machine or whatever would be bad. I could at least accept that as an argument. You haven't even made an argument here,
though.
There's
any negatives to promoting good behavior?
Hang on. I'm asking you that question.
I'm asking you
I'm going to give you the positives of it.
Okay.
Here's my positives. I'll read it back from my opening statement.
Let me know if any of this contradicts what I prescribed at the beginning.
Yeah. Okay. And what did you prescribe? That
we can promote all the good behaviors that come with
but they're not universal behaviors. They're not universal behaviors. So traditional, right? Definitionally, we would say are experiments that worked. I'm saying that the current neoliberalism experiment in social behavior engineering has failed miserably. Mental health crises are out of control, right? The promotion of degeneracy in society is out of fucking control, right? The liberal social paradigm of keeping families together, which is necessary to even have any institution, you have to start at the family level, completely eradicated it, along with their pro-abortion stances. They have decimated the social fabric of societies, completely fucking decimated. I'm asking for a propaganda campaign to just reintroduce some semblance of sanity here, which women are moved towards their ontological purpose, or what I would consider their telos, their purpose of reproduction. They're the only ones who can reproduce. Even from an evolutionary mind state, it makes sense that we would want to propagandize women to reproduce. Also, it makes sense that you would want to propagandize then men to provide security for maximum reproduction. Makes total sense.
Okay, so actually, I do want to talk about this because I'm actually curious. So you might actually be able to change my mind on this, but I think this is like just cut and dry. Like, there's just no example of this ever working. Like, what are you prescribing with this like propaganda? How do we actually make this happen? Where we're pushing people into these traditional gender roles, men, women, and somehow this is going to work out different from every other way it's ever worked out in society. Like, I'm sure you hate feminism, right? You don't like feminist roles and what they promote. Like, you don't like where feminism. I'm guessing, right? I would just assume.
Yeah,
I don't
not a
want to
fan.
straw man you. Yeah, you're not a fan of feminism, but like feminism comes from this oppression and all of
doesn't.
this. Where does it come from then?
Yeah,
Feminism was
so
born in the traditional society.
well, let me
Even
no, no,
strive
no,
for it
no.
because people weren't happy with them.
Here's what actually happened when it came to feminism
Mhm.
is that there was a great project which was conducted by several corporate entities, which included you can look this up if you
No,
want,
no, I know.
including the Rockefeller Foundation and others. The truth is that feminists had to disenfranchise women. They wouldn't allow women to vote against voting because if they did, women voted to not have the right to vote. And do you know why? Do you know why they did that? It actually makes a lot of sense. The 19th Amendment, you would agree with me, enfranchises women to vote, right? The 19th?
Yeah, that's all right.
Yes,
That was
but the
rhetorical.
previous amendment, the 18th Amendment, was passed by women. They're the ones who got that passed. How is it possible that non-enfranchised women were able to pass an entire amendment, in this case, prohibition on alcohol? It's because they were able to have the social status in society, the moral high ground. They didn't want to lose it and become political cogs. It was a terrible, terrible fucking thing which was conducted on them. They became political social cogs who are now fucking debt slaves to a machine. They weren't even allowed to be in debt. They could hold no debt. The husband was 100% responsible under coverture laws for all debt. And he had to provide for his family. He went to fucking prison. Not a joke. So the thing is when you say, where does this work? Every single previous society which has ever existed, the gender roles maximed work, and they work really, really well. And
If
there's a lot of societies I'm going to point to.
One company come
I'll
out
point
and push
to
a little
a
bit of
ton.
propaganda and dismantle your entire fucking society that works so well. It seems like it's pretty
It's not
weak.
one
And like right
company.
now,
No,
you're
it's
arguing
not
on
one
the
company.
fringes of the political Overton window. Like you
No, I'm
guys are
not.
losing ground, if anything. And
No,
all
we're
of these,
winning. We're
like,
gaining
women are
ground.
getting more autonomy and like divorce
Yeah,
rates
then why
are still
don't you have
going up. And it's
abortion?
like, I just
Then why don't you have abortion if we're losing ground,
Why don't
huh?
I have abortion?
Yeah, why don't they have abortion if we're losing ground? Because we're gaining
sure. Oh, yeah, you're
ground.
gaining a little bit back. I'll agree. But again,
Yeah.
right when that happened, then the fucking red wave was decimated in the 2018 midterms because it was so fucking unpopular.
And then we got
But
Trump.
what I'm asking, well, yeah, it's because enough people hate women, and not a lot of people like Kamala Harris.
Yeah, so I guess we're making a comeback, son.
A little bit of one. But what I want to ask is then, like, where do you see this playing out in society where this is a sustainable model of traditional gender roles where somehow like you're going to be able to subvert every other like movement of people if like every little propaganda insurrection that's going to come in and say, hey, woman, don't you want freedom? Like, how are you going to go
This is
against
a great question.
I'm just very curious like how this plays out.
Yeah, I'll explain it to you.
Yeah, please.
Actually, you have seen it a million times. In fact, I'll give you the reverse of it.
Yep.
Rosie the Riveter, right? Excellent governmental propaganda designed around moving women into putting screws in a fucking pack so that we could send them to our fighting boys, right? They were there to roll up fucking cigarettes and send the Lucky Strikes over to the soldiers in World War II. They were there to put screws in a pack, and they used Rosie the Riveter. We all know the bandana, shit like that. It was all government propaganda from the top down, and we're fucking great.
Okay, so
how can you say government propaganda in the opposite direction won't also work great? It clearly works.
Yeah. So if we get propagandize people to have more freedom and they enjoy and want that freedom, and that actually leads to the feminist revolution post 40s and 50s, where they say, "Hey, we actually really fucking like being in the workforce and we want to promote it more." Somehow now this like goes to your position that if we restrict their freedoms, they'll be totally okay with it.
When
like,
you look at so when you look at the anti-suffragette versus suffragette movement, they had sequences.
Can you contend with what I just said before you?
Yeah, I am. I'm giving you example after example so that you know. If you look at those movements, the anti-suffragette arguments read now like prophecies more than anything else. Okay. Women were gravely concerned about the fact that they would become institutional cogs in a political machine, be responsible for massive amounts of debt, and at some point perhaps even be drafted to go fight in the armed forces, which they don't want to do. Okay. They just don't want to do it.
All right.
Ultimately, reverse propaganda would work exactly the same way as the anti-suffragette. It did work for a long time. As the anti-suffragette movement, so everything fails, and then it makes comebacks. That's why we have traditionalism versus modernism versus this versus that. They go in waves, pendulum swing. You think that everything exists in a monolith? Like, do you
No,
think we're
but
not gonna
I
have
guess
empires again?
I'd ask you to point, where has a society like gone back to like restricting women's freedom and everyone's totally cool with it?
Societies do that. Actually, I can give you historically multiple examples under fascism, for instance. That would be something which evolved into a very restrictive ideology when it came to voting and things like that, and then moved away from it, but then actually moved back towards it. Right? You can see that in Franco's Spain. You can see this in multitudes of societies where you
and all of these things are gone because people don't like being told what to do and oppressed.
Listen,
So that's what I'm asking you. Is like,
empires,
how does this happen?
Listen, empires themselves, we're in a new experiment when it comes to democracy. This is one of the first times where you've had nonstop political enfranchisement that now future generations are feeling the effect of. Our founders didn't have it in the Constitution for political enfranchisement, not even for every white man. They didn't want it, right? They thought it was a terrible idea for exactly these reasons, that people would be able to vote themselves whatever they wanted out of the treasury, which is exactly what they do at the expense of this group or that group. It's exactly what they do. When you move forward in history, we're going to have empires again. You think we're not going to? That's really foolish. There's times in history where empires have completely fallen and been gone. Roman Empire, it fell after 1,000 years, right? 2,000 years, whatever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But then we still had empires that rose up again after that. We had the empires that went from democracy to empire to democracy to empire. Again, Rome. Example after example of this. You think the pendulum can't swing because people
can
love
absolutely swing.
freedom?
I don't necessarily disagree
Because
with
they
you.
love
But there's
my
clearly
freedom?
upward trends of people want more choice over and over and over again, and you have yet to establish
Where?
that. Hey, as
Where?
we keep putting this fucking Pandora's,
Where?
shoving this everything back into this Pandora's box, that everyone's going to say, you know what, I actually do really like being restricted, and this is cool, and we'll go not just back a little bit, tick a little down, but all the way back down to what 1950s, 1900s, 1850s. Like, this isn't demonstrable, and you kind of just sound like these like crazy Leninist Marxists who are like, well, we didn't try it the right way, we didn't do the right way of traditional gender roles in society, and somehow this time when we do it, we'll make sure we're going to keep everyone where they need to be. Feminism isn't going to come up and propagandize and make all these women vote to get franchised again, and it's just not going to happen. Like, we'll do it the correct way, and it's just I don't see this played out. I don't
Actually,
think
I can show you exactly how it'll play out. I'll be like a prophet here for you, right? And I don't think you'll even disagree with me.
Okay, go ahead.
Through the multitude of enfranchisement right now, the reproduction crisis, we necessarily have to pump in immigrants in order to bolster our economic GDP period for our workforce, other things like this. But most importantly, the main reason we're pumping in immigrants is not for any of that shit. It's because we don't have anybody to take care of our old people. Old people are living longer and longer. We need someone to wipe their ass and take them on walks and shit like this. Same thing Japan's dealing with. Same thing everyone's dealing with. Well, those immigrants don't have the same view you do. They don't have the same view that you do on patriarchy and my freedoms and my rights and shit. They don't have those views. And as there becomes less and less and fucking less of you, there becomes more and more and more and more of them. And you place them in a democracy. How stupid could it possibly be? You place these people in a democracy where they can democratically vote themselves power, and they are. And all you have to do is look at London to see that they did. All you have to do is look at these other nations in Europe where they're doing exactly that. We're dealing with the same exact thing. You, my friend, ultimately, as a political prophet, tell me I'm wrong here. If your population is shrinking, and it is, and it has to be replaced by other people to wipe your fucking ass when you're 80, what do you think those people have these patriarchal views and these really stringent Catholic beliefs and these very stringent Christian beliefs? When they go and they vote, what do you think is going to inform their vote? My freedoms? Or do you think their patriarchal lineage and their religion is going to be what informs their vote? What do you think?
Yeah, so you started off this argument with making a completely false claim, which is necessarily we must be importing people to replace this rate. This is just true.
Yeah, it is.
This is something we are doing, but it's not necessarily true. You can absolutely promote people to have more kids. I think Hungary and Georgia are two examples of them doing it poorly, where it's not really working out. They're trying to give tax breaks to people who have, more than 4 or 5 children. But you can look at a country like Mongolia, where they say, hey, we're just going to give cash flows to people who have kids. And this isn't, by the way, an enforcement of a gender role. It's saying, hey, men, woman, go have kids, right? This is like, you can say this is an agendered thing. Just go do this, which is my whole point. And yeah, and that has nothing to do with importing a shit ton of fucking immigrants. And even if we did follow this logic of, oh, if we import all these immigrants, like some of them might not agree with me. Okay, well, then they don't agree with me. And I don't think that I should base my entire fucking ideology on whether or not that is going to happen. And then when it does happen, if it does, I think there's a lot of pushback. And you see that pushback. You are some of that pushback. There's pushback in London. There's pushback here. And I don't think they're just going to all vote for this like matriarchal. I don't know. I would assume
I'm going to be able to change
I'm
your
not
mind on this. I think I'm going to be able
thing.
to change your mind on this right now.
Maybe.
Right? Pull up or if you want to, I can just give it to you.
Sure.
Pull up the population in 1960 of the United States.
Are we just going to talk about the Immigration Act of what 1964, 1965?
No. I'm just. What do you
Demographic
think the
trends?
population was?
I don't know off the top of my head. Just tell me.
About right around 150, 160 million, roughly.
Okay.
What do you think it is now?
380.
Yeah, and the birth rate has been collapsing since the 1800s, but it stabilized. It stabilized for a while, and then it began collapsing again right about the 60s, right? Right about the same time started to collapse again. Now,
Okay.
how is it that you can be under reproduction rates to even replace your population, but still get to somehow 330 million people in your 150 million person country, sir? How could you do that?
Are you just trying to get me to say we imported people? Like what?
Didn't we?
Yeah. Did those people vote into some crazy like restrictive society, or have we gotten nothing but more progressive and all those people integrated
Yeah,
with
well,
these
we had the
American
numbers.
values?
We had the numbers. Now we don't.
What?
You had the numbers, and now you're not seeing the numbers anymore. So
Do
what's
you think
going
that
on?
immigrants were exclusively voting against progressive policies?
No,
in these
no.
ways?
At first, the key in for progressives actually worked pretty well. So they would heavily utilize Hispanics, and then they would put them in key target demographics and locations, and then they would vote in progressives. But that's beginning to flip. The Hispanic vote is beginning to turn on Democrats, and they know it. The
Yeah.
woman vote is the thing that they're banking on. Why do you think they keep putting up women candidates? They're banking on the female vote because the minority vote, other than the black vote, isn't doing so well with them. In future trends, it looks like it's not going to do so well with them either. In fact, you see it's Muslims who are standing up at the PTA meetings, and it's traditional Hispanics and things like this who are trying to outlaw the transgenderism and shit like that. Not the woke skull fucking white women, right? They're the ones who are voting in the progressive policies. And so the progressives are courting them. And that's why they target college educated progressive white women. That's their voting block. Look at the voting trends.
How does this demonstrate? Let's say, well, I'll concede everything. Let's just say we import all these people. All of these people want to import, vote for some crazy patriarchal society that oppresses women. What then happens when women, like they did have in every society in the past, say, "Fuck this, we don't want this, we want our freedoms," and they again enfranchise themselves again, and we progress further. Like, I just don't understand how then you're going to be enforcing these.
I'm going to change your mind right now. I'm going to change your mind right now. You ready? So here's what happens in a society where women want their freedom and men say no. They don't fucking get any. That's what happens in every single society in the fucking world where men say women have no freedom. They don't have none. I can point to you
every society men have said this, and now they do have the freedoms because they changed their fucking minds. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Oh, wait. Conditionally on men, right? So men change their mind about giving women freedoms. Great.
But I thought you said that women gave women.
You're literal hypothetical
here.
Women
give women the right to vote.
Hang on. Let me respond. Your literal hypothetical here, sir, was what happens if men say you don't have any freedoms? Then women bitch about it.
That wasn't a hypothetical.
Well, here's what happens.
Look at every single society in history where this was the case and then stopped being the case. It's
because
not, what happens in the future where this happens? Maybe in your hypothetical future this happens and every single man says nope and we're not budging and we're going to gather up all the guns and point them at you. Well, okay,
they don't need to.
Again, can you address the fact that you said women gave women the right to vote, but somehow men gave women the right to vote? Like I'm confused in America. Who gave who the right to vote?
Yeah, so this is a complex tale, but I'll tell you the tale if you want, and you can.
No,
look it all
I
up.
just want to know whether or not this was up to women or up to men. Do men dictate whether or not women have rights, or do women dictate whether or not?
Yeah, so in this case, ultimately, if it's reduced to force doctrine, it's always going to be men who make the ultimate determination on who gets what rights.
What do you mean reduced to force doctrine?
It just means that if men want to change the conditionals of their social situations through rebellion, they can, and women can't.
Okay, but this is again an absurd hypothetical where this isn't happening.
It's not. We had a rebellion right here in the United States twice. It's not absurd.
Are you talking? Well, yeah, but you're saying when men want to change their conditions, they can then enforce their will on women. Therefore, what?
And women can't. Women can't do that, so they always have to appeal to men.
Well,
so women
can
and
vote
even
in
a small
exclusively
collective,
women, right? We agree that is a thing that could happen.
What?
That women are the majority in franchise, and if they all said only women should be in government, they could then vote for that.
Sure. If women collectively voted like that, sure. Yeah. But they don't.
Okay.
A lot of them are married. A lot of them are married.
And men don't say, "Hey, woman, you have to listen to us
because
we're stronger," right?
Sure. But the conditionals of your hypothetical was, what if all these immigrants come in who have these non-progressive views and have way more like Roman Catholic or traditional or very rooted views, and they say no more rights for you?
Yeah.
What can the women do then?
Well, I guess every single society including theirs, by the way, where they're immigrating from, it's going to progress where it's like, hey, it turns out women actually participate and talk with these men. It's not just like this weird gender segregated society where everyone goes into different doors and never speaks to each other. And eventually the men say, hey, wow, this fucking sucks for my wife and I don't like this. And progressive movements like arise. This is what I'm saying is like, yeah, every other more strict, more, more Catholic, more religious,
with you.
more patriarchal society in past has eventually come to this progressive ideal where women do get their rights.
That's all true. That's all bullshit.
You're right. Actually, not every
literally
single
half
one,
the planet Earth. Women have no rights.
Still, half the planet. You're right. Absolutely. Excuse me. I misspoke. Not every single society has done this, but most of these societies, especially in the Western world, progressed from these even.
So
more
how come the women can't get the right to vote in those societies, dude? How come?
How come they can't? They're on their way. It's not going to happen. Fucking
overnight. No. Many of them, they're not on their way.
They're absolutely happening.
Which
all
ones?
The time.
Which ones?
You could look at like the progressive feminist movements in Iran and Iraq and Afghanistan. Like this is happening. It's not going to happen overnight, and it takes a lot of effort. I'm not going to pretend like, oh well, this is just going to fucking tomorrow, like the women are going to enfranchise themselves. But it's crazy for me to think that.
And if the men because say no, they have no rights. Is that true or false?
For now, yeah, I'm just confused as to what this.
So then, ultimately, you agree with me on force doctrine. So no, I told you the two conditionals.
Force doctrine is just, hey, if men decide no, which is again a hypothetical that just doesn't really exist.
It happens over half the Earth, half of planet Earth.
Yeah, it happens, but when does it happen insofar as it perpetuated forever that women are now no longer having rights?
This,
like, you would point to an example of America in 1910s and say, look, this is men saying no. And then I would say, well, okay, 30 years later, then
men said yes.
20 years later, then it happened.
Yeah, so here's the thing. But again, it was still men who allowed it because they collectively say no.
Okay.
Women collectively can do nothing. So ultimately, the allowability, your view, the neoliberal view, is the new view. This is the view that's brand new. The cultural view that if men societally say women have no rights, they don't. That's the standard view, which has been perpetrated throughout all societies in history, always, because it's a fundamental fact that men have the monopoly on force. That's why we do all the security. And that's why we want virtuous men doing it, bro. Because if we don't, and they have the monopoly on force, they can do real fucking bad things to you.
Men have the monopoly on force. I'm a little confused by this because it's like, are you saying that men as a gender exclusively do? Or again, this goes back to the whole like, well, men have force in a majority in the government, or men have force in a majority as the strength carriers in a lot of these like scenarios. Therefore, like,
because men are physically much stronger. They're more resistant to heat. They're more resistant to structural punishment. And unlike your bullshit that you said the other day where women shoot better, they don't even do that. Nope. It's not even true.
Sport shoot
nope.
Better,
they're not even good at that. They're not even better at that. They're completely
literally
equal.
Like Olympic target shooting.
Not only are they completely equal in just regular fundamental marksmanship skills under similar training, but men always have the edge because they're much stronger. They can handle recoil better. They can carry more ammunition.
No recoil on sport shooting guns. That's what I was talking about.
You mean for 22 long rifles?
No, not the pistols.
Their 22 long rifles into combat against the men who have fucking heavy MIM 60s, bro.
I'm not talking about whether or not women or men are shooting at each other in this area. I was just saying that there are certain things that women are biologically better than men at.
No,
well, you think that. You think they're better at giving birth, right?
Not when it comes to physical, not when it comes to the physical traits of men.
Women are actually better at endurance running. Did you know that one, or did you Google that one first?
Okay, agree or disagree? Do men have the monopoly on force or not?
It depends what you mean by that. If you mean by men are the hold of positions of power, or that men are stronger in general.
No, I'm saying this, that if men decide collectively that they're going to enslave every single woman on planet Earth tomorrow, engage with this.
And if you and I were in the quarry for the forest and I'm bigger and stronger,
engage with
fat, middle-aged old
yes,
man,
I agree.
I would make you my little bitch.
Totally agree.
What does that
totally
do
agree.
with how we operate in society?
I know that you think about bending men over, but engage with what I'm actually saying. Engage with what I'm actually saying.
So if men decided tomorrow, all right, men, let's do this. Everyone get together. All men.
Don't want to answer it.
We're all going to get away from all of our political strife. We're all going to collectively.
Tell me when you're done, so I'm just going to re-ask.
You asked me. Yeah, theoretically, your absurd hypothetical men could control. What are you talking about? I haven't even asked it yet. Does this inform how we should operate in society?
Let me know when you're done.
Should I have more rights than you because I can fucking overpower you? Like, what does this have to do with anything?
Yeah, so I'm not talking about ought claims. I'm making a descriptive claim, hoping that you can at least agree with this because it's the only stronger. It's the only sane position. So
you're saying men are stronger in general.
Can you let me make the argument?
Can you say it in less than 20 words?
Yeah. So the argument is really simple. Yes. In under 20 seconds, men have a monopoly on force because they're way fucking stronger than women. We can look at the entire historical standard and see this in half of planet Earth right now. I just need you to agree that men have the monopoly on force.
if by men have the monopoly on force, you mean that men are stronger, then I agree. That's
That's not what I mean. What I mean is that collectively, if men wanted to enslave all women tomorrow, they could, but the reverse isn't possible.
Yeah. So again, now if we're saying men have the monopoly on force because in this hypothetical scenario that has never happened, where all men decide to enslave all women,
It has happened.
okay, so if you're talking about subjugated women, like insofar as Afghanistan, that because what happened in Afghanistan,
No, I'm just talking about the ancient world.
Possible in every society.
Yeah.
Therefore, men have the monopoly on force. Yeah, I guess I just don't see what this matters at all.
No.
Like how
Well,
this
the first claim is like this hasn't happened. Yeah, this was a global phenomenon for most human history. It has
right.
happened.
Okay, and that's why I'm saying if you're saying like, okay, men have the capability at points in history to subjugate women, like they did in Afghanistan. Now,
No,
I'm
even
just
right
using a
now,
modern example,
right this
and yes,
second.
it happened in all of a
No,
society.
I mean right now. Right now.
Oh my God, yes, I'm actually trying to agree with you here. If you're
Great.
saying that because men can do this, that means they have monopoly on force. Sure, I just don't see what the point of saying this is. Because I could say,
the
hey,
point-
did you know that
yeah.
tomorrow every woman could commit like ritual suicide and end civilization? Now they have capability of destroying our entire civilization. They have that power. Isn't that crazy how they could do that? Like,
So
who
I
fucking
would
cares?
I would totally agree with you within the confines that is logically possible, probably not practically possible, right?
Mhm.
But logically possible.
Okay.
That women could collectively commit seppuku, right?
Mhm.
And away they go, right? Off into the great Neverland.
Right.
However, there is no standard for that ever happening, but there is a standard for men collectively basically enslaving all women at any time they so choose throughout most of the historic standard, except when neo-progressives came in and claimed, hey, it's not actually true. Men and women are equal. They're interchangeable widgets. They're not. Women's rights are granted by men's grace. That's a fundamental truth of force doctrine. Their rights are granted by men's grace. I just logically demonstrated it to you, and you agreed with me that it's correct. Can you just concede the
what
point?
this has to do with anything? Like if
Can
we're
you just
talking
concede
about
the
gender
point, and
roles,
we can move to the next
well,
point?
I told you if by what you're just explaining, if you're okay with the way I repeated your definition, men have the capability in all of societies today to tomorrow enforce their will on women.
Yes.
Like that is what it means by monopoly power. Sure, okay. I just don't see what the point of bringing this up. What this has to do with like the current American society.
This is perfect because what we've now demonstrated is our ought claim for why men need to be virtuous in the role of security for a nation and why we ought to promote that. Because if we don't promote virtuous men who are necessarily going to be in those roles, because they're the only ones who can, because if they collectively decide to enslave women, they can. So they're going to have to protect.
You're conflating two things here. You're saying the role in which they collectively decide to enslave women and the roles they currently have, which is in the military, in the government, or as bosses. These are not the same things. This is not how day-to-day society.
Who are they protecting women from,
so far away with what I was talking about. With
who are they protecting women from? Who are they protecting women from?
In day-to-day society, this is what this is where your ought is coming from. We ought to prescribe.
Who are they protecting women from, bro?
Look, you can keep talking about this. Like
I just need this question answered. You just prattle, dude. You don't answer questions.
Dude, you've been prattling the entire
If you ask me a question, I specifically answer the question.
No, you don't. You go for like a 40 paragraph thing about how actually
just give you the qualifiers. I'll say yes or no, then give you the whole qualifier.
Okay.
That's it. I'm just asking you this. Who are all of the men who are in all the roles of security in society, right? The primary beneficiaries of which are women and children. Who are they protecting society from?
Are they not protecting the other men? The majority.
Who are they protecting society from? Ultimately, who?
Are you going to say other men? Is that what you're trying to get me to say?
Yes, other men. Okay. And so, because only men have the capacity in which to collectively protect from other men who have the collective capacity to attack, they ought to be in those roles. If that's true, then we need that gender role to not only be virtuous but promoted. It needs to be promoted.
Okay, so again, we're talking about this idea that because a small subset of men are protecting the country,
a small subset.
A small subset of men are protecting the country from other men. No,
that's a lie. It's not a small subset of men who are protecting the country. One, even if you just look at the percentage of men in the military, that's actually a lot. That's actually a lot of people. But I'm not even talking about the military.
It's really not in comparison to the entirety of the male population.
Yeah,
very
when you get into like millions, these numbers become astronomical. But the thing is like what we're talking about is security starts at the home. The defense of the society starts at home. It starts with your own personal security with your family. It moves out into the streets with the ought that men ought to be protecting the infirm, the people who cannot protect themselves, in this case, women and children, generally speaking,
and
from
children
other
can't protect
predatory men. This expands from there, though. It keeps going. They're the ones who are going to protect you from all the dangerous criminals who are in prison.
Hey, remember
They're
that
the ones who are going to
you said you answer
down.
questions, and now you're going on your own little fucking show.
I'm telling you, I'm giving you, literally, you asked me to make a justification for this, and I'm giving you the justification. You won't contend with the
You haven't contended with my initial point, which is that all of these things that you're prescribing, these virtuous things that help protect society, can be told to every person, regardless of the gender. And
nope, you're going to have to allocate resources towards one or the other. You can't have both. You can't have your cake and eat it too here. And here's why.
Wait, this is like
you
the first
necessarily,
time. Go ahead.
You necessarily lower standards in order to have equal participation.
No, what? I'm not arguing for equal participation, Andrew. You'd know that if you listen to me. Now
then why? Okay, great. If you're not arguing for equal participation, then why ought we not move towards the promotion for men
of good
to be inside?
You're so close to getting to where I want to be
inside of these. No. You're saying that the virtues are equalized or not.
I'm saying that you can promote things equally, and just because if you're saying
you can't,
okay, we have to specifically tell men this, because we don't tell men. If we say to
all
the children, hey, to each your own, whatever you're able to do, you should protect people.
No, we want women to be moving towards different virtues.
Well, you told that to the girls, and girls are weaker, so should I even protect? And what do I do? I'm confused. I don't understand.
Because we're going to prioritize social orders. And we're going to prioritize social orders based on the physiology, which is even logically possible. Ultimately,
what does that priority look like
for the domain of what each sex can actually accomplish here? Men primarily are going to be the only sex which can accommodate the security and the procurement of resources for a nation. Women necessarily, their duty is going to be to reproduce for the nation. They're the only ones who can do that. So we would want to prioritize
subsets of these populations.
No. The whole subset. The whole subset's responsible for it. All of them.
Not the entirety of men are not responsible.
The entirety of men.
They're not responsible.
Yes, they are
producing. A lot of men
responsible for it.
Shit. You probably complain about all the men on welfare that just sit around.
Okay, and they're all so because they fail at their duty doesn't mean they don't have the duty. So yes, all men are responsible.
Okay, so now are we going to talk about how like they have a duty that's prescribed by like a religion, or like because society?
You would just say no. Actually, I'm just making the ontological claim from your view, what you've already agreed to, that inside of this capacity for men to do X, primarily men do X and must do X because they must protect from men doing X, right?
Okay.
That men ought to be moved towards doing those jobs, prioritized, and they ought to be respected for it. They ought to be, pushed towards this. They ought to see these things as duties, including the duty of general protection of society, and even the responsibility of men who are infirm ought to try to move towards the idea that the protectorate in society is somehow honored, it's somehow raised up. They're participating still in that. And we want to hyper-focus women into the gender role of reproduction, where even women who can't reproduce are still moving women towards reproduction as being a glorious, wondrous thing, instead of prioritizing your reproductive years in fucking college getting fucked, bro.
Okay,
that's a way better idea.
Almost contended with my point, and my point is: would what I'm prescribing, which is to have these virtues pushed on society, regardless of gender, somehow not equal the outcome that you are asking for, which is, hey, a majority of men would go into these positions if they are able to? Because what I'm saying is, hey, yeah, people based on their merits, based on their abilities, should go into the positions that make the most sense. Yes, we should honor them. Yes, we should promote independence. I just don't think that somehow, if we specifically do this gendered, this is the only way to do it. And again, what you're prescribing for society, it just doesn't pan out to work in any of these fucking historical examples. So
which ones?
With the point there.
Which ones does it not work in?
Please contend with the point of
which one does it not work in? You made a claim.
It didn't work in America.
It has worked in America. It worked in most of America's history.
What it resulted in was feminism, which is you fucking hate, because
that's
everyone
not what resulted in feminism.
Traditional roles being forced on them, and at the very
least, great. Well, then capitalism doesn't work because communism.
A propaganda campaign from other corporations. They were able to capitalize on the unhappiness of all the women in these traditional gender roles, right?
No, they weren't capitalizing on that. No,
they weren't.
In fact, they took women. Women weren't allowed to vote. Why do you think they had to pass a constitutional amendment? They wouldn't let them vote on their own enfranchisement because they voted it down, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. No, that's one. And two, the other big problem here that you're not contending with is like, no, this is most of our fucking history and most of the history of planet Earth and the history of half of planet Earth right this second. The truth of the matter is that when inside of these social norms, you must push men towards duty, and you must push women towards duty. It can't just be about entitlement. You trying to equalize duty is a complete fucking waste of time. It can't be equalized.
What do you
Men
mean
can't
by
have the
equalized
baby.
duty? What
Women
do you
can't
think
provide
I
the
mean by
security.
equalized
Simple.
duty?
Huh?
What do you think? Do you think when I say I've never said equalized duty? What do you mean by when you say I'm saying we should equalize duty?
You're saying that you should take what are gender specific roles that only genders collectively can even do. They can only do them. In this case, childbirth would be one. The
I
security of a
literally have
nation.
not said this, so this is
The security of a nation would be another one. Well, then why would you promote them? Why would you promote them equally then? Why would you
what
say
equally?
Yeah, so why are
I'm
you
not promoting
promoting
men should give birth. Again, I've never said this.
that? It sounds like you're
I'm
on
not
traditional gender roles.
No, because I don't think that giving birth is a traditional gender role. Now we're back to this fucking
It's not?
bullshit. So no, because I don't think a gender role is, hey, okay, excuse me. No, you're right. We conceded this point. All right. So
Uh-huh.
I'm saying we should move away from saying women have to give birth. Right. So I think that, yeah, we shouldn't promote that men give birth and moving away from a traditional gender role. I do want to promote women to have the choice to give birth.
It's
if they
not
want
the
to or not to
standard
give birth.
in the most oppressive societies I can think of right now.
Okay,
That
and which of
women
those societies
have
would
to
you
give
rather live
birth.
in than America right
Yeah,
now?
yeah, you're not. That doesn't contend my point.
Well, what do you
I
mean? It's not
can't
the, you said
actually
the standard
think-
as the
Yeah, I
contraction
can't
of what I
actually
should do.
think-
So which of these are better?
I'm
Which of
responding
these
to your
are performing
argument. I'm
better?
responding to your argument. I can't actually think of a society, the
Mhm.
most oppressive one I can think of, maybe North Korea, maybe, but I don't know for sure because we don't know much about them. But any known society that I can think of, I can't think of one where women have to give birth, meaning they're like forced into a grape cage, raped, and then they must. I can't think of any. Now, maybe there's some that exist. I don't know, right? But I can't think of any off the top of my head. Then that's not what the advocation here is. You keep on using that as some kind of bizarre straw man. I'm not proposing a
I'm
society
saying
where
that
women
we
have to give
shouldn't
birth.
Shame them for not doing it.
I'm
too,
saying
either.
that they're, yeah, but that would be good. Why would that be bad for society? If you said,
Depends what you
hey,
mean by
your
bad.
antinatalism needs to be socially shamed. Your move
I'm not
away from
saying antinatalism
tradition needs to be
shamed. I'm
fucking
saying
shamed.
Antinatalism. Oh, excuse me. Go ahead. Sorry. Say again.
What would be the problem with you stigmatizing the bad effects from non-traditional gender roles like childbirth for women? You stigmatize women who move against it or don't consider women to be matrons, but instead glorify fucking girl bosses and shit like that. Fuck that. That's retarded. No,
Why?
you want women to be
why is it
moving
retarded?
to glorify the girl because it leads
Not to glorify.
to
No, not to glorify.
Yeah.
To just say that that's even an option for them, or to shame them for choosing that option.
Yeah, why shouldn't you shame them for that? That sounds
No,
fine.
I'm asking you, why should you shame them for choosing?
Because I think it leads to way better outcomes socially for everybody.
No, if you shame people for being independent, women specifically.
Some independence, sure. Like I would shame women for having abortions, even though they could. It's independent, right? I don't care.
That's different because I think you and I might even have some sort of overlap on whether or not abortion.
Yeah.
is
So
murder.
what's wrong with social? What's wrong with socially shaming out bad behavior? That sounds great.
Because I think that's one of those things that's like an inarguable, like unless we have the exact definition of what is and what is not a human life. I think that is just like, hey, you truly in your heart of hearts believe this is bad and you should shame bad behavior. But this is going back to my point of I think we should promote good behaviors, and I think it's good for people to be independent.
Girl bosses good behavior.
I think that people who are independent and have more autonomy are going to be like operating society better. They're going to have more...
how does the girl boss movement actually help society socially? How
does it help society socially? Well, first, I mean, I would start at the individual level. I think people having the ability to be self-sustaining and take care of themselves is a good thing. I don't want a society where everyone's reliant on the state. I want people to have the freedom of choice to move around, be happier, make those things for themselves. And then if you're talking about society, I mean, again, I don't know how much you're going to disagree with if I bring up any of these economic stats of how like many innovations and amazing things we've had since women entered the workforce, how much this has promoted our longevity of life. Huh?
It's not from women. We're not getting innovation out of women who glorify girl bosses. That ain't happening.
When you get fucking cancer from chain smoking, the person that's going to take your x-ray, you might want to thank like Marie Curie for doing all the radiology research. But I mean, like, do you think that's not a big deal? Do you want to talk about all their contributions to programming?
I think it's a big deal.
The mic that you use, like literally everything you fucking use in life at some point is like assisted with research or work from a woman. And
that was awful nice of her. We could never have men who assisted with research.
I would rather double the amount of people who can contribute.
You're not doubling anything. What you're doing.
Can you name a society where women aren't really a majority in the workforce where they have these great innovations?
What are you talking about?
Where's the society where men where the women are discouraged from working?
Sure. I'll name you
amazing.
Yeah, I'll name you many. Did women have these social innovations when the Wright brothers made the fucking airplane doofus?
I'm talking about now. Yeah, obviously, if you look at history and say, well, women were subjugated.
That's crazy.
Women were subjugated for all of history.
By the way, that
still
woman
had
died of
inventions.
cancer. That
I'm
woman
talking
died
about-
of
I'm talking
cancer.
about, can you look at a society that's actually producing things at the same rate as these societies that have doubled their workforce?
Yes.
People can actually
Yes, I can. I
Where?
can point to you. Our society in the United States, pre-women's suffrage, had tons of innovation.
Astronomically better than we fucking were back then in terms of doing, like, inventing these amazing innovations.
That's because
look at the quality
that's
of
because
life.
of the expanding on existing technologies.
Fucking asbestos era. That was great when we didn't have women fucking.
You're using. Listen, this is what you're doing here. You're using another fallacy. You use fallacy on top of fallacy on top of fallacy. Here, you're using the fallacy of presentism. We have no good reason to believe that technology would not be every bit as sophisticated right this second in the United States if women weren't enfranchised. Then give me the argument.
We can literally trace the productivity and how many inventions are happening over the course of time since women have entered the workforce. This is something that I can't believe you're contending with, because this is just like hard facts. And you're going to say, well, actually, it wouldn't have happened nearly to this. It would happen to the same or a better degree if we didn't have like millions and millions and millions of more people contributing.
Show me the proof.
What do you mean show the proof? Look up number of inventions over time since 1950. Look up GDP per time over 1950. Look up
that's not the proof you have to show. You have to show the proof that this was due to women's participation in the workforce as fucking bartenders.
Do you think if we just removed all the people that contributed to the participation, that somehow
I just still want to interrupt.
All you would have to do is show me that women are taking STEM field jobs. They're not taking STEM field jobs.
Just for a second, I'm going to give you about 10 more minutes, because it sounds like you both are just kind of having fun now, and I'm going to let it cook. You guys are enjoying this conversation. But we'll go for I'll give you about 10 more minutes. You're playing well. It's fine. And then we will go into closing statements and super chat. So I apologize for the interruption. Back to you.
Yeah. So anyway, you would have to make this demonstration. You would have to demonstrate that it's due to women being in the social categories they are in the workforce, which, by the way, is not in STEM fields. Not in STEM fields. Almost none are in STEM fields. Almost none. They get. In fact, it's regressing.
Every contribution from women in these fields, therefore, it negates the fact that they were ever in there.
Regressing. No, it doesn't negate it. But you would have to give me powerful demonstration that absent women inside of jobs, which are generally speaking non-scientific related, would somehow lead to way less innovation.
Like this negative that I can't possibly prove, because I can't show you what society would have looked like.
But
I can show you all of the things that have improved
claim.
When women enter the workforce, how great everything has gone from disposable income, GDP, all these other things. But that doesn't matter.
It's gone way down, bro.
Sorry, not disposable income. Normal disposable income has gone up. Actually,
okay, prove it. Yeah, show it.
Cool. I'll bring it to you right now.
Show that the average household, that the disposable income has gone up now for the average American. Go ahead.
Yep. Let me grab this for you, buddy. Let's see. We've got U.S. median household income has gone up. Where can I send these to you?
What does that have to do with anything?
You could drop them in the back.
Are you talking about disposable income? I have like all of these in a list.
Disposable income, yes. Okay. That you remember how one man used to be able to work and support an entire family? That seems like a lot more disposable income to me. I don't know. That's really
what
weird.
Are you talking about? That's not disposable income. That's being able to take care of your family. Do you think we do or do not have more luxuries and like a higher standard of living now than we did in the 1950s?
In some cases we do. In some cases,
in most cases we do.
No,
on average, we do.
No, that's not true. Here's why.
Yes, we do.
True.
What do you mean? It's not true. I live the standard of living for. Everyone on average is better.
Do you want me to get? No, they're not.
Well, because you don't understand what disposable income is.
The cancer rates are way higher. There's all sorts of side effects which are bad.
From what? The disposable. Wait, the cancer rates are higher from what? From
plastics, microplastics, from some.
If you want to make an argument that women have invented a lot of innovations of like plastics and things that give us cancer because they've advanced our technology, I could contend with that.
That wasn't the argument. The argument
was
whether or not, if we're looking at the 50s to present, if you're using the fallacy of presentism, you want me to make a comparison contrast. I can say there's some aspects due to technology which make present day life better. Sure. Nobody would argue that that's the case. But there's also social characteristics of society which are much, much worse. Okay. Obesity being an epidemic is one. Yeah. The disrespect of children is another one. There's all kinds of various social prescriptions.
Are you contending with my point that the things that have got improved are because of women entering the
they're not. Then prove it. You haven't shown me the proof.
Prove it how? Prove to you that in the absence of doubling our fucking workforce, do you want me to name inventions that women have made?
No, I just want you to demonstrate that the reason for all of great American American
I didn't say
innovation is due to
single thing
women in the
for women.
workforce.
I'm saying that by letting women enter the workforce, we have seen every graph you can show when women enter the workforce, how much this skyrockets exponentially. All these metrics.
Rockets? What?
Real median household income,
What about debt?
hourly compensation for
What
workers.
about debt?
What about debt?
Did debt also skyrocket?
So you're gonna ask me for examples. I'll give you examples, and then you'll say, "Well, hold on, I can think of a bad thing," and therefore all those good things that you said aren't good.
Welcome to a debate.
No, you're ignoring the points I'm making. You're asking, "Hey, give me a good thing." I give you a good thing. You're like, "Okay, but a bad thing does exist. Therefore, this is bad."
Because we're having a debate.
Yeah, but this is a fallacious argument. You're saying, "Well, I can name a bad thing that happens in society. Therefore, everything that's happened up until then has contributed to bad things."
That's a supporting argument.
That you don't like when I make bad arguments.
The counter argument is
fallacious things where you're saying, "Well,
it's not a fallacy.
The mental health and the mental health is because women have entered the workforce." What the fuck are you talking about?
Name the fallacy I'm engaged in.
You're engaged in this fallacy where you say, "Well, I can
name the fallacy."
I can't name the fallacy because I don't look up.
Yeah, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
It's a bad argument, and I can demonstrate. It's very easily to say this is a bad argument. To say, "Well, hey, a bad thing exists today, and therefore I can now negate every single progressive thing that has come from the past 60 years because, if this bad thing happened, I can attribute that to women enter the workforce." Versus,
I'm sorry, if we're talking about the social comparison of if women should have entered in the workforce because of all the innovation technology, then I'm going to obviously point out all the side effects that are negative, doofus.
The number of workers going up in
you
all of these.
Spin the propeller, bro. This has been a disaster for you.
When I do that,
it's like a total disaster for you, dude.
Yeah, you can keep saying this when you're floundering. You don't understand that you're making a bad argument, but you got to understand is when I can point to women entering the workforce, and we can look at these metrics of number of workers, productivity of women, and then I can say, "Hey, look, this is contributing to GDP. This is contributing to spending power, and life expectancy." That I can show you. You can't show me that. Hey, because women entered the workforce, this is when everyone started getting fat. This is when this is exactly contributed to. You can show me on trends. I don't know if you'd be able to make that argument because, as you've demonstrated in the past, you don't know what a correlate is, and even if you did, you know that correlation is not causation. But again, this is not an argument. You can't just say,
I don't know what a correlate is, but you just said a correlate's not causation. Let me ask you something. When you're thinking about what causation is, do you look at the strongest correlate?
I look at what you can look at these graphs and say, hey, I can directly attribute entering the workforce as number of workers, as in all of this productivity
because that's
going
the
up,
strongest correlate.
It's not the strongest correlate insofar as the direct cause. We can definitely say this is why it's happening. I'm not going to look at a bunch of graphs and overlay all of them, and whichever line lines up the best is somehow the one that determines whether or not that happened. It's ridiculous.
Bro, can you prove? Let me show you how absurd this is. Let's say, for instance, you have you want to get rid of drunk driving. You can say all these people who get in car accidents, right? Their blood alcohol level is really high. And then you can attribute that to the cause of the car accident. Makes total sense to me. It makes total sense to you. But the thing is, you can't actually demonstrate. Hang on. You can't actually demonstrate that in all of these cases, the accident was caused by them drunk driving. You can't. But it's the strongest correlate, so we go with it. You see how that works now? Do you get it now? Are you understanding?
Yeah, in your very simplified, stupid example, I agree that.
That's the same thing you're doing right now, bro. You're doing the exact same thing, but you told me I didn't know what the correlate was.
Show you whether a direct
take something out of context.
Any sociological analysis of when we increase the workforce by this much, this is going to increase productivity. These people are going into these sectors. This is causing our GDP to go up. This is increasing our standard of living. These are very easy things for you to look up and understand.
It's very easy for me to give you the counterclaims and the negative side effects of these.
Woman entering the workforce causes obesity. Can you explain that one to me?
No. That wasn't my claim. My claim was that when
because you brought it up. You were like, oh, look at obesity.
When women entered into the
debt, for example. Yeah, let's bring up the debt example. So how does women entering the workforce now that causes debt because what? They have
because they couldn't incur debt.
And then this debt now negates the positive things.
They couldn't incur debt.
Yeah, letting women have debt made the debt happen. Okay, cool. That's true. I agree with that one. Now, are you going to say that now this debt is now the badness that negates every positive thing that I've brought up?
Well, no, I'm going to give you a huge list. That's why I want to go one at a time. And I can counter each and every claim with the negative side effects, which I think are profound in comparison to your positive claims. That's what a fucking debate is, bro.
Matter of opinion, though?
No, we can demonstrate these things.
No. I understand you can demonstrate a negative or a positive. Both of us can show hey, this is a higher number. This is a higher number. Mental health, GDP. What I'm saying is, does this not come down to then what do we value of what is better and what is not better? If you say, hey, I think all this mental health stuff is bad, and I think that badness of mental health is worse than the increases of the standard of living, I think we should decrease our standard of living to get rid of these mental health problems, right? Isn't it? We're just going to talk about that.
Hey, that's wild. It's almost like we're having a debate where we're laying out our counter position. positions to each other in order to convince a massive audience of our prospective positions.
Okay.
That's crazy, bro. I didn't know that. Tell me how that works again.
No, it's silly because you're going to try to equate these like completely like non-analogous things and say, well, we have to get rid of this because of this, and we have to get rid of this because of this. Like,
we're having a debate on whether traditional gender roles should be in society. We're supposed to be pointing out the pros and cons of these various things that non-traditional gender roles have led to. That's the point of this debate, sir.
Oh, really? Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
No, thank you for explaining.
Now, do you get it? Are you sure you get it?
Can you explain to me then, like, what is the worst thing that has happened from women entering the workforce, and why we should do away with that, and why that negates the positive things that we've gotten from it?
Yeah, so
maybe without the mic that you are using,
I will give you. I'll give you the best. I'll give you the best argument from my end, because it has led to terrible, horrible outcomes on behalf of children. What has happened is we have removed women generally from the household, and public education has become a daycare system, and we spend 5%, dude, of GDP, 5% of total GDP on education. And our literacy rates are some of the poorest in the world. Our educated population, some of the poorest in the world. Mothers being at home. I want the best and brightest women on planet Earth at home,
do you think
assisting with raising the next generation.
Do you think men are smarter than women as well?
Only at the ends.
Only at the ends? Do you think they're better at instructing men how to be men? Like like a single mother or like two lesbians would be bad at raising a boy, right? In your opinion?
Yeah.
Okay, so why shouldn't men be the caretakers of all boys?
Yeah, so this has been answered a million times. So generally what has always traditionally happened and would happen again is there's what's called a handoff. So you have your nurture years into your middleman years, which would be like your teenage years, right? And generally speaking, that's when you see a lot more of the pair bonding between the father and the son, the father and the daughters, things like this. Then we're past the nurturing stage. Little children only need a few things. They need the capacity for love. They need to be fed. They need their diapers changed. They need to be showered. They need to be cleaned. They need those things, right? And to live inside of a secure household. Once they become about 8, 9, 10 years old, you begin to see the handoff transition where the father's participation begins to happen in a much more direct manner, because now we're at the age of reason. We're at the age of learning. We're at the age of doing these things. And that's why those primary roles exist that way.
Okay, so when we remove women from the workforce as a whole, I know you don't want to force it, but let's just say we encourage it, and let's say 70% of the women do this, and now men have to like work 3 or 4 or 5 times as hard to make up for the lack of productivity. How are they going to be nurturing their kids?
Wages would skyrocket overnight due to scarcity of workers.
Wages would skyrocket overnight. So like, if you think that if we just this is weird, because I think you would agree that a big problem with the fertility crisis is that as we are not meeting our replacement rates, we're not going to have enough workers to replace and like let the country operate to the degree that it's operating now, whether that's taking care of old people, people in hospitals, people like working and doing all the productivity that makes America the number one, economic powerhouse of the world. But somehow if we just remove all these women from it, all the wages are going to skyrocket. The productivity is going to go like 5 times bigger. And we're going to make up for like all of this. Like,
actually, I can show you. I can show you.
And by the way, women aren't going to be spending any money nearly as much because
they'll be spending most of the money. They still will. They'll still be doing most of the shopping. They'll still be ordering most of the luxury goods for the house. They'll still be managing the household, which is what they normally do. So here's what'll happen. I'll explain it to you. Here's what'll happen. Okay. You'd have a dip. Men's wages would necessarily skyrocket as half the market participation was removed. It is true that we would take a massive hit to the GDP on the short term. However,
society would collapse, Andrew. If half collapse. If tomorrow
if you did it all at once, maybe.
What?
If you did it all at once, maybe, but that's not what the plan is. The plan is a gradual transition. The idea here being this, you want to replace your workforce? Great. You want the women to have the kids, doofus?
Okay.
Do you get that right? Like we need the women to have the babies so that we have the workers.
You have like 1 million nurses, right? Because we need this capacity of nurses, and it's already in a shortage to take care of the current population because people are getting injured and sick, regardless of whether or not they're working or not. Sometimes it happens more in the work, right? And somehow you say, okay, I'll remove all of those. Where are you going to get the replacements for these things? You think there's so many unemployed men that you can fill every single one of these roles and still maintain the society at the same time?
You're just the position.
Well, I thought that's what you said, but you know what? Tell me how this doesn't happen.
I said that this would be a gradual transition based around
I agree. I said gradual.
Based around propaganda. And the thing is this: The necessary replacement that we would be looking at would be somewhere around 15, 20, 25, 30 years. If women are at home making babies, we got a brand new generation of workers, don't we? We have way more than we had, which
Well,
is
no,
exactly
we don't. We
what
have
we
half
want.
of a brand new generation of workers, and you still
What?
haven't told me how we're somehow good. Because what? Women aren't going to be the ones working, right?
We're under replacement rate. Do you understand that?
No. I'm asking you for all the jobs that currently maintain and hold our society. If we, who is going to be replacing those? And you're saying
you're
but
not removing women from those job capacities instantly. And
right,
by the
I'm
way,
not saying that either. But you're saying
ones
we're
who would
going to be
leave,
replacing them with
yeah,
the men
over
that
20, 30 years. Now you have a brand new workforce and many more of them, don't you?
So you think that if women have the, okay, well, hold on. Are you saying that women are going to be having
did the light bulb go? Did the light bulb go?
In this hypothetical, are women going to be having like 7, 8, 9, 10 babies?
They don't need to.
And like, dude, if you want to replace all the women in the workforce, you absolutely have to be having those, especially because one, you can't control for gender, and two, because half of them aren't going to be fucking working. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, there's a lot of jobs that you're going to be needing to fill.
Here's the thing. Here's what would
I
happen over a gradual period of time, gradual transition. And by the way, yes, in the reproductive years, they're going to have way more children, especially if they start in their 20s. You can average it out to like 3.5 or 4. That would basically solve the problem very quickly, especially if you had a majority of women in that age bracket having those children. Yes, it would solve it. Now, you would do a gradual transition over time. I was just saying that men's rates would skyrocket if you did it all at once, but that's not the goal. The goal is a gradual transition so that we can support our own society. It's a great plan. By the way, Musk and other eggheads have literally proposed similar plans, and other nations as well have begun implementing them.
Good plans.
They've begun implementing them, and they've been working. You pointed out Hungary. You said Hungary, it hasn't worked. Their birth rates haven't worked. No, they're beginning a recovery, a huge recovery on birth rates, actually. I don't know if you know that or not, but you were wrong. These birth rates are beginning to recover due to this social transition. That's what the proposition is. Now, could there be some short-term economic pain? Sure, but your future literally is condemning. It's 100% condemning all future generations because we're just not having any. So what I propose instead is that we move women towards the idea of family. We put that as the highest priority in society with all propaganda in society. And even if it took 50 years, it still would be better than your plan, which is a fucking social death sentence.
Okay. There's a lot to address there. So yeah, this idea that, okay, we might take a short-term GDP thing if we start transitioning women out of the workforce. I think if you look at every other country that allows women into these workforces, we would just not be able to outcompete them. It wouldn't just be we're losing a little GDP. It would be the economic collapse of America. We would not be able to compete on the global stage. We would turn into a fucking third world country that can't actually produce because we would not have the workforce. It's not happening.
We would
anymore.
have
every
the
other
workforce
country
if you gradually transitioned it over 30 years, dude.
To accelerate past us because we're not utilizing like half of the fucking workers that
you are. You're utilizing the womb, dude. How do you think it is? The Muslims came out and made this very argument. We're going to weaponize the womb. They're moving into the UK. They're doing great, and they're moving into their reproduction sky high. And by the way,
so wait, hold on. Your
moving
ideal
into the UK.
Hypothetical society relies on the fact that
it's
the
not
only
hypothetical society.
The only way we're going to have to be able to compete with Japan and Europe and all these other societies that
you mean all the non-reproductive societies.
We have to import, export American babies into these countries so that because they need us, and then we'll take over ideologically. That's the hypothetical that we're going with.
No, it's not even a hypothetical. This is in fact what is going to happen is that South Korea's birth rate is so low, it's under 1, dude. It's under 1.
And they're incredibly pro-natalist society. That nation not fucking working. Unfortunately.
Yeah, but this has to do.
Well, they're not doing it right. That wasn't real communism. Sorry.
No. It wasn't. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the herbalist movement, and it has to do with feminism. And I can walk you through the state of South Korea, which adopted the Western Americanized policies and birth control, which led to the conditions they find themselves in. And we can find this over all Western.
This goes back to
Westernized
so feminism is apparently so much more powerful than all your incredible pro-natalist propaganda. That how the fuck are you going to ever fight back?
Don't you understand that the argument from incredulity doesn't work here? You have to make a real argument. I'm
asking you. You are proposing this thing that's
not.
You
didn't ask me anything.
You haven't. Yeah, you haven't contended with this question, which is what happens when a corporation, whoever are these crazy people promoting feminism, comes in and it appeals to people and they say, wait a minute, I don't like these pro-natalist policies and I want to move away from these. What are you going to do?
Yeah. So again, inside the conjunction of the hypothetical, I would anticipate that there would be much pushback, the same way there is with corporations right this second, who don't like the fact that we have an anti-abortion policy and they're pumping in tons and tons of money to Planned Parenthoods all over the world. What are you going to do then? Well, we're going to resist it like we've always done, and we're going to try to promote our own policies.
Well, it seems like people are really, pro freedom and pro these choices, and it's like, yeah, I guess, like,
it doesn't seem like that to me.
If you take hold enough,
didn't we
maybe
elect a fascist? Didn't we elect a fascist?
Yeah, we can attribute and talk about the fact that
freedom, but did we elect a fascist, bro?
The people have a short-term memory. Yeah, when people actually feel the stresses of, hey, I'm banning abortion everywhere, then they vote against your ideology.
Short-term memory.
But they really do, especially when you forget the contradictions you make early in the debate. But what happens here is that, yeah,
there was no contradiction.
People were not as excited to vote for Kamala, and people might not have been thinking about abortion on the ballot. A lot of people said, hey, I don't even think Project 2025 is going to be a thing. But I bet you that if you try to do an abortion ban, just like you did back in the 70s, 60s, and everything before that, you're going to get a movement of people that say, I don't fucking like this. It happened in Romania.
Then I guess it seems like because people aren't as pro-freedom as you thought. They just have really short memories when it comes to my freedoms. Maybe they'll just forget. Maybe they'll just forget they had my freedoms.
No, I think we just have a higher standard of living and disposable income and luxuries, which you
except that they have
allows us to live comfortably in
living.
Societies.
We don't, bro. We don't even have a middle class. We had a middle class. It's completely gone. How you say people have a better standard of living, you lunatic?
The poverty has fucking been erased since women entered the workforce in comparison to what it used to be.
That's due to population.
It's due to population. Gentlemen. We can continue the party, absolutely, but for purposes of sparing time for those who do want to join open panel and have some fun, I would like to go ahead and shut this portion down. We can definitely continue on here momentarily. And so, Soy Pill, if you'd like to give your closing statement, please.
Oh man, usually I write one out, but we were very engaged. All I'm saying is that I don't think that gender roles need to be enforced in the way that Andrew is. I think there are plenty of ways that we can promote virtuous behavior and still maintain a well-behaved and great society. I think that Andrew probably agrees to this to some degree in a way that he will never admit, because he thinks that of this intrinsic way that if we don't promote it specifically for women, specifically for men, that it'll never work out and everything's going to be bad. He really never contended with this idea that this could happen. He didn't contend with all of the facts I brought up about how things have been better for all the countries that bring in women into the workforce, that allow them the freedom. And I will say that, yes, there are negatives that come with that. I don't think that negates every positive that has come. I think those do completely overwhelm the negatives. And I think we can actually do something more like what Andrew is promoting in a gender neutral way, insofar as what Mongolia is doing by promoting, cash inflows to people who are having kids, if we need to. I don't think that means we need to say, hey, woman, if you don't give birth, you're doing a bad job, get out of the workforce, because ultimately in every society, it really does seem like eventually people get fucking fed up with it. It happens in almost every example historically. And yeah, today there are people that are oppressed as women, but it's going to keep happening. You see these feminist movements bringing up or spurring up in these different Middle Eastern countries and all of these patriarchal societies. And if people don't like being fucking oppressed, it's never going to stick. But good luck. There's a reason why your ideas keep fucking failing. It's because they're unpopular. And, you're right. It's pendulum swings here and there. But at the end of the day, you're fighting an uphill battle. You're a salmon with a broken fin. And I'm happy that at the very least, no matter how popular you get, it's never actually going to take off. Thank you. I'm the Soy Pill. I make video essays. I appreciate you being here. And I want to go watch Andor.
Thank you, Soy Pill. Andrew, to you.
Yeah, so just to give a multitude of refutations, he actually conceded on my argument multiple times that gender roles are necessary. He even gave the primary one. Only women can give birth. That's a gender role that's specific to women. He conceded on this point. Therefore, it's necessary that we promote this single gender role at the very least, meaning traditional gender roles need to be intact. Society lost the debate right there. But even if I was being maximum charitable, he also doesn't even know what a debate is, because he has points, positive points. I have refutations to the points. I was ready with refutations to the points. He refused to go down his positive listing of points, rather saying that I don't agree with the fact that I'm supposed to give you positive claims and then you're supposed to negate them, even though we're having a fucking debate. Also, to move on from there, he conceded to force doctrine, 100% conceded to force doctrine. But for some reason, the ought that men should be moved into the ideas of just force and the ideas that men should be promoted specifically for men to be just and to be virtuous in the capacity that only men seemingly are able to do because they have to protect from other men. He agrees with all of this, but somehow that's gender neutral too. Makes no fucking sense. It's bizarre. It's stupid. It's self-contradictory. In fact, almost every single point he made in this debate was a direct contradiction of his previous point. Every time he says it should be gender neutral, he then speaks out of the other side of his face and he says, but not really. You are right that these are basically positions which are dependent upon the sex of the person for the most part. But I just don't really like the fact that we need to promote them individually and allocate resources to that because fucking reasons. He was completely wrong about birth rate reallocation, opting instead to want to have mass immigrant labor for no particularly good reason I can ascertain, even though the economy would be better. When I bring up women's debt, he doesn't care. When I bring up all of the coverture laws and what was going on then, he didn't care. He doesn't even know. He doesn't have any historic context for any of this. When we go down the historic path, he says this ridiculous shit. Well, the thing is your ideas are losing, Andrew. They sure as fuck ain't. The president that I promoted got elected. Yours didn't. Right. And the president I promoted the time before got elected as well to his first term. Right. Which was Trump. Both times. My ideas seem to be, and by the way, I was for the repeal of abortion. That idea seems to have made its way into the mainstream as well. In fact, I would say most of my ideas propagate very well, and those of people who agree with me because they're fucking better and we have actual arguments and they make actual sense. Your argument is, well, I'm just incredulous, Andrew, that people, even though the entire historic standard operated this way, and your neoliberal idea is the thing that's actually brand new, I think people would just become too resentful. But on the other hand, people have goldfish memory and forgot that Trump was an evil, oppressive fascist, but somehow they're going to remember all their rights and freedoms and how oppressed they now are from all those rights and freedoms, right? Everything's out of both sides of his mouth. He starts by saying, and he tried to pull a fast one earlier. He's like, if you look at the world, you can see clearly that people, when they're oppressed, it's like, no. And then I point out, no, half the world lives under patriarchal authoritarianism or some variation thereof. And then instantly he agrees, right? We talk about the numbers of immigrants who are moving into the UK who are doing real bad things there due to this massive birth rate crisis. Right? He agrees, but at the same time just wants to ignore it like it's not even happening. Eventually, the case of the matter is that this is going to happen one way or the other. We're going to have to move towards traditional gender roles. You're not going to have a nation. It's just not going to happen. A nation that can't reproduce itself is going to rely on people who can. And right now, the people who can are all those evil, non-gender equality people in the world, aren't they? The authoritarians of the world. They're the ones who are reproducing, not the Western nations. So if that's the case and our birth rate's way down, their birth rate's way up, it's just a matter of time, isn't it? He never could refute that because he knows it's true. You can't argue with it. It's not an arguable point. Those people don't have the same collective values as the neo-libs. In fact, I would argue it's my ideology that would save society and his that damns it. Because ultimately, the ideology of the traditionalist and the traditional gender roles gives us the three components that we need for a nation to begin with, which is we need language, borders, culture. These are the three components that we need, and they need to be a shared value that people have, or you don't have a nation to begin
Lord
with.
of the Rings ending. How many fucking times?
It's my. Did I interrupt your close? Did I interrupt your close?
You didn't have to because I made a concise point.
Yeah, and the thing is she gave you plenty of time, just like she's given me. Just because you didn't use it has nothing to do with me. Yeah. Also, let me point out that time and time again, this was one of the numerous contradictions he was caught in. When we say, okay, you have to understand that because of GDP and things like this, women needed to enter the workforce. Again, completely unwilling to contend with the fact that the inventiveness of the American populace was well enforced long before women were ever enfranchised, which is why I point out the Wright brothers. We can point out automobiles. We can point out all these things that happened before women were enfranchised. But he wants you to nebulously believe that because women weren't a part of the political establishment, that somehow technology would have just fucking stopped being innovated on, even though before they were enfranchised on, it was being completely innovated on. Totally fucking absurd. Anyway, with that, I'll yield my time. I enjoyed that. Thank you.
Thank you. This was the most Thanksgiving dinner kind of conversation I've ever heard in my life. I hope you guys never meet in person. For purposes of time, I'm going to go ahead and drop the link to members only in a community post right now. That's been dropped. So if you're a member, you have access first, and then I'll give that a few minutes and I will drop it to the public. We're going to go through just 10 and up to get through these super chats to spare everybody's time this evening. Jess Gerald with the Big 10 says, here's a coffee, sleepy Sarah. Yes, thank you, Jess. Evan Lord with another 10. Hey, Sarah, enjoy Michigan made and founded Big Bees coffee. I am looking forward to open panel dumpster fire. Yes, I see them already piling in. Let's see. Just again says soy is going against gender roles, so he doesn't have to fulfill his. Just coming through another time. Men who don't take on societal roles and responsibilities of a man should just throw on a dress and tuck it backwards. Oh, Jesus.
Sounds like a pro-trans argument. I wasn't expecting that from your audience.
I stopped making expectations on my audience. They swing left and right all the time. Jeremiah with the Big 10, all men can't be Navy SEALs, so that means men aren't generally more oriented to be protectors than women. Gender roles shouldn't be encouraged in this case because every man isn't Chris Kyle. Who's Chris Kyle?
He was a Navy SEAL from the American Sniper movie. Just to talk to that point specifically, I wasn't saying because not every man can be not every man can be a Navy SEAL, that this means we shouldn't enforce gender roles. I was using Navy SEAls as a thing that is exclusively men to try to illustrate what a gender role is, so that we could talk about whether or not,
which is a logical fallacy.
What?
Yeah.
Well, how is that a logical fallacy to say? Is this? I'm asking if this is a gender role, and that's a logical fallacy.
No, it's the idea of the presentation of the syllogism is what's fallacious. So it's not a sound argument. So you're not actually asking a question; you're making an argument. And the argument you're trying to make is like, because all dogs have tails, all things with tails must be dogs. That's absurd, right? You can have tons of dogs who don't have tails, for instance, even though most dogs do have tails. You agree that that's true, right?
Sure.
Okay, but they're still dogs, right? And they still only are going to have whatever the capacity that dogs have, even if they're not in the capacity some dogs are in.
Yeah, and then how does that inform what they should do?
Because only dogs are going to be
trying to make, not whether or not they are men.
Yeah, but it's just that only dogs are going to be capable of dog stuff, right? That's it. That's the whole point, right? So when you say
a role that they fulfill, there are certain roles that are exclusively for dogs, but that doesn't mean that therefore we should inform if this is a role exclusively for dogs. Is that how we should promote that specific?
Well, that's a different claim.
No.
That's an
that's what I was trying to do there. Maybe I didn't do it well. By the way, I don't know if you have access to this chat, but I put the disparity one. I couldn't find that graph in the real time, but yeah, our disposable income one has gone up. Linked it for you.
No, and did you put in the inflation chart with it?
It's real disposable income. Oh, I've seen you actually not understand this. So it's when it's real wages, they compensate for inflation. They're not so stupid as to say, "Oh man, people made money. That's more money than back then." Let's take a look at the chart. A dollar is less than 25%. Yeah.
Let's take a look at the chart and see if that's accurate or not. Because there are people actually who give me wages all the time, which are not adjusted for inflation. But let's find out.
It's called real disposable personal income when it says.
Well, yeah, let's find out.
That's
is that the second chart?
No, the first one.
Oh, the first chart. Okay, this is the Stoesfield.org.
Real disposable personal.
I can't read the link, the entirety of the link, bro. Is this the Stoesfield.org?
The first is the one on top.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I'm clarifying. Is it the Stoesfield.org?
You're talking about the stlouisfed.org? Yeah, they're both stlouisfed.org. It's the one that's /DSPIC96.
Perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Did you want to bring it up on screen, or are you looking at it on your end, Andrew?
Yeah, no. I got it. You're good.
I can share it if you want. You guys see that?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the metrics that are used here. That's
real disposable income. Well,
yeah, but we
need
to
know what that is. Or?
Yeah, we do need to clarify what they consider disposable income to be. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a different story. Sure, maybe wouldn't agree with your what is disposable.
That's why I'm actually reading it. Right.
Okay.
So. Is that okay?
I'd love to hear your better. No, you can read it. I'm curious what you're better than the economist definition of a thing when you don't even know what a real wage is.
Yeah, I know. Even though economists are wrong constantly. Like remember when economists came out.
So this is a fallacy. As well, something wrong happens sometimes. Therefore, all of them can be completely.
There's no fallacy. I have good cause. I have good cause to question.
Fallacy because you're saying, well, economists are wrong. So well,
you made an appeal to authority.
My appeal to authority is that I trust someone who knows what a real wage is.
That's an appeal to authority.
No fucking idea what they're talking about. Yeah, it's appeal to authority that's more correct than you. And
How do you
that's not
know?
really a
How do you
fallacy.
know?
How do I know? Because I understand what real wages are. And
You don't
and
understand
you're
shit. You
demonstrating
haven't
your low
understood
IQ, which you
nothing
brag
the
about for
entire
some
fucking
reason.
debate, bro. Nothing.
Clandestine scientist with the big 20 says, can we just agree people like Soy Boy recognize they are not men, so gender roles can exist in their worldview, or they have no role?
I'm
Crucible
bigger and
Crew.
stronger and manlier than Andrew, so I'm at least more of a man than him.
A hunter says, wearing a dress is a bold statement. You might think it's feminine, but it challenges gender norms, showing great bravery. Soy pilled, I would wear a dress to defeat patriarchy.
That's a strategy for sure.
Trib says, unironically, every country, USA too, would be a patriarchy essentially under Andrew's definition. Is he wrong? Maybe not, but then what's the complaint about? You live in a patriarchal society, celebrate.
Do you have by chance, I'm just wondering, do you have a graph for disposable income that makes a direct comparison to the fact that only men were in the workforce and what the disposable income was for men, just men as a monolith
Off the top
versus
of my head, no.
versus
I'd
in
have to
modernity?
compare that for you. I'm sorry.
I actually can't find that. I'm looking for it.
I don't know
Anywhere in
even
this
what you would
graph.
necessarily look up for that, but yeah, I regard the super chatter was, yeah. Do you want to address that? That was kind of my point at the beginning. How, yeah, I guess by this definition, most, if not all, societies are patriarchy. What's the point of the word patriarchy then?
Unironically, every country, USA too, would be a patriarchy essentially under Andrew's definition. He's wrong, maybe not. But then what's the complaint about? Yeah, how would every society be a patriarchy under my definition?
Well, I guess, yeah, you say that the USA isn't, but like to say that China is, I mean, if you can look in like literally, what is it, Article 14 or whatever, it's like, oh, women have the suggestions and can forward opinions on, what is that? I don't fucking remember what it is. But the point is, it's like, yeah, this clearly has woman enfranchised to a degree, but it's patriarchy because the ultimate decision is a man. I just don't see how this is a good way to define patriarchy.
Yeah, I would agree that most non-Western nations
to the
are
point of
patriarchal.
absurdity. Like,
no, it's not absurd. I would argue that most non-Western nations are patriarchal. Yes.
Okay.
Do you dispute that?
No, you know I do. I just don't want to have the same.
I mean, I don't see how. I don't see how.
I just, you know, words have utility, and if we're going to call China a patriarchy, I think that's really not good for the utility of that word, because it doesn't really mean what other people mean when they say like a male-dominated society. Where
I think it does. I think
I know you think it does
very well for what people think patriarchy is. I think my definition is way closer to what people think about patriarchy than yours.
I think if you asked most people who study anthropology and you said, hey, do you think both China and Afghanistan are patriarchy? They, again, laugh at you, but you can say
no, they wouldn't. Here, in fact,
but
I'll demonstrate it to you.
Hey, this is something I think you could easily demonstrate to me.
If feminism,
if you show me like,
if feminism is an oppressed class and they're resisting inequality, who are they resisting? Who?
So again, we're going to go into this idea that like, am I supposed to assume that you're agreeing with the American feminists that because men do hold disproportionate power that we live in a patriarchy, but you don't think the USA is a patriarchy? So why are we not? Why are we appealing? Why are we appealing to the feminists?
But I've already demonstrated that the power here would not be disproportional if everyone's enfranchised and voted.
Okay, yeah, I agree. You're not a feminist and you don't agree with the feminists in society, but now you're appealing to the feminist idea of what they're resisting, which
because
when they're patriarchy, but
when
again, I don't agree with the feminist definition. So
exactly. Perfect. So then if that's the case, you don't agree with feminists, right? You don't agree that it's just like resistance to men in charge, right? Mm-hmm. Then again, your idea of patriarchy, what is the difference between patriarchy and slavery then in your view? What is it?
Well, slavery isn't like a gender exclusive thing, so
it would be if it was patriarchal, and that means they're a second class citizen, and blah 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 blah.
If you had
right?
a slavery of women, that would be a patriarchy. I agree.
Okay, got it. So slavery is actually what you mean by patriarchy. It's a less good definition.
That fits within my definition.
Okay, well then how would it be a patriarchy absent an enslaved class?
I said that Afghanistan I would consider a patriarchy. They're not necessarily enslaving all the women, but they're restricting them from a vast sectors of society, and I think that is making them second-class citizens. It's gender exclusive. I think that's more of a patriarchy. Yeah. So then you're just saying that the authority rests with the men. That's not just what I'm saying. I am saying that men are removing a lot of the autonomy and the enfranchisement of the woman, and that's what's making it a patriarchy.
That would be conceding to the authority of men.
I think that men hold a vast majority of the authority in America, and I don't think this
Where?
is patriarchy.
Well,
Where?
I'm
In
going to
the
take my
government,
authority
institutional
back
level,
so
the
where?
that we
government,
can
they have
move
most of the
on,
CEO
gentlemen.
positions, like in the
They don't
household,
hold the
like you had.
colleges. Women hold most of the teaching positions. When you're talking
Okay.
about healthcare, it's completely inundated with women.
Okay.
I
do you
could
think,
go
wait,
on
do you
and
think
on and
China has all
on.
of this?
What?
Women in healthcare,
No, they don't have the
women
same
in
institutional
institutions?
authority. No.
Wait, it's not that. What to what degree is it not the same?
When you're talking about universities, when you're talking about various
You
things
don't
like
think
this,
there are
which are
you don't think there are professors
no,
that are
they're in
Chinese women? You don't
control.
think there are
Gentlemen,
Listen,
what do you,
I'll tell
we're
you.
gonna
You have
go.
to let me talk to tell you.
well,
If the state controls the university systems there, which they do directly, the state has control of these institutions, especially the
to what degree
educational
of control do you
institutions.
think they have? It's like it's just hey, you do whatever I say, and I'm a man, and I'm the state. The state is a man.
The state party is controlled
State party,
almost
25% of
universally
which is
monolithically.
women.
Yeah, it is a state party. You can argue it's not. It is. It's a
No,
state party.
no, sure. I'm saying, but of which makes up a significant portion of women. The same way,
No,
almost
it
the exact
doesn't.
same percentage
The
of women
authority
in
rests
The
with the
two
men.
of you need to grab a beer for fuck's sake. Okay, I'm going to move
No, your
on
wife's
only for
honestly, I
purposes
do
of time.
genuinely. I'm not joking about this at all. I genuinely do think it's sweet that your wife watches and supports you. That's awesome.
She does. Isn't that so adorable? I love that. They support
However,
each
I won't
other.
take her opinion seriously because she thinks she shouldn't vote.
Rachel
Yeah,
with a
but I
big
mean,
10.
the thing is like
Wait,
why
Andrew, can you read me Rachel's chat?
why would that
Can you read me Rachel's chat?
why would
I don't
that
really
even
wanna look through it.
matter? Like, why would that even
I
matter
don't wait, no,
ultimately
Andrew,
about the voting
you
thing? Because
can
it's
you
not like
read
you're
me?
ever going to listen or contend with any of her arguments.
Hmm?
Like, that's not what you
Okay.
do.
No, I absolutely
Rachel
do. I
says with
contend
the
with it if
big
you, a man,
10
say,
that the
"Oh,
I haven't made
history
any
of
arguments,
Sarah,
bro. None.
feminism was
Sarah, please, can you make
hijacked
Andrew
by
perform?
women's
Rachel,
studies
I don't want.
departments. Plus, trust me, there's plenty more he can read from her.
Oh yeah.
The history of feminism was hijacked by women's studies departments. Feminism was pushed through billions in NGO funding and
Yep.
CIA project called the Congress for Cultural Freedom, not grassroots at all.
Correct.
And if it's not, then it seems like it's very easy to dismantle your society ideally, and it's going to happen again.
Somebody
Which is
just
exactly
said
what she
in
did.
chat.
I agree.
Okay.
Hold on. Somebody just said in chat, soy pill versus large Marge.
With Large Marge.
Oh, it was from whatever podcast.
Oh,
my
the
God.
Lockwood Destroyer.
It was a lady on the heavier side who had some very interesting things to say the other night. Airborne animal with the Big Ten says soy boy cannot control his emotions and has to interrupt. An important part of being a man is not being controlled by your emotions and feelings, instead by logic and reason and doing what is needed.
Yeah, I think anyone who watches this VOD will see Andrew interrupting just as much as I do. And I think that, yeah, you can say that both men and women should have emotional control. It's probably a good thing.
Fair enough. Jess says, Andrew says, let me show you logic behind this. Soy says, der, der, derp, derp, der, feminism.
True.
I hope I emulated that properly. Tied up with the big 500 of something just for me to tell you both, thank you for coming tonight. This is fun. New York Shade with a big 10. Lesbian divorce rates are twice that of straight/gay male couples. Exponentially worse financial outcomes and much higher mental illness too. Remove men from the equation and the social fabric crumbles.
Yeah, I have an interesting take, and this might be a hot one, and I have to do more research on this. But I think a lot of the increasing divorce rates, and especially among lesbians, is probably, in my opinion, a good thing. I think that in the past, people were restricted from being able to be divorced, and now that people have the autonomy and understand that both they can work and get out of this marriage and still be able to support themselves, so they're not locked into it financially, but also they have the emotional control and can realize, hey, like this actually didn't work out the way I wanted to, and I can realize that this is a harmful relationship, and they can end that. I think that's actually good, and there are plenty of good divorces, and I think lesbians, or at least women in general, are more in tune with their emotions, and therefore I would expect them to get divorced more because they say, hey, this isn't as good, I want to get out of it. So I don't think it's always good.
Wait, why are lesbians more in tune with their emotions?
Do you think women are more in tune with their emotions in general? No,
I think that because they have I think that this is great cope. So women actually have hormones inside of their body which give them a huge struggle with emotional regulation, in fact, and men have the opposite. We have hormones in our body that give us huge advantages in emotional regulation. Specifically, testosterone is one such thing that really assists with emotional regulation. As you know, you work out, right? So you know the importance of testosterone for mood regulation. Women, on the other hand, their hormones assist in disproportionately affecting their mood regulation. So I don't see how lesbians, just the fact that you eat pussy means that you have better emotional regulation as a woman. Can you explain that for
Well,
me?
I cry for Rachel every night knowing you don't eat pussy. But the point I'm trying to make is that,
What
hey,
is it?
I think if you look at the
What are
social
you
roles of women,
lesbians eating pussy has nothing to
I'm
do
just
with
saying
me
it
eating
sounds like
pussy.
you
What are you
clearly don't have
talking
good
about?
emotional regulation, and you probably, I guess you don't eat pussy. And what I'm saying is that women, lesbians who
So
are
you're just going to make shit
socialized in
up
a
as you go?
social, I don't know. You want to tell me about eating pussy? Go ahead. But look,
I don't want to hear about
But
it,
anyway,
gentlemen.
yeah, you
how
wanted to hear
do they
about
have more
pegging, Sarah.
emotional
Yeah,
regulation?
so the point is when you look at like how women are socialized in American society to like, hey, cry more, be able to like let out these emotions, deal with them and cope with them, whereas men kind of sequester themselves into this like stoic stereotype. And we can, oh my God, I don't want to get into toxic masculinity, but the idea that like, hey, you don't have to actually understand and cope and kind of process this emotion does lead men to have poorer, maybe not regulation. If you want to say women might be more prone to outbursts, that might be true, but less capability of dealing with these emotions and actually
I see. So
and doing something because of it. And I think that men are more likely to put up with shitty situations where they're just like, hey, yeah, this sucks, but I'm going to bottle it up. Whereas women will try to process.
this
And do
is the
something.
most self-defeating position you've had all night. So let me get this right. Lesbians have more emotional control,
Women have
which
more
leads to
emotional
more
understanding
divorce.
or EQ.
Can I finish? Which
Well, no,
leads to
because you're not
more,
saying what I'm just cutting you
yeah,
off
that
so that
leads
you
to
can
more
understand my
divorce.
point a
That's
little
your
better.
position. Your position is
Do
that lesbians.
you want me to tell you my position? Because you're already
Okay,
saying it
well,
wrong.
lesbians have more
Okay, do you know what
control.
EQ is?
What is it?
You know what IQ is, right?
Yeah. Of course.
So EQ is like your emotional like version of like, your intelligence, right? And I think that women in general, the way they're socialized means they have a higher EQ. Lesbians are women. So I would say that they usually have a better way of being able to process these emotions and do something about it. Men will bottle them up and not deal with anger, frustration, or like some sort of insecurity that they might be feeling because of their relationship, and hence they don't divorce as much. That's my
I see. Hang on. And
I would actually say back to that.
self-defeater.
Having emotional intelligence doesn't mean you have emotional regulation.
Sure.
I
Yeah,
can
that's
have
why I
an
try to concede. They
I'm not
might
even
have
going to
more
say that.
outbursts,
I'll just
right?
grant it, but it's still a self-defeating argument. All you're saying here is because women are better at expressing their emotions, they get divorced more.
Yeah, I'm
That's all
saying
you're
that
saying.
women who are able to process these problems and say, hey, I actually want to do something
And it
about
sounds
this
like
are more likely
stoicism's
to
the
get
win,
divorced.
bro.
Sorry?
It sounds like stoicism's the win.
Well,
I'm
if
going
you
to
think
take
that they're
back
happy, I don't know if
stoicism.
that's just
Tied
really odd.
up with the big 100 of something says, man, this is wild. You got the retired Wolverine versus John Mayer.
I'll take that.
Drib says, got to stop with the men versus women argument, rightoids. Men fight men plus women in times of conflict. The solely men's side loses. It's why societies get more progressive and don't revert. Only men plus women is a win.
This isn't a gotcha. I guess this is a question, Andrew. Like, do you like that America, like, pushed women into the workforce in the 40s to help win World War II, or no?
I think that there can be necessary preconditions in which you have to use the infirm or weaker classes of society, at least physically. So, in order to assist in like great conditionals where you're under threat, that's such a conditional where
Yeah.
I thought that could be appropriate, of course.
I appreciate you conceding that, because I conceded that as well to you, which is I don't think that we should be forcing women to give birth. However, in an existential crisis where it was like, hey, like if we don't do this, everyone will die, I think we would have to. And I would also concede that. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
And he did a little
Ross,
too, though.
Wait, would you perform wait, I have a question. Would you perform cunnilingus on 100 gorillas to stop someone from diddling a boy?
No, he's getting diddled,
stop.
bro.
I don't
You're
wanna
gonna let
hear
him get
about
diddled?
diddles.
Wow.
He's doing it.
I
Lost
would
Ronan
give
with a
those
big
gorillas the
no
$20.
Actually,
diddles. No
it's the
diddles.
most moral
Stop.
position. My neutrality is the most moral
Wait,
position.
actually, wait. Okay, Sarah, this is actually
No.
this might, no. Wait, I actually do want to ask this question.
No, it's my turn to ask one back. It's my turn to ask one back. You just asked one.
Because I think
No,
this is good faith.
We're asking trolley cart questions. It's my turn now.
Go ahead,
My
ask
turn.
the question. Yes.
No diddles.
Okay. Would you diddle a boy 1,000 times if it meant that you would save the earth?
Save the earth. Yes. Now, let me ask you this question.
You guys are
Is
weird.
the
You're
reason you're
fucking
not
weird.
doing it, is it contingent on the that that an afterlife exists?
You mean the neutrality of the ethical stance?
Well, I guess my saying is I think you could get me to agree I would not do it if I knew, because in my worldview, it's like look, my moral justification of I shouldn't do bad things to people means nothing if everyone dies, right? It doesn't matter what my morals are. If everyone's died, there's no moral systems there where everyone's gone. However, if I knew for a fact that heaven existed and that all those people would be judged accordingly by God and then go to heaven, I wouldn't care as much. I'd say, you know what? I'm not going to commit a sin. I'm not going to do a bad thing because I think that this is not the end. This is not the end of all moral systems. Now people can be raptured. So if that is why you wouldn't do it, I actually agree.
Well, actually, that's kind of reductive of a claim, right? Because then you just say, well, why would I stop somebody from committing suicide, for instance? Because just gonna there's an afterlife and they're gonna do this, or
well, no,
why would I even care about
do
abortion? Or
bad
how about
things,
that?
right?
Why wouldn't I advocate for abortion then? Because then just like every kid who dies, they get a one-way ticket to heaven, right? You could use that argument. It's actually kind of reductive ultimately, though. The truth is that like even under a utilitarian frame, you can make a good argument in the trolley cart question for why you should divert the track towards the 5 people, right? What's really interesting about the claim, though, is that if you change it and you say, okay, would you push your best friend off of a bridge in order to save the 5 people? They say no, they wouldn't do that, right? So there's something to do with counterintuition when it comes to utilitarianism. And it's the only way you could make moral judgments as a consequentialist is with intuition, because there's no hedonic calculator. Bentham tried to make one, he couldn't make it, right? So you're just utilizing intuition.
All of society, right? Like, what's the point of having anything, any moral framework, any sort of like deontological belief if
but why would you care?
Disappears?
If there is no society, if there is no society, period, right? You have now negated all potential bad experiences for everybody forever.
But I want good experiences for people.
Why would that matter? If they're not alive, they can't have good or bad experiences.
Right, but I'm the arbiter of whether or not they are alive. So I would rather not everyone not exist. If I could choose that everyone could exist, I would choose that. And if I had to do something bad to make that happen, I would also choose that.
Yeah, but that really doesn't make any sense, right? Because if all future generations from your worldview, they're just in a void, they don't even exist, and they're never going to exist. All potentiality for negative experience is now erased completely. Now, you can make the argument they want to have positive experiences either, but who cares? Ultimately, they're not having any experiences, so that there can't be any negation of it. So if the entire species was gone, that seems like it would be ultimate in the utilitarian framework.
I guess if the hypothetical is not the world would blow up, but like no one would ever give birth past a certain point and then human beings would cease to exist, it does change the calculus a little bit. But I was under the assumption that it's like, hey, if you press this button, a bad thing happens. And
but even if it was like 8 billion people died instantly, right? If you didn't do this, all those 8 billion people might suffer for, however long that was.
Yeah, there'd be more suffering from that than from the
zillions or trillions of people in the future. You've ended suffering, right?
Yeah, I don't follow that logical conclusion that the only way to, or the best way to end all negative things is to end everything.
All right, Lost Ronin in with the 10.
I mean, that's the most logical conclusion, though, right?
If you don't care about the positives,
Lost Ronin says, watching Sarah's face as 2 men argue over men's dominance over women is fucking hilarious. I definitely subscribe to Andrew's worldview, and I definitely appreciate Sarah's channel for great content.
This is a matriarchal panel. We listen to Sarah.
Lost Ronin says again, thanks, Sarah, for all the great debates, and I support the grift as well. Tied Up says, I'm not going to lie, Andrew looks like a frustrated saber-tooth, and the rainbow guy looks like a professional volleyball coach.
Which one, though? I know of some bad professional volleyball coaches, or at least Olympic coaches, unfortunately.
He follows up again. Tell me I'm lying. Andrew looks like a frustrated Batman villain.
Oh my God. Hey, I couldn't get Dylan Burns to say this. Andrew, can you say "it's the bat" in like a very Brooklyn accent?
No.
Okay.
No.
Light Escape.
But tell Down syndrome Burns I said hello.
Light Escape says, so if he thinks men should go to war over whatever, why did he have an issue with Rosie the Riveter? That was women working at home so we could beat those people, almost like he's inconsistent.
It sounds like he is consistent because he addressed this, and I appreciated the concession. He said, if it's necessary for society. Sorry, I shouldn't speak for you, Andrew, but I just really like that you, like, I after all that back and forth blood sports, I really do appreciate there's at least one thing we could both be like, yeah, in this case, like, I think that it's okay to compromise on this thing because it's necessary. But yeah, if it's necessary, it seems like
but that would feed into traditional gender roles as well, that women are supposed to be helpmates to men. So in that particular case, when men are risking their lives and the best thing that you can do is like roll their fucking cigarettes and send them in packs, then great.
Trip says, to make it more clear, both Soy and BPF say yes to the prompt. Andrew wants trad roles to be the only roles, and Soy wants it to be whoever's capable for the job and the role. It's a big loop of a debate.
That's not correct.
Sarah.
That's not correct. So I'm not making the argument from outliers. Rather, I'm saying that we should be fulfilling these rules as a primary edict. That would be good for society. Not that people would be unincluded in all capacities because they refuse to fit inside of that mold. You're always going to have outliers. There's not a damn thing that you can do about it. But we still want to promote the best for society, and that's going to be the best for society.
But your ideal society is most, if not like more than 95% of everyone is fulfilling those trad rules, right? Like, unless
I think that would be for the betterment and outcome. Sure.
Okay, I think that's what they're arguing because otherwise, well, no. Okay, yeah, that's all. I think that's all they're saying.
All right. Tied Up says, this is my last one for a while because I'm going to be broke, but I'm going to steal the phrase, your logical consistency, Andrew. LOL. Light Escape sends 10 just for me to say hello, maters. Just Gerald says with a big 20, if women no have baby, we no more have people.
Right.
Women must make babies and men must be prepared to die to ensure their survival. This is how it's been since forever until recently. I still see nothing wrong with this setup.
Yeah, I agree that is historically the case. I agree that even today it's the case. I just don't think it needs to be enforced. I think that, or even necessarily encouraged. I think that the best people can fulfill those roles, and whether or not that's majority men or majority women doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but then the answer to the hypothetical makes no sense because in the consistent framework, you would say that the reason you wouldn't detonate all of humanity is because of the perchance of positive experiences. Without doing the promotion of women in childbirth, you're also curtailing the amount of humanity who in the future is going to have positive experiences. You're doing the exact same thing.
I'm not saying that we should not press the button because of every single future generation wouldn't exist, and that if women aren't, like, I'm not precluding women from ever giving birth to people that would then have positive experiences. I'm just
you're going to have more people with more positive experiences if there's more births. That would be positive utility.
We could run past the idea of like, does my worldview lead to the idea that everyone should be pregnant every 9 months as much as possible to have as many people? But I don't know if that necessarily
if you want to have the maximum amount of people with positive experiences.
Just because there's the potential for positive doesn't mean it's the best positive. If you have 10 kids instead of one, it's very what's the word I'm looking for? Very likely that these people are going to, be in poverty because they're not going to be able to afford as much. They might have a worse life than if you had 2 kids. Like, I don't think that necessarily.
That doesn't mean that they would be unhappy or not have positive experiences because they're in poverty.
I don't know. That's the thing, and I'm not going to rate every positive experience. I have to have this like karmic bank of like which is the most best thing, and now.
Well, since there's no hedonic calculator, you can use intuitive reasoning, can't you?
Intuitive reasoning to determine what?
Well, your intuitive reasoning is that more people, better experiences. More people, at least more good experiences.
I think that you could. If there's an overcrowding in a room, there are more people in that room, and that room could result in a crowd crush. And
there's more people in that room who can have potential good experiences.
Yeah, but I can look at the past and the present and determine whether or not they're going to have good experiences based on the circumstances of their environment, and then say, hey, what should we try to maximize?
You can't make that determination.
If I put a bunch of people in a room, I can determine whether or not they're going to crowd crush each other based on how many there are and how close.
Again, unless it's an extreme example of like I can say that you're going to have a negative experience if you come out of the womb and hit a fucking blade that cuts you in half. Yeah. Sure. But generally speaking, in most situations that human beings find themselves in, you're not going to be able to make the predictor of the positive or negative experience. You're not going to be able to do it. In most social interactions, you won't be able to.
I think that's interesting. Yeah, for social interactions, but you can determine like happiness and outcome based on the country they're in, how much wealth they have.
You have to make up arbitrary rubrics for which you can then make a comparison to. But who determines the rubric? It's not the people themselves.
Actually, it is. When you look at the happiness index, they literally do ask the people. It's like, hey, put yourself on this ladder. Where do you rate yourself, and like how happy you are? It's not, hey, I came up with this metric.
Based on pre-made questions which favor a worldview of a happiness index. If you were to rearrange those questions another way, you might find out that people were much more happy in a more egalitarian society, or they would have preferred to go back to previous governments 40 years ago. They're not even there for the people to relate to this information that way, not in those types of polls.
Right. But regardless of what metric we use to measure the happiness, I don't think that this must entail then that I have to advocate for the maximum amount of births because that is then the most potentiality of the most positive things that could possibly happen. I just don't think that's the case because we can measure, hey, if there's too many people here, this could be worse. And we'd have to then go through every possible experience and look through all these environments and say, what's more positive, this or this? And yeah, we can't have an exact hedonistic calculator, but we can make pretty good outcomes of how people's lives are going to be. And
well, this is great then.
Whether or not they're going to suffer.
And you agree that right now in the United States there's more happy people than there've ever been, right?
No, I think happiness index has gone way down, right?
Oh,
Yeah, I think if you
damn.
measure it, that could be because, yeah, it is an
Damn.
arbitrary metric. It could be they're comparing their standard of living, which is much
Oh.
higher now, to what they used to have. They could be comparing themselves to
That's
other
weird.
societies. They could say, hey, I can't afford a house anymore. And they take a lot of things for
I don't
granted.
understand. We
There's
have all
lots
this
of different
fucking
ways to measure.
equality. We have all this equality, and people are more miserable than ever. It's fucking weird, bro. It's weird.
And speaking of happiness, Tiki Tack sends 10 just to say clown shoe. And last one for now. Andrew, do you want to read this one?
No.
Wow.
Bottom line, only men can build and maintain critical infrastructure. Only women can give birth. To the extent that we encourage either sex to deviate from those responsibilities, we decline.
All I can say is if I was in a forest clearing with Andrew, I would force him to read that.
No, you wouldn't. You get
I
shot.
absolutely would, dude.
You'd get shot.
You're a fucking chain smoking middle-aged fat guy, dude. I would kick your ass.
Oh
Yeah,
my
but
God.
are you tougher than a 357 Magnum?
So you could have your gun in this
Debate that's
hypothetical?
ended with
Always.
physical
Well,
threat.
actually, I have my
Anywhere I
Benelli
get
M4.
teleported
I'm
on
going
this
to dodge
earth.
your bullets. I'm going to
Yeah.
hide behind cover. I'm actually more limber and smaller than you. Your eyesight is fading, so I'm going to get the shot off first. I'll hit you in the leg. You drop your 357 Magnum. And
Do you
I
even
hold
own
your
a gun,
face up to
Soy
the
Pill?
phone.
Do you
I
even own one?
I own 2 firearms.
What do you
actually,
own?
Which is not enough. I own a Benelli M4 and an M18A1 carbine. Actually, an M1
come
carbine, not an
on.
A1.
All
You don't
right.
own an
Are
M1. You
we-
don't own an M14, dude. Come on.
It's not an
Are
M14.
we
It's an
ready
M1 carbine.
to play
Oh,
with
an M1
open
carbine, 30 cal
panel,
carbine.
dumpster
Like the World War
fire?
II one.
Fucking pathetic weaponry. Pathetic.
Okay.
Okay. Are we
Pathetic.
ready to do Soy Pill? Are you hanging out for just a little longer?
Let me get some
there's
water. I'll hang out for another like 15, 20 minutes.
Sure.
But I really want to watch.
I don't know why people always like, for some reason, especially when they lose a debate, they always want to go to like, oh yeah, well I'll kick your ass. It's like, dude, there have been way bigger.
It's all because of the force doctrine.
There's been way bigger
The
people.
point is, I don't
way
actually
bigger
want
people
to kick
than you
your
who
ass.
threaten me in
I
person.
don't want to kick your ass. I'm not actually
I'm
going to
just
make
gonna
you do
kick
anything.
both your
I think that the force
asses.
doctrine
Get your
shouldn't
water,
inform what we do in
Soy.
society. I think the fact that I
what type of microbe?
Who's talking? Don't do that.
All right. Hang on. I'll be right back. I gotta sign off on my side here.
Sure. And then since Soy has the least amount of time to spare, I wanted to kind of let anybody who directly has a question to him.
I do.
To go
Yeah, I
ahead
do.
and
I do.
engage.
I'll just really quickly jump in with this one. Soy Pill, just have a seat. Have a seat
buddy,
right there.
what's going on,
just
Jake?
have a seat. Just have a seat right there for me, would you, Soy Pill? Thank you very much. What was your intention in coming here tonight?
My intention was to talk about gender roles and how we shouldn't enforce them. My intention was to wait. You know this. You talked about this yesterday. Why am I?
What was your intention in coming here tonight, Soy Pill?
My intention was to debate Andrew Wilson on the role of gender roles in society and to advocate for the fact that we should move away from them.
Really, that was your intention? I had the chat logs right here, Soy Pill,
Promise
and it
that
clearly
was my
says,
intention.
Soy Pill, it clearly says that you said I would diddle 1,000 kids.
I would
Doesn't
kidnap
sound good.
1,000.
Yeah, that was
before I
an
doesn't
ethical
sound good.
that was an ethical dilemma. By the way, if you
Oh,
don't understand
God,
ethical
he's
dilemmas,
so bad.
Wait,
It doesn't
no,
sound
guys,
good.
no one
It
defend me.
doesn't.
Everyone shut up. I want
doesn't.
to Chris Hansen.
No, I want to go one at a time, specifically because Soy Pill has a limited amount of time with us. He did do 6 hours of time with us last night, so please be mindful and respectful of that. Right now, Chris Hansen is engaging with Soy Pill, so please allow the back and forth.
Yeah, clip this.
Yeah,
Chris,
you can try and
I
evade
would
this,
kidnap
but
1,000.
Soy Pill, you said
and diddle
you would
1,000
diddle
children to
1,000
save the
kids. It
planet.
doesn't sound good, does it, Soy Pill? What do you have to say for yourself?
No, I'm agreeing with you. I would diddle even more. Every time you talk, I'm going to increase the number of kids I'm diddling to save the planet. Okay.
Well,
Chris,
listen,
just
Soy
saying
Pill, I
things
don't
out
want
of
I don't want you to
context.
I don't want you to react badly, but Soy Pill, I am Chris Hansen.
Okay.
You are on camera right now.
Yes.
And this is a Dateline NBC special.
Okay.
And there are police waiting
Dude,
out the front
your
for
bid
you.
is falling apart because I'm agreeing with you. I would diddle 20,000 children to save the planet.
Well,
okay?
Soy Pill,
Every
that's
single
the perfect
one.
episode. That's the
So,
perfect episode.
You
Soy
did
Pill.
it, dude.
this is proof
Your
that
comedy
you guys
career
are-
is taking off. And by the way,
Thank
Andrew
you.
made your points way better than you did. You really need to learn a thing.
Well,
or two
actually,
from
you
him.
conceded every single point during this debate, Soy Pill. So
Yeah, just because Andrew
didn't
says
go
it
well
doesn't
for
make
you.
it
Are
true,
we still
unfortunately,
entertaining
but-
this, really?
Hold on, Mel. Hold on. I do want this just between Chris Hansen and Soy Pill, please.
Yeah, would you
Well, yes.
would you perform cunnilingus on 1,000 gorillas to stop one child from being diddled?
Nope.
So you'd let a kid get diddled? You care about gorillas more than a child? Like, what's up with that?
Nope. I'm not performing cunnilingus on any gorillas. Soy
Why?
Pill,
Because
but
so you'd be okay with the
unfortunately,
child
this
getting
isn't
diddled?
this isn't very
You'd
good
be
for
okay
you,
with the
Soy Pill,
child.
because you're the one who said you would diddle 1,000 kids. We have it on record.
I'd diddle 1,000 gorillas to save one kid.
You've said it multiple times over the last
But
few
you would
days. You
diddle
also
zero-
conceded the
you
debate
diddle
many
zero
times
girls
because
to
you
one
said
kid.
you conceded the debate
You wouldn't-
yesterday,
you don't
Soy
care
Pill,
about
when you
kids getting
said
diddled,
that
Chris?
you would enforce
You, Chris Hansen,
women
the man
having
of
babies.
Dateline, does not
You
care
said
about
that you
kids
would
getting
enforce
diddled?
women having babies if it got to a certain point. That's a
Okay,
gender
yeah.
role. You conceded it
No,
many
that's an
times. You're
ethical
also wrong
dilemma.
about China.
Mel, please.
Shut up, dude.
Yeah,
Shut
No,
up,
this
dude. I'm
person
not
doesn't
talking
know
to
what
you.
an ethical
Mel,
dilemma is.
Mel,
Shut up,
I will
dude.
throw
I'm not
you
talking
back
to
to
you.
the back.
Whatever.
Chris Hansen had
Tell that-
more
Tell
journalistic
that
Mel.
fella.
capabilities.
Tell that
than-
fella
Mel.
to be quiet. Silence.
No, I'm gonna remove you. For
Shut
now.
up, silly woman.
Conceded the debate many times there, Soy Pill.
Soy
So
Pill, I'm
congratulations.
just wondering, how tall are you, Soy Pill?
Hold on, tied up. You're not
Uh,
listening to what I'm saying either. Right now, I'd like the engagement to be between Jake and Soy Pill. I'd like everybody else to just shut up. Thank
How
you.
do you find this productive, Sarah?
Yep.
Yes,
To
So
be
yeah.
clear, Chris Hansen, you would not be preventing, you would not take the affirmative action to change any of these kids getting diddled by, I don't know, diddling a gorilla or performing cunnilingus on it. You would be okay with the diddling because you don't want to compromise your insecurity of how well you could perform on these gorilla women or whatever.
I won't be lectured by a man who said that he would diddle 1,000 children on
Yeah,
absolutely
I'd
anything
say
when it
they
comes
would
to
build
this. when it
statues of
comes
me,
to
and they
this
might even
topic.
build a statue
So
of me diddling at children, and yet you would let
listen,
infinite children
Soy
get diddled
diddle,
because you don't want
soy
to touch
diddle.
a gorilla.
Soy diddle. Stop trying to avoid it. You conceded the
I'm
debate.
literally
many,
saying
many
I would
times.
diddle
Soy
20,000
diddle.
kids to save the planet.
Diddly
You
soy.
pretend like I'm upset and triggered by this, but I'm agreeing with you, and you're
Soy
like,
diddle.
"Oh, I don't know what to do. He's not upset.
And
Oh, geez, he's
Just
not
for
reacting weird."
logistical purposes, Jake, your team is telling you are muted on I believe your stream sniping. You're muted on your end.
Oh no.
Just so you know.
Oh no, I wouldn't trust you to perform
impossible.
cunnilingus on a
Uh,
single gorilla.
Jim Bob, did you have a
Yes,
thought to add?
I do.
Can't
Well,
find
I have a
mute
question
button,
for
can't
Soy
find
Pill. I have a hypothetical. It's going to require you to. Are you a heterosexual?
I'm a heterosexual man.
Okay. So let's say you're walking down the street with your petite girlfriend,
Okay.
and you see another petite woman get assaulted by a strong man.
Right.
Now,
What did she do?
would you intervene yourself?
I don't know what she did.
Well, let's just say it looks like she's the victim.
Yeah, I've done that before.
Okay, would you allow your petite girlfriend to join in?
Well, in this hypothetical, is my petite girlfriend the idealistic girlfriend that I want, that is capable of defending herself and that sort of thing? Or are you saying in this very specific example, let's assume
Don't
she
tell me
is
you're
capable of
looking
fighting?
at-
You're looking at a guy that it doesn't look like she.
Oh yeah,
she's
then I
probably
would,
gonna get hurt.
as the more capable person, I would go in and stop. Yeah.
Okay, so then would you advocate for men in society to intervene in those altercations?
I would
in the
advocate for the
instances?
stronger person to intervene. Yes.
Okay, and if it was the case that a society was built on procreation, as Andrew argued tonight, if
Well, I
it were
think
the
that's just a
case,
fact. Without procreation, there's no
hold on a
society.
second.
Well, I'm just skipping
Hold on a
forward so you
second.
don't have to
Hold
make
on a
a
second.
point, but yeah.
If it was the case that stronger men was good for women and petite women were good for men in the process of in procreating a society and keeping it upheld by the strong men in protection of the weaker women, wouldn't you advocate for women to remain dainty, petite, and protected by men who you'd advocate to be stronger?
Yes, in your absurd hypothetical where every woman is
Well, that's not
dainty and
absurd.
petite,
I'm not absurd.
That's reality,
every
dude.
woman is dainty and petite, and every man
No,
is
no,
stronger
no,
than
not every.
woman.
I didn't
would
say every.
that the
I
men...
didn't
like a-
say
you look like a
every.
gay.
Well,
Just
if it's
like
not
your
every, then in general, I would again advocate for the stronger person
For gender
to defend
roles.
the weaker person.
Good. That's a gender role. You're affirming gender roles, right?
I think you can
Just
take
say it.
what the
Just say it. No, just say
it's
it.
not if there's a woman who's stronger than another woman. Should a woman
Just say
defend?
you're
Should a
affirming
woman
general.
defend a weaker woman? Do you think that
Do
should
you-
happen,
no,
Jim Bob?
look, dude.
Jim Bob, answer the question. Do you think
I
a
didn't
woman
ask
should defend
if,
a weaker woman?
No. I didn't.
I'm
ask
asking you.
if
Well,
that's
I'm asking
possible.
you now, Jim Bob. Should a woman defend a weaker woman? Yes or no?
Against a stronger man, they're going to
Should
get
they-
hurt. I would say
Okay,
go
yeah,
get a
they
man.
can get hurt. But
I
if
would
she has
say
the
go.
capability
I would
of
say
defending that
go get a
smaller
man.
woman. But what if there are no men? There's no men. They're out in a field. There's
You
two
can give
women,
it a
one
shot.
smaller, and there's a
We're
guy
talking
coming,
about
right?
what we're advocating for, not what we're
I
desperate to
advocate
do.
for people who could defend others and have that capability to do it.
That's a
majority
gendered
men.
situation, dude.
Sometimes it's women, sometimes it's other
No,
people.
you
And
just
if say
said
it's
men mostly are stronger.
It's
I agree.
mostly
I
hold up,
agree.
hold
I
up,
think that we can
hold up.
still
I don't know
advocate
that.
for this on a gender neutral spectrum.
Look, the question wasn't can you find an instance where there's a chick and
Yeah,
her
the
only
question
choice is to try to
should
scratch, right?
every man
Do you have a
do this?
problem with interrupting, dude? Shut up for a second.
Yeah, well, you're saying
que-
stupid
the-
shit, so I'm going to
dude.
interrupt you.
Dude, the question isn't whether or not you can find a hypothetical where a chick desperately tries to scratch at the bigger guy and fails, okay?
I was you're
Of
saying
course,
every
that's the-
chick can't do it.
I'm saying that for the most part, you yourself, right, are going to advocate and perform accordingly, that you're going to step in the way and protect the weaker woman, who in this case is your girlfriend, and you're not going to advocate for them to go out and risk their own harm, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so if it's the case
Do you
that
think we should
generally,
teach women, if they can, to defend themselves?
if they can, but that's the question.
Okay, cool.
isn't-
You agree with me. That's it. We don't have to go further than that. I just think that we should teach people how to defend themselves. We should teach them to be protectors to their capability. And if men are better at that in a lot more scenarios,
Okay.
that's totally fine.
Okay, I understand, but so here, last one, and I'll let the rest of the panel go. Is that if you have a daughter, will you teach her to rely solely on herself throughout her life,
No,
or to
as
find a
Andrew
man?
so
Dude,
clearly
why can't you let
demonstrated-
people get their questions out, dude?
your point
Is it the
is
hat?
going slow.
Is it your hat?
Yeah, it's blocking.
Why don't you
all of
spin the? Why don't you
freedom.
spin the fucking propeller so it
I will.
matches your head?
Yeah, two of you, and it's going to be obnoxious.
Fucking
Finish your
retard.
question. Finish your question, Jim Bob.
You have a very poor emotional regulation, Jim Bob.
It's aggression. You wouldn't know anything
Yeah, you
about
have
it.
poor emotional regulation. I'm just
Good,
saying.
good. I'll
Good?
fucking bite. I'll bite into someone's neck if I have to.
Awesome.
You look
So
like you're on a
you-
fucking kiddie ride right now.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, and I
Jim
checked your
Bob,
fucking ass,
Jim
buddy.
Bob,
How
may I
embarrassing
have-
would that be if the beanie propeller hat kid?
Wait,
could-
only when the end of the world
Party.
gets
Gonna
here.
fucking
Then
roller
he'll be on
coaster
the
in your
kitty ride,
house?
Jim
That's
Bob.
true. That's true. That's true.
It's only when the end of the world's here, then
Gentlemen.
he gets on the kitty ride.
Gentlemen. Jim Bob, may I have the question, please?
That's pretty much it. I just wanted the in real world example of where even he himself would step in the way as the stronger man and say, "No, honey, do not get involved in this."
Get aside,
I'm asking you,
stupid woman.
I'm
gonna
asking,
defend
not
you.
stupid, weaker. Okay, so here's the thing. If it's a good thing generally to advocate and to teach and promote that men be stronger for weaker women and women be like women and not only expect but rely on stronger men to defend them
I
in
don't agree with the
society.
second point there. I
That
don't
is
think
a
we should
good thing.
teach
You
women
don't have an
to
alternative.
rely
One
on.
more
I don't think
question.
we could teach women to rely on men. I think if anything,
Why not?
Just like Andrew would rely on his 350.
What do you teach them then?
Stop me
What do you
from
teach
making
them?
him read the Rachel
If
Wilson
they're not
comic.
relying on
I
men,
think-
what are you teaching them?
I think they should be self-reliant to as much degree as they can.
They're
be,
not
and-
self-reliant.
Well, maybe because you're doing a terrible job teaching them, buddy. Like,
No, dude. Tell me how
you can't even
give me
hold
one.
this
Give me one
conversation.
example.
I don't really know how you gotta be
Soy pill.
self-reliant.
Soy
Yeah,
pill.
what's
Give
up?
me one example of a woman who's self-reliant in modernity without the force of collective men protecting them.
Give me one. Wait, I'm sorry. A woman.
Where
who
is there a self-reliant woman in the West right now?
Are you saying they're not self-reliant because
How?
men, again, is this the force doctrine thing?
It's always the force doctrine, dude. You don't get
When they're
away
done,
from
can I
it.
say
Yeah,
my
well, okay,
piece?
so we can talk about the fact that, yeah, when we lived in caveman times and all these gender roles were like
Right now, I
implicit in the
said.
bio- yeah, and right now there's tons of self-reliant women. If you're
Where
arguing
are
like,
they?
oh, if there's a woman who's
What
a
does it look like?
CEO, you know, she's not self-reliant because men are the ones enforcing the laws, and men have the.
Where is she a
this
C?
just
Where
an
is she a
absurd
CEO?
definition.
Where is she a CEO?
Where is she a CEO? Like,
Any-
in America, and in America,
Where? Just
men-
name a
men
place.
control.
It doesn't matter,
Name
dude.
a
Name a
woman
place.
CEO.
Name a place. Are they in a building?
Yeah, and the men
Okay,
built the building,
cool.
right?
Who built the buildings? Yeah.
Who fucking built your fucking computer? Like, who built like this? It was probably a bunch
That's
of
not a
like children,
you're-
like
you
know, in
notice
a
how you
fucking
asked me a
sweatshop.
question?
Like,
You notice how you asked me a
you're
question?
reliant on Sarah, the woman, to allow you to
See
be
how he
here and say your
dodges?
dumb
He
shit.
knows.
No, I'm
Listen,
engaging with
I'll
you.
just
No,
finish.
Sarah's relying on us to be here. What do you mean?
I'll finish
True,
right
I
now,
guess. It is
Soy.
a- it's a
The
symbiotic
reason
relationship.
we've
That's
seen
fair.
this the whole night, by the way, you're dodging Andrew's questions and you ask questions instead of answering the questions.
Sorry,
The reason I'm asking
slower
you,
for you.
the reason I'm asking the question is if the woman's a CEO,
Mhm.
probably built a company built by a man in a building built and maintained by men in
You
a
think
society
women
or a
have never
city.
founded a
Shut
company?
the fuck up for a second. Built and maintained by men, the entire infrastructure, right? The sewage, the electricity, the roads, all of it is brute force, right?
Yeah.
You say, look at how self-reliant she is. No, she's in a fucking Sims game.
But
It's
again,
an
I can make
allowance.
this argument about literally everyone in society ever. We're all dependent on each other. No one is
You
self-reliant.
mean men?
No, and to attribute that all of the accomplishments of men as a collective, which no one really does, because how can I take credit for all of these things and then say, well, I'm self-reliant because I belong to the
said that?
gender that did the fucking construction?
Things
It's
no one
fucking
said
ridiculous.
for 500 with the fucking spinny hat.
Engineer, a construction worker, Jim Bob?
No, I actually built houses 5
What do you
years
do
ago.
now?
Let's
I was,
do,
well, I was a metal.
let's
I was a metal
do
smith.
What do you do now, Jim
little-
Bob?
Let's do
Are you
like
gonna let me answer, or
hold
it doesn't
on,
matter, Spinny?
hold
Yeah, what
on.
you did. I don't care about your history. I want to know what you do now.
I'm paid to make fun of retards like you.
It sounds like you're relying on a bunch of men and women who pay you money.
I never argue I wasn't relying on men.
So you're not self-reliant.
Sounds
I
like
don't
you're
really
actually
want to
getting
take your
cucked.
opinion on
The
anything. I
argument
wanna-
isn't self-reliance. You're the one who made the argument
There's a
of
little
women are
bit
self-reliant, dummy.
exploded by all this society. I want to.
Do you wanna fight?
Self-reliant.
Oh, stop that, Jim Bob. You always want to fight
Your
everyone.
emotional regulation is.
Oh, do you wanna
Telling
fight?
you,
You're proving
we're
Andrew
gonna
wrong in
set
real
up a
time.
bomb.
You're doing a terrible job. You got to have a little more
Bob.
logic. A little more logic.
A
to
little
control
more
your
logic,
emotions.
says the fucking spinny hat guy. Get out of here. Dude.
I'm sorry this
Okay.
triggers you so
You're
much.
fucking do a clown show. Do a little
Animal with
blow up a
big
balloon right
pen
now.
comes in to
I wish I
say
had one.
veteran population percent varies by state. The population of Alaska is 10+% military veteran, more for men, and about 49% of post 9/11 veterans saw combat. Spew more made up nonsense, soy boy. Harbar Gunnar with the Big Ten says this debate was the audible version of Khabib mauling Conor McGregor for 4 rounds till he was made to tap. Andrew gave Soyboy a Dagestani malt. Who's
Dagestan.
Dagestani? Send soy chicken 2 to 3 years, crucible, then forget. And I'll do
Okay.
2 more.
Oh, sorry.
Hold on. I'll do 2 more and then
Yeah.
Ryan, you can jump in. Kokomo
Thank you.
says, thanks for hosting this follow-up debate, Sarah. Credit to Soy Boy for taking a beating 2 days in a row. Win Andrew and Rachel. And Daniel says, question to the simp. Can another man please another man and still be considered straight? I'm asking for Asian female friend. All right, go ahead,
Telling
Ryan.
stuff.
Jump on in.
Yeah. I just want to say my piece. I'm not gonna take too long. I got a little monologue here, but then I'll let you guys tear into it or whatever. So I just want to say, let's be real. We've all seen Andrew run the same tired playbook. He wraps it up and talks of telos and natural roles, but at the end of the day, he's just selling us 1950s fever dreams. His worldview is a cocktail of paternalistic fantasy, apocalyptic fear-mongering, and biological determinism. The world's falling apart? Blame women for not having enough babies. Mental health crisis? That's feminism's fault. Family breakdown? Time for a state-run propaganda campaign to nudge women out of the workforce and back into the kitchen. And to be fair, Andrew says it would be gradual. He's not proposing mass layoffs for women tomorrow. He's pitching a 30-year soft authoritarian PR campaign to shift women out of public life under the illusion of encouragement. But here's the thing, gradual coercion is still coercion. Whether it happens fast or slow, it's still an effort to strip people of agency and dress it up as virtue. And let's be honest, this debate is not about economic policy, it's about control. Andrew doesn't trust people, particularly women, to choose their own roles, so he imagines a state that slowly, quietly, permanently shapes them into what he prefers. And when people resist, he calls that degeneracy, which to him usually means gay people existing or anyone having sex that Andrew hasn't personally signed off on. But tonight's debate is not about whether people can choose traditional roles, it's about whether those roles belong in modern society. And the answer
Fucking
is
long are you going to
simple.
monologue for?
We all have
When I'm
AIDS
done,
now.
when I'm done.
Now we
You
all
can
have
wait,
AIDS.
You can wait, that's great. And the answer is simple, only if people choose them.
You could have had the
If a
debate,
woman wants to
Ryan.
be- If a
Go
woman
ahead,
wants to be a
Ryan.
stay-at-home mom, dope. If a man wants to be a sole provider, go off king. But those roles should come from individual choice, not from the state, and certainly not from Andrew's insecurities. And let's be clear, if Andrew's ideas were so fucking great, he wouldn't need propaganda to sell them or a government to enforce them. People would just choose them, but they don't.
You lose that.
That's
the
what
second you have a
scares Trump.
rainbow flag.
That's why Roe had to be overturned from the top down. That's why these ideas, Andrew,
turned down by men, right?
Turned
around by men
and Supreme Court decisions just to stay afloat because they're not winning in the open. So feminism didn't break the world. It
not
a single pushback against the life they were
you're so triggered.
Watching right now is a bunch of pussies panicking.
Not a single argument.
Really upset,
their
bro.
permission to be free.
You're legit
I'm
triggered.
Ryan, aka Radical Coder, and I'm here to build Resistance OS, the operating system we need.
You're
for this
so
unique and
gay.
Terrifying moment in American
You're
history.
triggered.
Lying about a 9/0
You
Supreme
are
Court
so
ruling,
gay.
explicitly outlined how his justification.
Ryan, I like
That was
what you had to say. But you're going
particularly
too
gay.
long, buddy.
Kilmar,
was
Brady,
particularly
Ryan,
gay.
hold on.
Dude, this is
Hold
insane.
on,
Bob.
gentlemen.
Like an insane person.
Jim, Bob, I gave you your turn. As for you too, Chris Hansen.
Wait, what's it called?
One.
What's the
There's actually one
resistance
more
movement
sentence here.
called?
What's the resistance?
What's the
called?
resistance movement called?
Is it T cell resistance?
So anyway,
What's it called, Ryan? What's resistance
Abrigo
movement?
Garcia would imply the ability to incarcerate or deport any American citizen with no due process, which is what the Supreme Court ruled. We should definitely not let him do
what's
that.
the
Good night. Like and
OS?
subscribe
What's the
to me,
resistance
Joy,
called?
and Sarah, and Andrew's a bitch who never gave me the $500. He told his audience to donate for my missing tooth.
Oh, the tooth. I knew this had to do with the tooth. I knew it.
Anything to do with what we're talking about.
You know,
Should
I
I
totally
give
would.
it
I
to me?
totally
Honest
would have
else
given it
on
to
you.
him too. Totally would have given it to. He doesn't respond. How am I supposed to get a hold of this guy? I have his Discord. I literally will
just run?
show the message on the Discord that I sent him saying I'd pay for his tooth.
Wait a second. Did he just run?
Well, I know
Yes.
he wanted to come in and do his go off. I just
he
wanted
just
to
read
know.
his thing. Yeah.
I
He
just wanted
wrote
to know
that-
what
he
the
wrote that
Ryan
whole thing
resistance
up. It was
movement
like
was. I just wanted to hear about the Ryan resistance movement.
Well, I just want to point. I just wanted to point. I just want to point out
Were you
Ryan's.
triggered, Jim Bob? Were you
Right?
triggered?
Hold on.
I have a
All right,
question.
gentlemen.
Melanie.
All
I just
right,
want to
gentlemen.
point out that the overturning of anything inside of a system, a justice system, is upheld by, enforced by.
Men.
Yeah.
I know a few
No.
Dommy
Oh,
mommies.
sorry,
that
I'm not
overturn you
Melanie.
and
Sorry,
bury you.
Melanie.
There are also women who are cops. I
Oh,
want to
really?
point out.
Yeah,
Hold
we're
on,
relying
hold
those. Yeah.
on.
Okay, hold on. Just really
wanna-
quick.
I wanna finish
I
these.
want to ask a question.
Stop.
There are some women that are cops.
All I had to do to have you was sign up for tier 2 of your Patreon. 'Cause you're my Patreon.
Trying my best.
I already said my patience is very,
Look, I'll
very
prove it.
thin. Hold on, Andrew, just a second, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll mute myself. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to.
That's okay. All right. Listen, I want to kind of try to run one at a time. If I think Gender Tomato, I think you had a
just say it.
question
Yeah,
for
you can say
Soy.
it, Jer. It's all good. Thank you so much. I'll be really quick, guys, because I at the end of the day, when it comes to philosophical American debates, I'm just a lottery baby, right? But I love being here. I'm glad my parents came here and had intercourse, and I was born in this place. It's all great. It's so frustrating for me because this gender role thing is very confusing for me from my perspective. When it comes to like the median household, as of 2022, I had this stuff ready because I wanted to make sure I get it in because I know you guys are busy. You might leave. But the median white household, right, is $284,000 in wealth compared to $44,100 for black households. But as of like 2024, it's stating, according to Forbes, that Asian Americans have the highest median household income at about $225,000 for dual household income, right? And as a child of Asian people who migrated to America and was blessed enough to be born in the West, I often struggle with this debate because when we talk about success in economy, which is kind of what a lot of you guys were saying, you look at like total assets, all the top 4 banks are Chinese, and even by market capitalization, ranking third is the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, above Wells Fargo and just under Bank of America. So if these people in China and India with their developmental issues and all these problems were arguing about what we're arguing about in the West today, do you guys think they would have that amount of success? Because they clearly follow traditional gender roles. I was raised with traditional gender roles, which I would consider like 70s, 60s America. So post World War II. So respectfully, sorry for kind of spurging. What do you guys think about that? Like, why are the numbers on paper just making more sense for traditional gender roles as opposed to these debates we're having today in America and the West?
Yeah, I already addressed. I don't think China nearly follows these traditional gender roles as much as people here are advocating for. I think they have a huge amount of women in the workforce. I think they have a huge amount of women in government and women in positions of power. India is actually on the lower end of that. They have very, very few women in the workforce and women in power. And if you want to go live there, go ahead. I don't think it's doing so hot.
Hey, can I ask two
Thank
questions, please? Hey, Soy Pill, I want to ask both you and Andrew the same question. How tall are you, Soy Pill?
I'm
Andrew, you're still muted.
But I say I'm 5'8", so the people look like they're lying.
All right, Andrew, how tall are you? Andrew, can you hear me?
Andrew, I think you're muted.
Yeah, I'm 6 foot.
Okay, Andrew, whether you want to say he's middle-aged, overweight, he's 6 foot, you're 5, you said 8. He'll kick your ass, dude. I'll put $300.
No, this is relevant. Andrew has a 357 Magnum, right? It's the great equalizer, which is
No.
interesting
You
because the
mentioned,
Bush doctrine, I feel like,
he brought up the
would
gun.
not be holding so much weight.
He'll kick your ass. All right, second, you look like a
realize
gay
that
Inspector
fights are based
Gadget.
on weight class, right?
Okay,
not
so look
height.
though. So
He's
look,
got more reach. He's got more reach. I'll give him that.
yeah, well, you like a gay Inspector Gadget. Like, I want to ask you a question. Do you not acknowledge that? Do you not acknowledge that some men are better at women than something, and some women are better at men than something?
I acknowledge it.
Okay. So don't you naturally think that will fall naturally under a certain gender role, even though that word is so toxic to you?
That's not toxic to me. I just don't think that we should be advocating for everyone in society to do it. I
To
know
be
you
good
guys
at
keep.
what they're good at.
If you listen to the beginning of my debate, I said that people should do what they're good at, and that will actually fall on the lines of certain.
Gentlemen, I ask you very kindly to just be respectful and mindful of Soy Pill he already did 6 hours last night. So he is trying to get through your questions as quickly as possible, but we can't do that if you keep fucking interrupting.
So
Jim Bob, regulate your emotions.
So no, I'm chilling. I'm actually just
No,
trying to.
you. No, you're good. You're good.
So Soy, what we're trying to say is, well, I'm gonna say what I'm trying to say is, if there's things that we are better at doing than women, and women are better at doing than us, then there would be a more productive society if we tend to put them in those positions. Doesn't that make sense to you?
That does make sense. What I'm saying is that we can promote these things without attributing them specifically to gender, and whether or not that makes, and it's going to, in a lot of cases.
Wait, hold on. Wait, you can't say it makes sense to you, then say
what I'm not saying what you said doesn't make.
You're
a
gonna promote something without gender. I'm
saying that we can promote virtuous behaviors, and if the specific behaviors that you're enforcing or promoting are, hey, women need to do this because women are subservient, I think that's more harmful than saying, hey, I think everyone should be able to do what makes the most sense for their capabilities. And yeah, if that does encapsulate gender roles, which it will for a lot of people, I think that's fine. I just don't think we should be gendering these virtuous behaviors.
Understood. Wait. Who said women need to do this? Who said that?
Correct.
Asians in America. That was my whole question.
No, I know. Andrew wants it to be a should. Like it should be like.
Wait, hold on.
No, it's just.
Wait, please. Who said who needs to do what?
Certain people advocate it for it, but if you want to just say should, then we can talk about should. I don't think we should say you should be subservient. You should do this. I think the negative aspects of gender roles are why I don't want to enforce them as gender roles. I want to enforce the virtuous behaviors as agendered things.
Okay, who said we should just do a certain thing then? Who said we should?
People advocating for women.
Name a person here in this panel, please.
I don't know, Andrew, Jim Bob.
Okay, now real quick. Andrew say women should do.
Went right for Andrew.
Andrew said that women should be in the household. He says, I don't think we should force them.
Stop. Duck. Shut the fuck up. How do you not understand this? They are engaging right now. Let them fucking engage. Tied back to
sorry, thank you, sir. And so I appreciate you answering my questions. I genuinely do. But I'm trying to get to the bottom of this because this is a matter of semantics. It's retarded every time I see it. Okay, so let's ask Andrew. Andrew, have you ever said women should do something?
Yeah.
Can you give us one? So that means he's right. So I have to yield to his point. What are you saying?
Yeah, I think that lots of people ought to do lots of things, including.
Well, just name us one thing.
But this you got to understand. There's a contradiction in terms. He says he doesn't want to reinforce gender roles. He wants it to be gender neutral, while at the same time conceding that they're gender roles. It's just the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
Right, that was my question. Like living in India is bad.
Hold on,
but Indians and Chinese in America are doing well because they follow traditional rules. Sorry,
DJ Khaled's nephew. Hold on, Andrew. What do you say women should do?
I think that they should be moved towards the idea of following feminine virtues.
Okay. Okay. So what I want to say now is we should be careful with our words. Andrew, you might disagree with it, but our words are very careful. Should and most likely to succeed or most beneficial is different because should finalizes the role of the gender, which I will go ahead and agree with Soil then. Should is different because it could adjust. For example, some women should handle finances and some men should handle finances, depending on that. But I would never finalize it and say women in general should do this. I would say they're better at this most of the time or more likely. So I would have to, and I didn't even expect to say this with Soil because he looked like a grown-up cow you. But I wouldn't, but I would be careful in saying the word should. That's it.
Yeah,
but
tied up. I actually agree with you.
Should we be careful?
I'm glad you clarified.
But me and Andrew, I understand what you're saying, but he's been because of, I'm sorry to say this, because of people that stand for his positions, they try to use those words and they say, well, it depends. Like in 1960, it should be this. That's the only reason why we got to be careful for people like him that make unrealistic assumptions. In my opinion, it could be unrealistic to me, but since you just admitted that, I have to yield and say that, okay, so I'm on your side. I don't think that we should finalize women should do anything. Now, I don't think women should pick up a damn couch other than men. I think men are more beneficial in doing that.
No, you don't believe that.
Wait a second.
No, I don't.
What?
No, I don't. No, I'm saying they would be more. I think that men would be more beneficial in moving furniture.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean women shouldn't ever move furniture, right?
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah, I know. But what if you have? But what if you have a should in which you, generally speaking, want to see most, if not all, women move towards the capacity for the benefit of something? Shouldn't
then I wouldn't say the word should.
But why not? Why not? What's wrong with saying the word should if they should?
I think
What's wrong with that?
I think it's finalizes. I think it discloses variables. That's why.
Wait. Should black fathers not leave their family?
Oh my God, Jim!
Wait, no, we can stay here.
Stop it.
Yeah, can I
Stop it.
No, we can stay here.
Serious, dead serious.
That's the finalization that I would agree with.
Dead serious.
Obviously, without being like deadbeat dads, that's the finalization that I would agree with. That's not offensive at all.
Is that a gendered role?
Eric, should I jump in with one point?
No, you said.
Hold on.
Black dads should not leave a family.
Right, for Gadget, gay Inspector Gadget, should men who are fathers stay as fathers and stay married
should, and that
as
includes
husbands?
men, yes.
Right. So that's gendered, right? They should
No,
be fathers.
I'm saying
The
the advice can
women
be
shouldn't be the father.
Always points
Should
to
the
like-
woman hold on? Should the woman be the father?
Depends on what the role the father fills. If you've got
Is there a role that-
ones, I think it's totally
This is a
fine.
brain dead
I
argument.
know not the lesbian.
Okay.
Soy asked me it yesterday, and I would have.
Oh, fight sports.
Yeah, I would have.
All right,
yeah,
I should read some super chats. Scathing Poo with the
Great
Big Ten
name.
says, "At Soy, it seems you would do the wrong thing, the diddling, to save the world, but would not do the right thing to save it. Defend the life of babies in the womb. You are a coward and shouldn't have."
I would step in front of my petite, weak, pregnant wife to stop a bullet.
Well, anyway, I don't know how much longer you're going to.
Hold on. I'm going to do a few of these.
Should you do that though? Should you?
Yeah, well, it depends. I mean, if am I going to die and then she can't protect herself, and the guy who shot her is going to shoot her too? Maybe I would have a better chance of running away and impregnating a different petite, girlfriend. So maybe I should run away.
So then you wouldn't actually do that then?
It depends on the circumstance. A lot of these things are contextualized.
Why did you say you would? You just lied, right? You wouldn't do that then. Or
do
would?
what?
Maybe.
It depends on
You
the
should have just
context.
said maybe. You should have just
I'd
said
say maybe. Sure. Okay.
Yeah,
I would
maybe.
maybe defend a child in the womb, depending on how much I care.
Maybe.
Oh. Fry says, "The whole planet is fucked, not the kids. Soy, you need to rethink this."
The whole planet is not fucked if the kids are, by the hypothetical, by the way. The kids are fucked.
The Lanes train says, in response to Mr. Soy Diddler threatening Andrew, "You are not beating up anybody, little bro. Nobody is scared of your gym muscles."
I agree. Andrew's got a
Andrew at his
357 Magnum.
height
That's the
will
clown
fuck
stopper.
you.
You would get
I'm
me.
with
I'm
you
a
on
clown. and
If I could just make one point, because Soy, Andrew and the gentleman earlier have been making the same point that I would have buried you on yesterday, but you keep hiding behind your soy army and interrupting every 5 seconds and brain dead hypotheticals.
This dude must have talked for like 2
the thing
hours
is-
yesterday.
Like,
I want him to keep talking.
Everybody, here you go interrupting again. Everybody has made you admit
You had a
that there
full
is
soapbox
differences- there are
yesterday.
differences
Don't
between
complain.
males and females, and therefore there are roles that each suit better. And you keep.
I'm sorry,
on hiding
actually,
behind
could you actually
hypotheticals
speak
and
up because you're being a little
interrupting again because you have
feminine
no
and quiet right
you
there.
have no
I didn't hear your
legit
point.
argument. Every hypothetical you bring up is completely
Spider-Man,
brain
can you
dead.
turn your mic up? I actually can't.
I'm going to turn his mic up.
There's
on
no
my
argument.
end.
you say it one more time? I actually one more.
All right, sorry. Is that better?
That's a little better, yeah.
These guys, Jimbo, Andrew, and Tied Up, they've got you to admit that there are differences between men and women, and therefore there are roles that each of them suit better. For the future of humanity, it is better that women go out and be mothers and raise families, and men go out and be providers. And you basically admitted that. You just keep hiding behind brain dead hypotheticals that you want to bring up to defend your ludicrous arguments.
Right. Acknowledge gender, but at the same time, we shouldn't promote gender roles. It's the stupidest shit I ever heard in my life.
If there are things that certain genders are better at, that is going to fall into some sort of, when I promote things, good virtuous values, people who are better at being mothers are going to be mothers, and that's fine.
You mean like women?
I'm saying that we shouldn't, like women.
One of the
I think
what the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
That people do something and say, if you don't do this, you're a bad person, you're not as much of a woman, you're not as much of a man. And I think doing that would be very healthy to society, and we could still have all the men doing military.
This is the reality.
Why are there more women nurses and not women roofers? Sorry, sir.
Thank you. I just wanted to kind of clear the floor because you guys were starting to talk over each other. Fight Sport, did you have any more thought to add into that?
Yeah, well, one of the points that he has been insisting to make, because again, one of the brain dead hypotheticals is that, well, if the woman is stronger, then they should be the ones defending the house before the man. The reality is, if there weren't weak men like him, then every man would be defending the household against intruders before.
You just reminded me of my favorite hypothetical. Andrew, would two gay men be better at defending their straight couple?
You have brain dead hypotheticals because none of your points make sense. You just want men to be as weak as you are. So when you can't hide behind hypotheticals and interrupting every 5 seconds, your arguments fall apart. And Jim Bob and Andrew and Tied Up have gone you to admit there are differences between men and women, and therefore for the future of humanity, we should promote the positive things that women do, which is be mothers, raise families, etc., and men be leaders and providers. And you would basically
disincentivize the bad things, right?
Too easy.
So Sawyer, if you don't mind, did you grow up with two parents?
I did grow up with two parents, and I still have two parents.
Okay, because it seems like there's something that traumatized you to allow you to defend women way more.
We don't have to go down personal shots like that.
I'm actually a male feminist trying to get laid. That's the whole shtick I'm doing.
You're admitting
that was funny.
Gay and just, that's all.
Wrong tactic.
I wanted to hear the two gay men hypothetical.
I'm just curious. Like it's a stupid. Like because fight sport talk just bites like every fucking bait. And I'm not trying to gotcha. But do you think that two gay men would be better at defending a household than one man and one woman?
I answered this yesterday. No,
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Andrew. I know Andrew actually have a dumb engagement with it.
He's making an argument against lesbian relationships, so I want to hear the hypothetical.
Hey, I don't know. They have a lot of domestic violence. I think they might train more, if anything.
You're a motherfucking dude.
I really want to know Andrew's answers because I don't know if you saw two gay dudes fight before, but I'm never gonna fight a gay dude. That nigga will beat me up. I ain't gonna hold you.
What the fuck, Ty?
They can fight. But let Andrew answer the question to Andrew. Sorry, go ahead.
Yes, I agree that two lesbians should never have children of any kind because they're going to be completely ineffective at protecting them.
What if they have
You're
your
right.
357 Magnum?
You're totally right about that. No, the two gay men are still going to be better with the 357 Magnum.
No. The lesbians have it. What if the burglars are lesbians too?
Well, then the gay guys have an advantage.
No, the lesbians are defending against lesbian burglars.
Then the gay guys would still have an advantage.
No. There's 4 lesbians in this scenario.
Whoever's more masculine.
Yeah, I get
Whoever's more masculine.
Yeah, so if the lesbians attack the lesbians, I guess it's like a winner take all. But if we're talking about what's optimal here, then you would still say the two gay guys, which would imply that lesbians shouldn't have children because they can't protect them.
That would be
Soy,
better than
all
male gay conclaves who are going to be the best.
I don't know if you understand what Andrew just did here. If there's two lesbians and they're fighting each other, wouldn't you agree that the women or the singular woman who's the most like a man will win?
Will win.
Yeah, the one who's
okay. The whole fucking debate's over, dude. Again.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it's over, dude. Stop.
I mean, I'm not the one who's actually advocating for two gay men to be the norm because I don't.
Do you advocate for women to?
I don't advocate for relationships based on how well the dynamic of the relationship.
All you'd actually be advocating for is that 3 straight men would be even better than two
But not,
gay
but
men.
no, not if
So that would
5 gay
mean-
burglars
so,
attack the
so,
three
so
straight
wait, so
men.
hang on, so hang on.
5
That would
gay
mean
burglars.
well, this
5
would
gay
imply that a
burglars versus 3
father with
straight men.
4 sons is
4
definitely
sons?
going to be
Okay,
optimal
9
over
gay
2
burglars.
gay men.
It's an orgy of gay burglars. It's like
This
15
is
of
crazy,
them.
though. This is crazy because you guys are talking about one specific aspect of a categorical
I
race.
know, like
When you're talking about brown people, or you're talking about like not black and white people in the West, traditional
where does
gender
race come
roles
from?
are
From the top
statistically
row.
more successful. You're not going to have gay orgies in Muslim houses or Sikh houses or
when
Hindu
you say more
houses.
successful, what do you
Where
mean?
they're like,
What
this
do
is
you
the
mean?
most insane shit ever.
Wait,
Like,
what is your
you're
definition?
applying one category's
Well, I mean, maybe in some of them. Like
all
maybe in some of
American
them.
people. We're a melting pot, right?
Let me reset. We'll read a few more of these. JK says, "Great use of Chat GPT for your monologue coder." Such that word. A bearded gamer says, "Ryan, did you get that monologue from Chat LGBT?" And Mr. E says, "This soy soccer is ridiculous. Even if you work as a mechanic, plumber, welder, etc., you still rely on a man, the man who owns the business you work and secures the work you do." Laughing my ass off. One more. Michael says, "If the soy pill is supposed to be the left's great white hype, he better learn to debate because that was dog shit. Maybe Andrew can suggest an online course." Wink,
I am not
wink.
claiming to be the great white hype. I believe
Try,
Jesse
try
Lee
debate
Peterson
university.
advocates for the great white hope, which is Donald Trump, and I would never presume to subvert Jesse Lee Peterson's.
Hang on. Do you
will.
love white people?
I love white
You
people.
love
I
white
knew
I
it.
love
I knew it.
amazing, Andrew.
I knew it.
You're the reason,
I knew
you're the
it.
reason we
Still
need
some
hope
white
for
people's
society.
tactics.
I
because idiots like
love
you are
white
going to bring
people.
it down.
If you believe in God and you're a good person, you're great in my books.
Can I ask Andrew a serious question?
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Okay, so why can't we use scientifically validated differences between men and women to kind of figure out what the kind of optimal distribution is? So like we get some benefit from women having kids, but we also get some benefit from the high ability, high merit women from entering the workforce, right? So it's like maybe those women would offer more to society by working than they would being mothers. Like those specific women, right?
So I'll respond to this directly, right? It's,
Okay.
I think it's a fair criticism. The problem is that knowing something scientifically is extremely difficult to actually know
True.
it, right? It's extremely difficult to do. However, we can look at results, right? We can look at cataclysmic results.
Can I offer you some differences that I think you might agree with?
Hang on. Let me finish. We can take cataclysmic results, and you can almost equalize this distribution without any forms of science almost whatsoever, because it's obvious. We also have what's obvious. So science starts. What's step one of the scientific process? You
That's
make
it.
what?
Observation.
A hypothesis.
You make an observation. No, you don't make a hypothesis
sure.
before you make a fucking observation. Who said that? What the fuck is that? But anyway, all right.
I'm talking about
No, you don't make a hypothesis before you observe something, or what would you be making a hypothesis about, bro? It's like, whatever. All right.
Walk into
Anyway,
I'm gonna hypothesize this.
all right. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
No, what was your point? Go continue.
Weren't you making a point?
Oh yeah. Well, I was just saying that just based literally on observation alone. Yeah, I guess you can make hypothesis past this, but I would say that the rigors of all the scientific data for outcomes are on my side right now.
Wait,
Like,
what
all of them.
specifically are you referring to?
The outcomes of children. That's the primary one. And the what I would say is that 90% or more. And
Wait, I'm not arguing against that.
Yeah, I know exactly. So
That's
when I'm
bullshit.
talking about,
You're just presupposing that, Andrew. No offense, but that's
what
bullshit.
am I presupposing?
You're just presupposing that somehow we open a scientific textbook and all of a sudden we can make these drastic conclusions that affect my family. I don't see how I'd reach that. It's
It's not opening any random scientific textbook. It's drawing the strongest correlates we can to the problems that we have in society. One of the number one correlates for criminology in the Black community is fatherless homes.
Wait,
number one
Andrew,
correlate.
how did you?
Number
it doesn't seem
one
like you
correlate.
answered the question I initially asked.
Go
Like,
ahead.
why can't we say that there are some high merit women that would provide more to society by working than being mothers?
Yeah, or being
why can't we do
authors.
that?
Yeah, or being
Yeah,
off.
but-
Hang on, man. Let me answer the fucking question. Right?
All right.
Nobody is saying that you need to exclude women from working. Maybe there are like some women who are just like, I don't know, fucking supreme at
Sure,
doing
but
this.
how do we balance
Hang
the
on,
shaming?
bro.
'Cause
Hang
I
on.
think
Can you calm down so I can answer the fucking question? Perhaps
Okay.
it is true that they are supreme at whatever this category is, right? You don't even have to exclude it. All you have to do is create a promotional value that is not the thing in which society is promoting as an ought to do, but rather the social continuity between the sexes, the household, and the fundamental family is the primary promotion for your nation.
Wait, so my follow-up question is, like, you mentioned a big part of this is shaming women who choose to go into the workforce, right? So you have to balance, like, how do you know when to shame a
You're
woman?
not shaming them. All you're doing.
Wait, so there's no shame whatsoever?
Yeah. So what you're doing is if
there's no shame, I'm totally
can
on
you
board.
stop?
Can you let
Can
me
you
answer the
stop?
question, please?
I can't even answer the fucking question you asked.
Please
So-
allow the engagement between the
Yeah.
two of them. Everybody else, shut your mouth.
So the
Thank
thing
you.
is that I think that necessarily stigmas arise naturally, and they can arise from top-down policy. And a great example of this is patriotism, right? The idea of like the draft dodger and shit like that. There's actually not like a great moral basis for why you would shame draft dodgers, but that stigma definitely was fucking in place for draft dodgers based on the norms and regulations of society. And I would argue it was really good to have that in. Like if you dodged a draft, it was probably pretty good that you got socially shamed for it because you're trying to avoid people dodging the draft. I think those stigmas naturally occur and society determines them very, very quickly. You don't even need to socially engineer them. They're not necessary.
So follow-up question then. If the social shame, like if let's say a natural social stigma emerges and, you know, for the sake of the hypothetical, that is making society less productive. Like even when we value, you know, the women could be mothers or they could be working, right? And they would be producing more for society if they were working, but because of the natural social shame, the natural stigma that arose there, they chose to be mothers.
No, I
And so it's like, isn't in that case the social stigma not optimal?
Well, no. So first, I would say that because the birth rate crisis itself is most directly correlated with, and this is, by the way, every industrial nation which has it, the most direct correlate is the deference of children for higher education. And the propaganda has been based around women going to college to mostly get degrees they don't fucking use, right? They mostly get degrees in the fields they don't even go into that field, and they're definitely not going into STEM fields, right? I would say that is the number one sort of correlate which is there. So when you're talking about things like social shame, you'd be socially shaming degeneracy. You'd be praising motherhood. If younger people, I don't think they have a clue what they want to do half the time, and that's why
Right,
they.
but what happens if there's an inefficient result?
You, bro. I'm telling you. I'm giving you the answer. I would say that the reason, like these 18, 19-year-olds, they don't know what the fuck they actually want to do with their life. That's why they pick stupid majors and shit like this, right? I think that the problem actually would correct itself better if you didn't have enfranchisement till at least fucking 25 years old. That would be a way, way smarter fucking case for society. Maybe even older than that for enfranchisement. That's for
I don't
all
think
people,
I was talking
by
about
the way.
enfrancement at all.
Andrew, not Andrew. Ivory, if the
What are you,
results
I'm sorry, what are you
brother,
asking that I'm
brother,
not
hold on.
responding to? Maybe he's asking a
Here's-
question.
Ivory,
here's
if the
idea.
results show a
So
negative,
women
if
women
the results
becoming
show the
mothers.
negative
Let him finish. Let him
outcome, then it would
finish. I just
change.
want to respond to whatever he's saying.
Yeah,
So
Go
women
ahead.
becoming mothers, that's like a really good thing. And women that are high in merit are like working is also a really good thing.
Yeah.
So if there's a social stigma that takes a woman who would be more productive to society as a worker than as a mother, right? Because anyone can be a mother, really. Any woman can be a mother, really.
Can they?
So like,
yeah.
what
Men
if the
can't.
social
Game,
stigma
Men cannot be a
is
mother.
if the social stigma
Takes
produces
women
these
who would be better in
inefficient
work,
distributions
but,
of women of women, like, isn't that social stigma bad?
No, I would argue that this actually probably defies logical possibility. If you,
Wait, can I clarify
accent,
1 second?
Yes.
I just want to make sure that I'm not saying there can't be a social stigma. I'm saying the social stigma can be modified so that it's not, so that the social stigma accurately shames women that wouldn't be more productive working, but doesn't shame women that are more productive working.
How would you have this pre-knowledge of this?
I mean, we can like
look at people and
measure
say
how
they'd be
people
better
do in
than
school,
Andrew,
right?
Andrew, you're
Like, we
fighting
can
a fight
measure,
that is so
we can measure
easy.
what people's
Please
like
just
attitudes
let
are
allow
for
the
certain things.
engagement.
Give
Tied
that
up,
to
tied
them.
up, tied up. Please just allow the engagement.
Look, this is what
between
this is
these
what
two.
good faith argumentation looks like when you're listening very intently to what the other person is saying so that you can respond to the criticism, right? I'm just want to hear what he actually has to say.
Yeah, so I think the way that you would measure this is like you can see how they do in school. You can see, are they like what is their temperament, right? Like, are they more conscientious? Like maybe more conscientious people should be encouraged to work, right? So it's like so we can, we have the gender role and we have a stigma for people and for women that like, and it's tricky because you don't want to be so like as a liberal, I don't want to.
It's not tricky.
Take away
It's
people's
never
freedom.
been tricky in the first place. If you're already defining the different measurements and experiences a woman can have to be this trad role or to be growing families, that's not tricky, and it's not good faith for you two to be stuck in this little tidal wave sphere thingy, like weird tradcon or neocon world. I don't even know what it is, but it just sounds funny to me.
No, I mean, I actually kind of agree with Andrew that I think that women are not encouraged enough to be mothers and not encouraged enough to work in roles that and men aren't either, but I think women are probably more like if you looked at women as a general group and said what percentage of women are going into fields that support child rearing and child development, I think like an optimal society probably has
all the same. It's the
more
same
women
shit.
than we
You're just
currently
saying
do
the same
in
shit
those
over and
roles.
over again.
Hold on.
And I don't know that for sure. That's kind of just like kind of based on like the way that people are really angry right now, and so like trying to like it's sort of like an intuition. So I definitely want to investigate that rigorously, but that seems plausible. That
Service work primarily, then healthcare, then I believe it's teaching and education, but it's mostly not higher education for teaching. It's mostly lower education. So like kindergarten, first grade, second grade, fifth grade, seventh grade English, that kind of shit. It's usually not higher education.
Industry, right? I mean,
yeah.
So respectfully ask
then can't we
hold on, AJ.
use these types of metrics, right? Like looking at temperament, looking at school performance.
Yeah, sure. If you were to take all of the conditionals and demonstrate to me that somehow women working led to a more prosperous reproductive society that sustained the nation, could we then move towards that? Sure, absolutely. I'd change my opinion in a second, but you can't demonstrate it, and neither can anybody else because it's just factually not fucking true.
So I mean, so like, I'm asking, like, can't we just approach this in a nuanced manner, right? Like, there's probably
I feel like it
based on
is
the way
being
that
approached in a very nuanced
Yeah, most definitely.
no.
Well, no, because I'm the
Well,
one that's
I don't think
saying,
your
hey, whoever
I don't
can
think
do
your
this. Like,
rhetoric
actually,
has
I would.
been
Can I say something?
disnuanced.
I would say that my ideology might actually make more women become mothers, because what I'm saying is, hey, to each of their ability, we should promote this behavior, and if that means that more women are going to become mothers, then that's just the result of my ideology and what we're pushing. And like, I think that what you're doing is saying, hey, we should push as many of them as we can because we can't analyze that nuance, and it's more effective to do so. No,
I understand the argument, but it doesn't really make any sense, and here's why. Because ideologies necessarily have major conflicts in them, especially when you're doing promotion of X thing, right? And it necessarily like dives into an ideology, especially when it becomes political. That's why we see the polarization of guns and abortion and all of these different types of ideology. Right now, for instance, you can, or it used to be, right, before the Supreme Court ruling, you could choose to get an abortion or not. Did that stop polarization, dude? No. In fact, it fed polarization. So the thing is like, you can buy a gun or not. Does that stop the polarization around the issue? No, it's not encouraging people towards one single unifying metric. And that's what propaganda does. That's what it's designed to do. And it does it well.
I
think you're saying. Are you agreeing with me or disagreeing?
Let me actually put a hold on that thought, all of you. Wrongful rage with a big 10. And just for the record, I want to let the super chatters know, only due to time constraints, a lot of, and I think Jim Bob, you're connected as well. I'm just going to read 10 and up.
There, by the way.
I'm just going to read 10 and up, and then the 5s or below, and so on and so forth. I'm just going to display them on screen for now. Okay. I do apologize. It's just how we have to do it tonight. Wrongful Rage says Soy Chihuahua versus Andrew. Andrew takes the W. God's not real. Spurging like it's a normal Tuesday. Yep, it's Tuesday. Yes, AJ, you fucking spurg like a bitch. It's crazy.
Wait, what?
Richie,
how did that fall onto me?
I was saying I was spurging, but all right. Like,
yeah, what? I thought it was me at first. Come on, Sarah.
Doing it again. You're doing it again.
Literally doing it right
you know
now.
what, Bagel
You
Bob?
always.
I love your
always
satire. I'm hurt. You broke my heart.
Stop yelling, AJ.
Sorry.
Richie says these two bozos advocating for working mothers should visit the housing project where I live and see the bunch of young degenerate men running around because of no dads.
It really has been disastrous to move women from the primary caretaker role and into roles that traditionally have been men's roles. It's been a terrible fucking
How do you
disaster.
get that from reading his super chat though?
Because that's what he's saying.
No, because he's saying men are abandoning it. If women didn't work, then what are they going to do to support
He
their
said
kids
these
unless
two
you support
bozos
the welfare
advocating for
state?
working mothers. What do you think that means?
Yeah, but it's
Advocating
working
for
mothers,
working mothers.
working in a home where there are no men, there's no fathers, right? So it's the child is abandoned.
Traditional roles, you mean?
Yeah,
Traditional
okay,
roles,
sure.
exactly.
If I say that
Traditional
parents
gender
should
roles.
if I say that parents should stick with their child, and then you say, well, hey, in this scenario where the dad left, the woman shouldn't be working.
No,
Wouldn't that leave them in a worse situation?
I never said that women were barred from working. But when I'm
I'm saying
advocating
you
for
think that-
traditional roles, part of that is marriages
I
staying together.
see the
about
translation
working mothers with
here,
absent fathers,
gentlemen.
right?
If you allow me to offer a translation, I see what Soy Pill is saying based on what this person is saying in the super chat. He's saying because of no dads. So dads, I'm presuming, based on context, the dads have abandoned the mothers or children, so on and so forth. So therefore, the mothers kind of are forced into that.
Yes. So
paradigm, right.
so the application for this for the absence of degeneracy is the promotion in marriage, especially against no fault divorce. The idea that you can break a fucking marriage easier than a cell phone contract is insane, especially when you have children involved. It's fucking nuts. So there's all sorts of offsets that you would put in to this.
That
which you
seems separate from
prescribe.
working mothers, though.
What's that?
That I don't think that's like all that connected to working mothers. Like how
Yes,
we
the
treat divorce.
incentivization for why the mother has to work is because she fucked a guy and got pregnant, right?
Sure, but you
Then,
can
yeah,
have
it's tied
working
right into
mothers
it.
in a stable relationship too. So it's
Yeah,
not
but that's
like the
much-
divorce rate is just a
yeah.
separate issue.
But that's much more rare, and I can demonstrate it to you because we can go back to a time not very long ago in American history where the divorce rate was extremely low.
Wait, hang on.
No-fault
Are you
divorce,
saying? Are you
especially.
saying that? I don't think you're saying this, but what like the argument that connects this in my head is if that women working more is causing the no-fault divorce.
It's causing
policies.
destabilization in the home. Yes, it causes destabilization in the home. That's
guess
correct.
That's kind of plausible.
The idea, by the way, the idea of single motherhood being tied in with girl boss, it was big in the 90s, the early 2000s, and by the way, it's still big.
Yeah,
and it's
and I would
Why
say
shouldn't
that's
we?
the
Why
way
shouldn't we
things are.
empower?
I would say,
But
can I
why
just
wouldn't
talk
we
about the
empower?
leave, Nate? I do
One
want to say
second.
on
One
this point.
second.
No,
Soy.
no,
One
you
at a
want to talk.
time. I do
Okay,
want to
you're a bigger
give
beard.
Soy
Come on,
the
man. I
mic
just-
only
I'm about to
because
leave.
he is limited.
I want to say I actually understand what Andrew is saying here, where it's, hey, like in my worldview, there would be these like, societal constraints that don't allow, women to so easily make these broken homes, and that would promote better like outcomes. And I would say, yeah, that would work to some degree in certain scenarios. I think that in these scenarios where men abandoned, the moms, I would support if you want more women to be taking care of their kids, to have like a better welfare state so that it doesn't happen, or so they don't need to work. If you want them to be in the home more, or to have better childcare, or to have make it easier to have kids with child's tax credits, or like Mongolia is doing with these like cash inflows. I think there's plenty of ways you can advocate for these things.
Yeah, we tried that though, especially with massive housing projects, which were supposed to be free, filled up to the brim with single moms, and they made an entire generation of criminals. And the reason for this is because there wasn't fathers inside of the home, and just throwing money at the problem didn't actually work. It doesn't actually
Well, I'm
fix
talking about targeted
this
ways
issue.
of throwing money. I don't think we should just throw cash.
What's
at
the
it.
targeted way? Well, like what targeted way would this
Well,
fix
actually,
this
that's
problem?
true. I will concede in the cash inflows for the Mongolians, that is just throwing money at them. But no, I think there's a lot of institutions. If we raise like healthcare outcomes, if we make it so childcare is more accessible, if we make it so schools are better, I think all of these problems are going to erode when you have a better society that takes care of its citizens. And I think it's, you would agree to an extent, right? Like when you have the community that does provide provide these things when it's not provided by the
No,
government.
no,
you
it
get better
does though.
outcomes,
Wait
right?
a second. Childcare is mostly conducted only outside of the infant age, right? And there's subsidies even available for that. But most of people's childcare is conducted by the public school system, of which people begin at the kindergarten age, which, by the way, I don't know if you know this, that's real young. And they put their kids there for 8 hours a day, and it's completely subsidized by the public as a
Kindergarten's only
daycare
4 hours a
system.
day, actually.
And they're supposed to get educated, right? Well, okay, by first grade. So the point is, though, is again, it's the same argument either way. At very young ages, daycare is readily available for these people who are in these, single mother circumstances, and education's provided on top of it, and it hasn't done shit to fix this.
Yeah, and I don't think it's nearly like sufficient enough, given the after school programs are super important. And the working schedule is usually encompasses the school schedule, so you need more time and more childcare and more like people to take care of a household. And
What
that's why,
childcare? If you're at work and your kids are getting taken care of, you have the childcare intact. Your job's to take care of your kids at least
which I don't think
after
is always
work.
happening. Yeah,
It is. You just said it was. You just said those were the hours.
That it doesn't provide it to a significant degree, right? So if you have if you have to work, do you think that the childcare, insofar as public school, is sufficient? I don't think it's doing a great job either. But I'm not arguing that because of that it is a failure. I'm saying we need to improve that system.
Bro, we used to have that. Those communities had that. They called it the Boys and Girls Club, the after school clubs, things like that. And that was so that kids wouldn't end up being latchkey kids. It did shit. It did nothing. It did nothing. You can't replace the father in the home. It's not replaceable. This idea in gender roles has worked over and over and over and over again by every historic metric we can look at. What you're proposing, we've done. Time and time again, we've done it. It does nothing to mitigate this issue.
I just don't think we're seeing that is
Andrew,
exists in the
if we're
capacity
talking
you're
about
explaining, but
if we're talking about what correlates the most with deadbeat dads, isn't it probably like economic conditions?
We don't.
No, what correlates most with failed marriages, at least. So I talk to thousands of women, right, from all over the world, especially because I'm on whatever all the time, from all different walks of life, all different age groups. And the kind of like, now this is anecdotal, but I can actually give you some evidence from various dating apps and various other people who've looked into this that I think correlates pretty well with it. Dissatisfaction actually inside of these relationships comes mostly from a lack of traditional roles inside of them. It really does. Women become very resentful that they have to work at the same rates as the man in order to provide any sort of stability inside of the home whatsoever. The men become very resentful that they have no authority over their own household. And so it builds resentment between the two of them. Whereas we don't even have to have a system like that. It's a very stupid system. And instead, we can organize our society around the two-parent household and, man, really push all of the social structures around that. It's going to be it would be the most beneficial thing we ever did.
You're talking about satisfaction as in like this traditional society didn't produce the satisfaction, and then feminism took root there. Like, yeah, maybe it was propaganda, maybe it was pushed by a corporation, but it was so unpalatable to so many people that they decided, hey, I don't like this.
It really wasn't. It was a ruling. It was a ruling. It was a decree.
How do we in the current world today? Has it all just been propagandized?
Well, feminism has been resisted from day one, but it was enshrined in the Constitution without the vote of the people. Without it,
why didn't they vote to take it away again?
By the way, they're not allowed to. That's part of that amendment. They're not allowed to.
The woman currently not allowed.
Yeah, you would have to do. You people couldn't just vote for this. You would have to have a constitutional Congress one, or a new amendment. That's what you would have to have.
Can't you say the same thing about
if they wanted
slavery,
to take
Andrew?
away their own rights, right? I have to go. By the way, is there any last minute questions?
It was
nice talking to you after the panel. You're much more reasonable.
I just
actually did enjoy the conversation, Andrew. I appreciate it. I'm sorry I'm not as awake as I should be, but I thank you for allowing
I'm really
me to
fucking tired too.
Did you purposely dress like a helicopter because you knew you were going to crash
That's
and burn?
His shtick. That's his channel shtick, dude.
That's a thing, man. I'm just a goofy little guy.
I just want to take a moment to say thank you to Soy Pill. I know you and I both went very late last night on the panel, and we both had to get up and work today, and then we both still returned back. And your time.
Yeah,
is
thanks, man. I appreciate it.
valuable.
Have a good night. It was actually very kind of you at the last minute to do it. I ain't gonna take that away from you. So
yeah, thank you. And by the way, I have a very good friend who's a huge fan of you. I'm sure he's going to talk about how much you decimated me, but I just want to say, hey, buddy, I see you. And I did it. Talk to Andrew, so you're welcome. And now I will, Andrew. I hear all of your points from him every single day. So regardless if we ever talk again, I will talk or hear from you.
Your
every
buddy
single day
sounds
for the rest of my
fucking
life.
awesome.
Thank you. That's what I wanted. There we
Awesome.
go.
What's his name?
Give him a shout out. His
What's
name.
his
I don't want to give his real name, but his
Oh, yeah,
name
yeah.
on YouTube is YouTube Hates Free Speech. So if you shout YouTube Hates Free Speech out, I'm sure he'll love that.
Oh well, I'll just call him YTH, right? So I'll
YTH.
just say, yeah, there you go. But yeah, keep working on him, man. He's this close. You know what the problem is? The problem is he doesn't have kids yet. When he has kids, he's gonna agree with everything you fucking say. I promise.
I can't dispute that. I don't have kids, so it might be the case. So we'll see.
Yep.
Maybe I'll
All
be on
right,
your
see you,
side,
man.
Andrew.
Have a
Thanks.
good
Nice
one.
talking to you, Sarah. Thanks for putting it together. Thanks everyone for being here. I refuel all that. Jim Bob, go to therapy, buddy.
Yeah. By the
Let's
way,
do a one-on-one.
do a one-on-one. I want to see it. But Thievery Fool, just a quick rejoinder to you, as he's leaving, just so I don't want to bogart the panel. I just want to give you the quick rejoinder for slavery. Oh yeah, see you, man. For slavery, the reason that
Jason, is that a cigarette?
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the reason this conditional changes is because of male slaves, right? So men do actually have enfranchisement to change their material conditions via force. That's always an option to them. It's never an option for women.
All right. I wanted
can't
to.
they try?
I wanted
Sarah,
to.
can I
read
ask-
this,
Like,
hold
can't they
on.
use like?
I'm
you
so
can-
sad. You have no idea how sad I
All right,
am right
everybody
now.
shut up, please. Trainer says, Abe Dinkus, what would the well-respected men of 87 years ago have thought of all of this? Mr. Abe.
I think they'd say it's a massive shit show, and they'd be rolling over in their graves.
So
I agree with that, actually. I totally agree with that.
Couldn't there be a like an emotional appeal? Like I think like that's like a whole like thing about pacifism too, is that like you leverage your physical condition to make an emotional appeal to change the structure of society.
Yeah, and the conditions that you're going to rely on are always going to rely on force.
So when did this magic revolution happen that we changed or we are changing the structure of society? Is that what are we in?
Or
Okay.
before you answer that, let me. I do want to read a few more. John Calabro says IQ is going down around the world in part due to high IQ women going to college instead of having kids. Is that true?
Pretty sure that's
Yeah.
just false. I'm pretty sure IQ is going up.
The IQ test is not even real. Like the IQ
No,
test is-
no. Averages for IQ actually are not. They're not going up. Interestingly enough.
No, but I'm saying they need to recalibrate the test because
Well, but it's not about the test.
And by the
The
way,
intellectual quotient
let me
is
point
based
something
on
else
all
out.
people.
Let me point something else out. That the average IQ, I believe, for just working class men or average men is 100, and women far and away exceed them in education, and their average IQ is 102. 102 for college grads, average 102. They're not outperforming men in the intelligence factor, even with all that fucking schooling.
Is that like a replicated finding, or is that just one study?
No, it's multiple. It's multiple. I believe that's actually a meta-analysis done. I'll pull it up here in a second.
Hey, Ivory, were you ultimately saying that even though you agree with some of the gender roles, say that you do, that we emphasize it too much, that we're missing some of the golden nuggets that are falling in between the cracks? Is that what you were ultimately asking?
Well, so I think that there's no need to say that. I think that there should be empathy for people that are like shaming people for not doing something is really dangerous. And that like taking away, any type of coercion is really dangerous, right? Like it's the whole idea behind trying to limit government as much as possible.
What are you talking? This is you're conflating coercion with providing like social incentive.
How is shaming someone not a form of coercion?
Because so coercion, as far as I understand it, is the force or threat of force in order to get somebody to do something.
Right.
Shaming somebody is simply saying, I do not approve of what you're doing.
And that
I
has
don't
a
believe
effect,
that
that has an
saying, I
impact
do not
on
approve
someone.
of what you're doing
When
is
telling
the
a
same
fatty
as
to
the
lose
force or
weight.
Wait.
That
So
was-
why do people shame? They shame because they're trying to get you to change your actions.
Yeah.
It doesn't
for
impede
fear
on
of some negative consequence. So it's like a threat almost.
Influence. No, it's influence. It's not coercion.
So,
but it's like it's influencing them by having them avoid a bad outcome.
So you do that
So
with
that's
kids.
coercive.
Is that No. Coercion.
Wait, if I
it's very specific
wait,
legal term.
wait, hold on.
If I threaten
So
you,
depending on, you can find this.
earlier you
I just
described
wanted to
yourself
give
as
him
a
the study. I
liberal,
just
right?
want to give him the study. It is a meta-analysis on average undergraduate IQ intelligence. The results show that the average IQ undergraduate today is a mere 102 IQ points on the average.
Okay. Well,
so
actually, I would be interested though for the entire population because
that's
arguably like DEI effects going
that's
on.
going for all undergraduates. All.
Yeah, I know, but just in general, more women go to college than men, right? So there might be, so that might have.
Yeah,
an impact.
that's why they compared it to men in trades. It's 100, right? Because there's way more men in the trades than there are who go to college. So that's what they're making the comparison against.
Wait, so you're saying the meta-analysis did men in trades were like 110 and women in undergrad were
100 versus 102 for the undergrads. So there's not much of a disparity there. There's basically none. There's no statistical. I mean, what is the standard deviation IQ? 15 points?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, 102 to
That's
100
like
is like nothing.
That is like a
nothing.
massive, like not that IQ science is it's not actual science, but 15 IQ points does correlate without necessarily causing like massive changes in, like projected lifetime income and stuff like that.
Now there's more. Now, again, I haven't read this in like 2 years, so I'm sure that there's more to it that needs to get dove into, right? But just like from a cursory glance, it's like it's roughly 100 on the average in the men in trades versus 102 for all the undergraduates who come out. If you average them, right? It's like it's not really this great disparity. Now, of course, some different like STEM fields, this and that, the average IQ goes up. In some other types of fields, it goes down, right? And so that's what they're coming out with the average on, I think. So.
What is
Andrew? Real quick, let me get one thing from you, Andrew. So when I grew up,
shaming, you have no idea how much I want to talk about shaming with the self-professed liberal.
Give me 30 seconds with Andrew. So when I grew up and I went to school,
got my timer. Let's go.
I knew
All right.
I lived next to it. Most people know the company Intel. They make computer processors. A lot of my friends in high school, I was a huge nerd. Their parents were from IIT in India. So what's up to any Indians in the chat? What's up? And so I grew up thinking that being successful would be like Google is going to hire me if I get a good degree, if I graduate from the honors college. So I also had all these beliefs about making a plan and having education, not just IQ, be a part of that. Isn't that like an overwhelming sort of show of force of that it's not as simple as reducing it down to like semantics or something?
Well, it's a good proof that propaganda works. And that's the entire point that I'm making. Is like, if you're going to propagandize like they did from the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s that women should prioritize education over motherhood, it seems that propaganda has been extremely effective, so much so that you fell for it yourself, right?
I don't think I fell for it. My friends were all incredibly successful, and part of the reason was like it's not only that we were looking at like opportunity, but it's like, well, when we smoked pot, we didn't smoke that much pot, or when we drank, we would stop drinking. We would say no to things when we got into our upper class collegiate years and stuff like that. Like we weren't Dennis the Menace, but we weren't the opposite of we weren't too much of anything, and like most of us turned out.
You weren't straight laced,
like,
but you weren't total degens. Yeah.
Yes, we were not degens.
Yeah, I know. I get it. You're not exactly straight laced, but you're not a total degen. I think that's where most men fall, right? Or want to be, at least in that category of like, sure, I drank a little too much. I swear a little too much. I'm guilty of that shit. You know what I mean? But I also don't get involved in fucking orgies with 13 prostitutes and sniff coke off them either, right? So it's like I think we can find some medium here that's rational and reasonable, right?
Let me just introduce this idea because it's a theory that I'm working with, and don't worry, Adam. This gets into shaming. There's natural onboarding into shaming stuff as well here, because I think Norm, what you're describing is you and your friends had low time preference. I'm working on a basic thesis that's saying that Western civilization. And I'll just deal with Western civilization because that's what we're familiar with. And sorry, Indians, I'm not interested. But if we look at Western civilization, it's really based on two main principles, and I think that it generates it, right? Is that low time preference and high trust creates Western civilization. That you need both, And in fact, that's what the problem with liberalism introduces. Liberalism introduces, when you get into individualism and subjectivity, you actually decrease high trust. You make it into a low trust society, and you increase the time preference. So it becomes a high time preference society.
But
so,
I not to,
let me just finish this one thing, and I'll toss it to you. So in the example, the guy who goes to college and does blow off hookers' backs and orgies and all the rest of it, that's low time preference behavior. That's not really thinking about the consequences of your actions. You're just living for the now. The closer the time preference comes, the more immediate everything becomes. You become more and more reactionary. This also lowers trust. You can't trust somebody.
You're confusing the terms.
No, high trust, high time preference. Sorry, high time preference is immediate. Low time preference is slower, right? You can't really trust someone with a high time, time preference, because if they're only thinking about their immediate surroundings, or only thinking about what's happening to them right now, and not thinking about consequences, your trust in them, and then therefore in society, goes down. That actually deteriorates civilization. So, to the point, the shaming culture and even birth rates, I think all these things are tied into each other. If people can't depend on what tomorrow's going to be, even if tomorrow's going to be crappy, but if it's consistently crappy, things that we would disagree with from a Western civilization standpoint, at least it's consistent. So consistency actually breeds the grounds for having higher birth rates.
Can you explain why it is that the poor have such a threshold for high time preference, but also have the most kids?
Well, I mean, maybe they're just
those two things.
They can't afford cable, but
it's not just economic. There's a simple answer. It's not just this cognitive thing that where it's like, well, look, I have common sense, and there's a computational. There's a computational reason for this. Adam, give me 1 sec with Jason, please. And so,
but it was Adam's turn though.
I've actually read this shit on time preference. I know what this shit is. I've read Hoppe. I've read Land. I don't know what Jason. Yeah, well, I figured. But the poor people having more kids is due to them having a low time preference. They aren't high time preference. They aren't thinking about the future as much. They aren't considering about the outcomes.
Well, I would actually say that they might have high trust, because you could also say that poor people living in poor communities have higher trust.
Yeah, especially in religion, right?
Yeah, and that's the other thing with religion, right? Religion,
that's an odd claim because
religion does both. Religion introduces both things.
Well,
so
a poor community is not going to have higher trust. I don't get where you're getting that. That's where you're going to end up with more criminality.
No, that's not true. Rural communities, generally speaking, can be very poor and still have high trust.
Exactly.
What do you mean high trust? Can you what do you elaborate on high trust?
They keep their doors unlocked. They drive beat up ass pickup trucks. They don't have a lot of money. They're real poor.
You wouldn't know.
Maybe not.
Let me read another one.
I'm joking. I'm a jokester.
Vincent says with the big 20, he says, if there was only some proof of rainbow, where's Waldo's worldview? And if it would be better or not, oh yeah, the last 100 years, how did that turn out? It's scary. Despite the last 100 years, they still advocate for this BS. And Richie says, to clarify, Andrew is 1,000% spot on. You Neanderthals promote no-fault divorce and garbage feminist ideology that empowers women to be schmutz and run around, work a 9 to 5 while boys join gangs. Okay.
Is it smut a Smurf that I wasn't aware of?
Replace the M with an L.
What was your thoughts on coercion and shaming, Adam?
They're different things, because with shaming there's no threat of force. And I find it odd that somebody who self-professes as a liberal would be apparently against the principle of free association. Like, are you against free association as a principle?
Where did I imply that I was against free association?
Well, because that's implied by your opposition to shaming. Because the way that you would shame people is by choosing to not associate with somebody anymore.
That's not the only way to shame someone.
Well,
you can also just say you're
one.
bad.
That is one. That's a very major way of doing it, like banishment.
Okay, but that's not. I don't think that's what people are thinking. I don't think that's what Soy Pill's thinking of when he's opposing shame.
Well, okay. So is that what you're thinking? Do you acknowledge that a form of shame is shunning? A form of shaming people is shunning people? Like
shunning people
bullying?
is different from not associating with them.
No,
Like,
it's
shunning people is
not.
telling other people
That's
not
the
to
same
associate
thing.
with them.
No. Shunning people is not the same. It's the exact same as not associating.
No, it's
Shunning is
telling
literally
other people not to
communicating.
associate with them.
No, that's
that's
promoting
shunning.
shunning.
Okay. I'll just concede that's a meaningful distinction, even though I don't agree with it. Yeah, sure. Okay, great. I'm granting it.
Okay.
So just not associating with somebody, that's a form of shame often, right?
Not necessarily, and that's not the form of shame I was thinking of when I was talking about it.
Okay, so what? Okay, so you're not against shaming. You're against specific.
No, you
specific
can't
forms of
define shaming as not associating with someone.
No,
That's not how this works.
Ivory is not associating with somebody. Is that a potential form of shaming?
Yeah, but it's not the only one.
Okay,
So you can't
okay.
define
so,
all
so
shaming
Ivory,
as that.
So Ivory, you are not against all shaming. You're only against specific forms of shaming, right?
I'm not
Because
even
you're
against shaming, period.
not
Like, I just think
associating
that
with people.
shaming has dangers, right? Like, I'm not against violence. I think violence has its place. Like, at some point you need to be violent to do things. At some point you need to shame other people to do things. At some point you need to shame yourself.
You mean
to do
coercive?
things.
You mean coercive?
Sure, any coercion I think has its place. It's just it's dangerous, right? Like, coercion can easily go too far.
Because
I'm actually against these things on principle.
This is just I mean, this is like saying that water is dangerous.
Well, Adam, I can argue against
not
shaming
at
on
all.
principle.
Well, yeah. So
like coercion is like often a last resort. I don't know if you're like, are you
what
drinking
you're
like
saying,
piss?
Ivory, is that in some cases it's good, in other cases it's bad. I can say the same thing about water. In many cases, water is good. And
I would
helpful,
drink
and in other
piss as a last
cases, you're
resort.
drowning
I would
and
also
die.
use coercion as a last resort. Okay. Like,
No, you
that-
wouldn't.
it's
No,
not-
no.
That's
No,
not
no,
at
no.
all a
Let
good
me-
analogy.
No, you wouldn't actually.
Yeah.
You're a liberal, right? You believe in human rights.
yeah,
You believe in
yes,
rights.
I'm a liberal.
You believe in rights.
Yeah.
That actually starts with force. That's
Exactly.
not. That doesn't. You come to force. You actually start with force.
Yeah, you inherited force.
You start with force. If you want a
This isn't my
society with rights, you don't do this. These are a set of behaviors that are not allowed and unallowed with the threat of force.
I don't think that's the only way you can formulate like rights. Like, you can say
It
that
is.
rights
It's
are
like
beneficial,
definitions.
are mutually
I can't
beneficial.
agree with Jim Bob on anything, but like literally, there's like multiple ways to say exactly what he's saying, and that's what they'll teach you at Harvard.
But if there are like instincts
Shout out
that
to
make
Harvard
people want to do this,
University.
then we shouldn't
Are
have
you
to
saying
do
you
it,
agree?
Shout out
right?
to my
Feel
boys.
to
at
Sorry, I
Harvard
want to
University.
Okay.
If
Sorry,
there are
Jim Bob.
instincts that make people want to do this, why would we even have to shame people in the first place? Apparently, they're already biologically driven to do this.
Well, that's what we're saying is like the shame arises naturally, the stigma arises naturally.
No, it doesn't.
And by the way, Adam, if you do want to argue, if you want to hear an argument against shame on principle, I think that on principle we should be targeting things at their root causes, not covering up the symptoms. Shaming gets people to hide these things, but doesn't actually address root causes as to why they might do something that's shameful.
Guaranteed.
Well,
Okay,
hold
sorry,
on.
just
So
very quickly.
That,
Who here on
that,
the panel?
that does not apply to all things that are being shamed. In some
That's right.
cases, the
No, it
things
does.
themselves, hold on. In some cases, the things themselves in and of themselves are bad. Like, for example, killing people. Killing people is in and of itself a bad thing, and you should shame people for killing people.
Do you think
Well,
people
specifically
naturally
murder.
recognize killing is wrong?
Specifically murder. Yes, people naturally understand
Right,
that
so-
murder is wrong.
Right. So
Murder
we should
is
address
Not-
why
not
someone
killing,
would
but
not
murder.
think it's wrong. If someone thinks like it's good to just go around murdering people, right? There's something
Nobody
deeper
believes
going on
that.
there. I guarantee it.
Literally, nobody believes that. Nobody believes that murder is
mass
acceptable.
shooters. Sorry,
Yeah,
mass pew-pews.
Yeah, mass shooters don't believe that murder is wrong. They don't believe what they're doing is murder.
So again, if we actually address that instead of just shaming the behavior itself, maybe we could prevent it.
Yeah, you can take multiple different avenues to stop something. I'm not proposing that literally the only way we should take to prevent a certain action is shaming. I think that there are multiple effective ways that can be taken at the same time in order to achieve a goal. And one of those valid methods is shaming. But it's not.
You'd agree. You'd agree though that like a disease, like if we just get rid of the symptoms and leave the disease is probably going to get worse. But if we actually get rid of the root cause of the disease, the thing causing the disease, then that's better for the person. It means that it probably can't get worse.
With some diseases, the bad part is the symptoms. So if you could eliminate all the symptoms permanently, the problem goes away. Like for
That's
instance,
totally not true.
No, that's true. Because, for instance, like one of the symptoms of cancer is you die. If you could eliminate that part, that would be an upside. In some cases, eliminating just the symptoms is a positive.
So death is not a symptom, it's an outcome.
Because yeah, symptoms are outcome. What? Okay, explain the distinction between a symptom and an outcome.
So
well,
symptom-
where's a symptom? Andrew left because he has I think apparently.
That's not a symptom. That's an outcome.
Fucked up, man. I had a great question for him and Soy, but whatever.
What I really want Melanie to explain the distinction between a symptom and an outcome.
Symptoms are categorical features that you can be observed externally about somebody. So generally speaking, like you don't need to have like a causal relationship and stuff like that. And sorry, I just got distracted because I'm at work. What was the second part again?
Oh wow.
Between a
symptom
and a symptom. Because you're saying that there's a difference. I'm saying that's the same thing.
Yeah, so death is an outcome in that like we can actually we don't measure like how much death something has except for mortality, right? Mortality would be a symptom, but death itself is an outcome.
Mortality is death.
Yeah.
What the fuck,
definition.
Melanie?
Just a nonsense machine. Just a straight up facts machine of nonsense.
And you're at work. Like you're literally at
ChatGPT is
work.
working overtime.
Hey, Jim Bob. Now that I have some time, I actually had a question. That guy never actually asked this because this was actually Wick's question. I was going to ask Andrew. So there's a few of these. I'm just going to ask you to bear with me. So if you have a man and a woman and they're going to be in a fight, and the woman has a gun, who do you think would win?
I'm not sure because there's a high statistical probability of the man taking the gun from the woman.
Depends on distance.
With police, at least looking at police.
What statistics are you referring to?
So, a police officer, shut up for a second. Female police officers are more likely to have their weapon taken from them by an unarmed person than a male police officer.
As proven
Women are also very poor at long range shooting.
And they get nervous.
50%.
And they get nervous because they get shaky. They don't actually want to kill somebody.
Okay.
Like you know that moment in the movie where they're like, you can't do this. You can't do this.
Have you seen Sarah Adams? She's like a former targeting analyst at the CIA. But she is like a
Shout out
certified
to my
badass.
boys at the CIA.
Yeah, I mean, her job is telling people where to shoot to kill people.
Yes, outliers exist because they're outliers.
Yeah, but compared to her, how many men have done that? It's just like the question I wanted to ask before Andrew and Soy left, which was about this whole debate tonight. Should traditional gender roles still exist in modern society, have a place in modern society? Like the first CEO that was a female we had was in 1972, and her name was Katharine Graham, and she was the CEO of the Washington Post.
What are you talking
Why
about?
didn't that affect
to my boys at the
ratio?
Washington Post.
I love this. You got to talk over me because I'm about to cook your ass. Why did that CEO not change the ratio of the arguments we're having today? Why isn't there more male roofers and less female nurses? Like, why isn't there males who are mothers? Like this argument we're having clearly, we have too much time in the West to complain about this.
Adam,
what do you want to do
I have
about
a question.
that?
Hold on.
What do you actually want to do about that?
Adam, hold on. I want to get back to Adam. Adam, let's just let's say I answered exactly the way you wanted me to lead in. What was the answer you were looking for with that question anyway?
Well, honestly, it was literally any answer because it leads to the next one.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So hypothetically, you have a man and a woman and they're going to be in the fight, but a woman has access to an intercontinental ballistic missile. Who do you think would win in the fight?
They both lose because you can't hit the person. How are they in a fight in next to each other? What do you mean?
Well, okay. I
What are you
suppose
talking
that's a
about?
valid point. So hypothetically, you have a man and a woman, and they're going to be in a fight, but the woman has access to Fallout 3 power armor, and the man does not. Who do you?
How
think?
does she have access to that?
You have to
Magic,
apply a
I don't know.
multi-analysis
How did she get that?
multifaceted analysis to that. You know
what?
Well, so
Jesus.
Wait, how did
I
she
don't
get
know.
this material? How did she get? How did she get
magic.
all this?
Yeah,
No,
it was
men.
magic.
Some people call us magic, but no,
Well,
it's
maybe.
men.
I mean,
Dude,
yeah,
it's
that's
so
possible.
hypothetical because just like December 2015 was when we allowed the females of this country to join the Navy SEALs, the Special Forces
So
Regiment
true.
at the highest level. And since 2015 of December,
Zero.
we still don't have one female join Navy SEAls. Not
She's
one.
out
Pass
there.
that test.
She is out
It goes
there,
back to
Jumbo.
Soy and Andrew's
One
argument. I was
more, one
listening.
more.
I was listening. I'm invested.
To be fair, though,
One-
those
one
women
more
actually thought
question.
they're gonna be around SEALs, so they were really upset when they found out they couldn't be around SEALs.
Adam, are you trying to make the equalizer, the technology equalizer argument? Or-
No, I'm
Oh,
actually
okay.
just mocking people. That's actually what I'm doing.
Oh, I can never tell with you,
Jim
dude. You're
Bob,
such a genius.
Jim Bob, one more. I swear this is the last one. So a man and a woman are in a fight, but the woman has access to Ash's Pikachu from the Pokemon anime.
It's over.
And so who do you think would win in the fight between?
Well, the man would be frightened by how excited that woman would be for getting that one. So
Well,
he'd probably back off.
Okay, another addendum. The man is an autist and knows everything about Pokemon.
Like you? So he's you.
I know nothing about Pokemon.
Oh, okay.
Like I'm autistic about other things like Dungeons and Dragons. I'm not Pokemon.
you knew that the Pokemon was owned by Ash. There you go. That's fairly autistic.
I also watched Saturday morning cartoons
well, that's how it starts.
when I was a child.
Adam, what would you have asked the guy with the Kobe Bryant helicopter hat on?
I was gonna ask him if the thing I wanted to go on him about was he was saying he made the argument that claiming that China and Afghanistan are both patriarchies would mean that the term patriarchy has no meaning. So I would have just asked him if Afghanistan and China both had governments and then done a reductio with that, basically saying if you're going to claim that the system which creates statutes in both of these nations are both governments, and then I would say literally the exact same thing he said. I would have said, well, any sociologist and any political scientist would tell you that these are radically different systems, therefore they can't be both considered governments. The point of this is to say
What?
that's retarded. Because
what are you talking about?
Well, okay, so Ivory, the critique here is his claim is that it's improper to call Afghanistan and China both patriarchies due to differences in how the systems operate. The criticism here is I can refer to both of these as governments despite the fact that they're
No,
different.
I don't.
So
I don't
you
think
could
he said
also
that.
refer-
But I'm not gonna.
No,
I'm not gonna
he
hash out his
literally
argument.
said
But
that.
I,
You could.
I
you,
highly
you,
doubt
you
that's
could
what he
watch
said.
the stream. That's exactly what
True.
he said.
He wouldn't bite on a patriarchy definition essentially as an example. He couldn't he wouldn't commit to one.
He also
essentially.
clarified and said that there's plenty of high-powered women in China.
That doesn't matter. Only because they're allowed to be, though. That's the whole point.
His particular
Is that the same in the U.S.?
Well,
Yeah, all feminism is an allowance. That's all it is. It's just like a Sims
then
game.
the U.S. is also a patriarchy. I thought we were. saying
I
that
actually
was
that's
not
where I
patriarchy.
would disagree. That's actually where I disagree with Andrew, but I think he was taking that approach for a reason. But ultimately, he did say it. He said, "Well, yeah, I would. We're not the patriarchy in the structure. I would see it, but ultimately, when it comes down to the force, which is why he always goes there, and everyone should go there, is that ultimately it is a patriarchy because of the force. But if it's structured not the way you
why are you
think
saying that
it should-
China's doing better when it's doing the same thing?
Wasn't this?
and
But
letting
wasn't
women
Andrew's
have
It's not
argument
doing the
attached
same
to?
thing. We're
Wasn't
letting
Andrew's-
babies be born and the parents can decide whether the birth certificate
It's where ideology. Yeah.
assigns the gender when they're 18. That's not happening in
Shout out
China.
to my
What do you
boys.
mean?
Also, China's
I don't think
entire
that's what
economy is being
the
allowed
debate was
as
about,
well.
like,
Yeah.
working.
Yeah, okay.
Andrew's argument was attached to a head cold, though. It's this whole fake. I'm not saying I have a perfect rebuttal, but Andrew's whole point was that I don't like what I'm seeing out in the world. So, I don't understand what truth content.
Well, not
someone
really.
gets
No,
from
hold
that.
on, Norm. Hold on a second. One second.
Yeah.
Is it good for a society? Let's say the society was structured the way you wanted it, Norm. Let's just grant you everything that you think a society should be. We hit a button, we have it.
Okay.
If we can't reproduce, isn't that just a bad thing? Like,
where does that exist in the world?
Yeah, no shit.
What?
What do you mean? Europe, America, the level of birth rate to death rate is
Italy?
insane.
Yeah,
What do you
South
talk?
Korea.
4 billion people. We have a population of almost 8 billion
It's
people.
worse in
That's an 8
China,
billion.
brother.
Half of that is in Asia, bro.
Spurg some fucking more, AJ.
Sorry.
God, your voice
Okay.
is loud and obnoxious. Please.
I would say
Half of the
Listen,
world's
listen to
population.
me. Fucking listen to me, AJ. I'll keep dunking your ass. The only person allowed to yell on this panel is me.
Sorry.
Oh, I've used that line before, and it's beautiful.
You know, Sarah, I don't try to yell to disrespect anybody. It's just a fucking stupid characteristic I've had
Well,
since I was a kid.
Then turn your stupid microphone down because my little ears pierce every time you start yelling. So shut the fuck up.
Automatically adjust my
Shout out
phone.
to Nico to send $5 just to interrupt AJ. Thank you, Nico.
So the thing is, Norm, the point is that first and foremost, modern nations, we're under replacement. There's actually a problem. Even if society was the way you wanted it to be versus how I wanted it to be,
Where's the
problem, the precondition for a society is they have to replace themselves. You're actually nodding your head as if this isn't a problem. Are you just ignorant to it or what?
It's just hilarious to me. I asked you where
Hilarious isn't a counter, though. Is it?
Look it
Are
up,
we under
dude.
replacement or
Look at-
not?
Look at the American replacement rate.
You're right.
Or
And Jim
reproduction
Bob,
rate
I mean
right now.
I mean this as in the most comedic way possible. It isn't a counter, but to me, it's funny to see the same QAnon. You know, if I need to say it, the circle.
Genetic fallacy. Make an argument.
You know, go fight about it. Go argue about it more.
Norm,
Go
are all
spend
the
time with
I
it.
have 3
are all
kids.
the
How many do you
Hindus,
have?
Are all the Muslims that are
I'm not going to tell you how many kids I have.
I have
on the internet.
3. How many do you have?
I am a
I'm
conspiracy
not going to tell you that on the
theory.
internet.
Hold on. I'm
Let
a
me
conspiracy theory
actually
aficionado
interrupt. I
of
just
birth
want
rate is not a part of
bring a visual to the viewers. Backstage, Backstage, I have Kiski Pickle Master. I have Jeff Klein, one of our favorites here. Excellent. He's one of our new amateur debaters here. We love him. Scathing Pooh and Daniel McCoy, all waiting backstage. But the only way they can get up here is if either somebody just
I'm going to be leaving. But
Shut up for a second.
Oh, I thought you invited someone to nominate. Okay.
No. The whole point is the grift here. We can choose to boot people like AJ, who likes to spurg, or I don't know, Adam, who bothers me sometimes because he just throws random shit out there too. Or Melanie's been sitting there pretty quietly, actually, or Duck, who likes to throw random shit out there as well. You're more than welcome to boot people. The only people you can't boot are already gone. So just FYI. Okay.
If you
back
want to
to
boot
you.
me for having intellectual passion and interest in this debate, go for it, folks.
Hey, well, hold on, Sarah. If I leave, will you put Jeff Klein in my place, specifically Jeff Klein?
If that's what you want. Technically, Pickle Master is next in line.
That's
but
exactly what I want. I want Jeff Klein to take my spot. Okay.
Okay.
Shout out to Jeff Klein.
Bye,
So Norm, if someone says
the real argument.
So Norm, if someone says, "Oh, there's a big problem. We're going to have to think about who's going to be taking care of the elderly, who's going to be filling these roles." Sure. If there's a mathematical problem of replacement, and I bring that to your attention, right? And you go, "You sound like Q," and like, what kind of shit? What are you doing here?
That's not. You know, I have not seen a single MAGA new right Christian nationalist on Discord talking about honest to God programs running in the US and Canada about bringing nurses in from the Caribbean. I haven't heard.
Norm,
you just asked me a fucking question about
Norm,
elder
you
care.
said you used to be a nerd in high school. Are all the brown people in America that are taking into traditional gender roles, all the women that want to be mothers and raise the house, keep the house clean, and the men that want to bring the check in, are they all what you're talking about? Because no offense, brother, but this is really like white privilege-y. Like, you guys are all talking from a white perspective, but America's not. It's only 60% white, so there's still 40% people in this country.
Wait, did you just say, Norm? Did you just say that it's not a problem because we can just import from other places that have children?
$2,000, sarcastic saint. $2,000 for Sarah out.
That's unreasonable. How much to let Jim Bob take over my panel right now?
I'm the money guy. I'm the money guy here, so I would say at least 325.
They're gonna have
You
to
can
pay me on
negotiate
my
if you
side
want.
for that one.
Well, we'll split the baby. We'll split it. We'll split it
325.
both ways.
That's a deal.
I'd say 50.
$3.25, Duck. Holy shit, that's rude.
I say 50 on Jim Bob's side and 50 on my side, but they both have to be aligned. And I will politely step away from the panel and let Jim Bob do what he actually wants to do on this show.
How much do you have for Jim Bob to actually give it back to you though? Because once it's his,
it's like a juggle.
He is a man.
Well,
he does have force on his side.
He doesn't
force
have
doctrine
who was giving the thing of this is how I do it, just like this. See, just like that.
I'm about to get kicked out too, so if you got to replace me, go ahead. Trip just gave $5 to get me out of here. God damn it.
Oh, okay. And K2 says my ears hurt from AJ. Can you play the K2, I wonder my dogs are going nuts. Actually, I'm gonna let Jim Bob take over for a second. I don't know what's going on.
So let me just start. Let's just continue, and then I'm gonna have someone else talk. Norm, I think I heard you say, I've heard this argument before, you say, well, it's not a big problem because we can just import people, right? Is that kind of what you're saying?
Yeah, I don't see, I think it's a fair question. I don't see them as bottles of wine as much as I would see them as skilled professionals. Skilled professionals, and I see the problem as the challenge or opportunity is that there's always integration challenges which typically exist already in what can be normal neighborhoods, but also ethnoburbs. So
I understand, but generally speaking, your solution to lower population is to borrow from people who've already are solving that problem themselves, and so you import them, and then so they're obligated to have children for their country, so that we can sort of bring them into our country. I
don't know where that came back in. I personally have no clue where this idea of population rates.
Do you need a population for a society? Is that premise
there are
one?
places around the world that have more people than they need.
It's a good thing generally, but I don't know where in the world. Like if you show me a birth rate, I can show you.
No, Norm, like you would consider yourself a classic liberal. You're a liberal in some sense. Your worldview is liberal.
I love you, James.
Based in liberalism, right?
I'm
assuming. I'm just asking a question.
I'm not like one of these weird people, but I would have to spend a lot of time to.
I'm not talking about weirdness. I'm not talking about progressive or anything. I'm talking like liberalism, based like ideology.
I'm a big fan of like John Locke, Rousseau, Hobbes. Those guys are my heroes.
So you're liberal. Okay. So here's the thing: you have an ideology that has to be substantiated by people. People carry the ideology and teach other people that ideology, right?
Yeah, 110%. Yeah.
Okay. So if the people who carry this liberal idea, if they all die out, then liberalism also dies out.
Yeah.
Right.
Except it's not that easy to die out.
No, they take our kids, Jason. No, they take our kids, Jason.
No, because if it's based on human nature, then if it's based
that's what they do.
But it's not based on human nature. It's an ideology. You're saying it was created by Hobbes and other philosophers created the ideology. It didn't spring up out of the ground.
Duck, may I have this?
That's not how I would ground it. But
so you think liberalism is just a natural occurrence that eventually people evolve, the human species just evolves into liberalism. Is that your contention?
May I respond? Because I think the distinction here is there are like classical liberals and there are modern liberals, right?
That's not the point.
Modern liberals don't have to worry about dying out because our ideology is fixed in science, and science is becoming more and more. It's you right wingers.
One at a time. And Jim Bob Tristan paid 10 on your side just to tell you if you quit, you fucking lose. Okay,
yep,
no quitting.
That's true.
So just to wrap up my argument, it's the right wingers who have to fear becoming obsolete as the world becomes smarter and more technological.
Your ideology thinks men can be women.
Wait. Hold on, Melanie. How is that the case? Right wingers and religious people, even non-right right wing sort of just traditionalists all around the world are having a lot of children. What is this? What is this? Where we go extinct? You guys go extinct, not us.
You just because you raise a child in your household under these rules does not necessarily mean that child will grow up as an adult following that, right?
Because of
many
science.
of your children, the right wingers, are becoming liberals and stuff like that because
That's true.
you're so strict and
You
authoritarian.
just proved my point.
They can't
You
stand
just
your
proved my
shit.
point, dude.
So it
You
doesn't
just
matter
proved
what
my
your
point.
replacement. It doesn't matter what your replacement
just
It's
rates are.
also
our
acting the
point.
it's also doing the opposite though, right?
I want.
Wait, hold on.
What your
Melanie,
replacement rates are.
Melanie,
It doesn't matter.
Melanie, it
I'm
does.
responding. It
If
doesn't
we
matter what your
don't-
replacements are because.
Really? If we don't have kids, who will?
Let me say
Hold
why
on.
then.
If we
Hold
don't
on.
have kids, who's going to have them?
Because
Science.
Your ideology is becoming obsolete to begin with.
Dude, why can't you answer a question? If
I
we
did.
don't have the kids, who will?
What do you mean we? Who's we in this scenario?
You just said, look, you just said right wingers are having kids, but it doesn't matter about replacement because you can't guarantee they're going to hold your ideology.
You're
They
acting like
might.
liberals don't have kids.
What?
You're acting like liberals don't have kids.
We're talking about
Not
the
as much as
percent.
Christians, not even close.
Not as much. No. You're getting swamped generally, and not even just Christians, Muslims. Well, if you include all of the Christian sects. So
we all have kids. That's the answer.
No, dude. The point is traditionalism, which is what Jason's pointing to. If you have an ideology, you transfer the ideology downstream through tradition, through your families, right? It's a familial thing. That's what a society is made of. You have this idea that technology is going to give you your children.
It's science.
But science doesn't give you
Backs us
children.
up. It backs us up. It makes your gender roles obsolete. We're no longer in an agrarian economy.
That's not even true.
Therefore,
It's not
traditional
even true.
gender roles are no longer necessary. because
Oh,
we're no
gender
longer in
roles are
agrarianism.
absolute. Tell me this fantasy world.
Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
Tell me the fantasy world where gender roles are absolute, where men aren't enforcing and keeping society running.
So the last time we needed gender roles, and I'll make sure this is an answer. The last time we needed gender roles was an agrarian society when we needed division of labor in the household to make a farm work. Nowadays,
That's
rural
patently
households,
untrue.
households are more technologically and innovative than ever.
Oh, really?
Whether you're raising chickens or growing corn.
Cool. Who does underwater welding for bridges?
A single farmer can do a lot more than a single farmer could.
Who does all the underwater welding for bridges?
So my argument is that these have become increasingly obsolete, as with things like automation have also made physical labor obsolete.
Okay, here's the fundamental change that happened. Here's the fundamental
Let
change.
me can we do an interruption real quick? Jen, shut the fuck up. Hold on. Just a quick Richie sends the big 2 for you, Jim Bob. He says this is for Rip and JB. Andrew Starr also says to you, JB, shout out to Jason Myronchuk. He has a great content along with King Pilled to everyone in the chat. Tales of the Shadow Empire is a banger. What is that?
Andrews, Tales of the Shadow Empire is a series I have on Gumroad and also on YouTube. It started off detailing multiple things like the coming economic crisis that's going to start hitting next month. So we started detailing that. We've gotten so we talked to guests Stormy Waters, Tom Luongo, Jim Jotras, who's now I do a regular show with Jim talking about Ukraine-Russia war, and Charles Fadil. That's Volume 1. Volume 2 will now be getting into much more spiritual events, looking at groups like the City of London and other groups. The general premise behind the Shadow Empire is that the American Empire is not run by America. It is run by some other people, and we're looking into well, not just them, but the Europeans. Let's just say, let's say the British Empire never stopped being an empire. Discuss. So that's the Tales of the Shadow Empire. It's available on Gumroad and other episodes over on YouTube and other places. So.
That's an awesome super chat. That sounds cool.
Yes, and a shout out to our little kitty cat in the chat with the big 50 for the grift. Thank you so kindly. And I will give a fair warning. I am starting to run low on Steam, so I'll give you maybe about another half hour, guys, and then we'll probably start to shut down.
So I'm just gonna finish.
Sorry, Jim. Just really briefly, and I'll just because I think this is also helpful. The one thing that really changed during the Industrial Revolution was a change in the family makeup. So what happened, what was typical, not just in agrarian societies, but typical even in the early stages of the Industrial Revolution, was that husbands, mothers, and children worked together. So oftentimes women would bring the children to work. If they worked at a factory, the children would actually work with them or be part of that family unit. So the separation of the family became an issue. Whereas usually fathers men always used to be the ones who went on longer voyages, went away to war on ships and that kind of thing. But generally speaking, in a traditional family unit, the mother and the father and the child or the children worked and lived together until the children went off and had their own families, and then they would live in more or less communities.
Not
when
to mention,
when the family, hang on a second, when the family unit started getting broken apart, and this is a problem actually even with a nuclear family, because even suburbs began to break up family units. So as a family units became broken apart, they became more atomized. This brings down cohesion within society, starting in the family. That's the big problem. So if you can reunite people in some sort of unity, whether it was with your science or whatever the hell ideology you want, you'd have a stronger community. If you really want liberalism to survive into the future, you're going to need to have cohesion. Without cohesion, it falls apart. Sorry.
May I just point out one extra thing? We used to be like all like gung ho about child labor, and we didn't think it was wrong. Now we do, right? So we only need 2 children per household to keep our population rate.
We think child labor is fine.
What are you talking about? We think it's
wrong. We think child
labor
labor is fine. We think child labor is fine. Look at child actors. Look at.
So you really don't want them to have a childhood.
What's a childhood? Do they end up like you?
I'm not defending.
Why do you hate kids so much?
That's not an argument, dummy.
No, I'm just curious because like you don't let.
That's not an argument. Try it again, freak.
No, I'm just wondering because you hate them.
Why do you hate black people, Melanie?
You hate them having after-school programs.
Why do you hate black people, Melanie? Why do you hate
I haven't
jobs?
said anything that actually leads you to believe.
Why do you hate everything, Melanie? Shut
Why
up.
do you hate Santa?
It does follow.
Why do you hate him?
Shut your
mouth. You hate all these things that would actually help children. Yet you act like you're protecting
working
children.
helps children, dummy.
Pick a lane.
Do you have children? Do you have children?
It does
Do you have
not
children?
necessarily help children. For
No.
one thing, what helps children more in a world where they're going to have a job that requires
you should
them
have worked
to have
as a kid.
We have more specialized jobs than ever that kids need to be able to be prepared for
And
when
special
they when they hit
Yeah,
18.
jobs like labor,
need to be
like learning a
educated, not-
skill. Like
they
no,
need to be educated more
not
than they need to
educated.
be
No,
employed.
Melanie, you're wrong. What skill do you have from education? Tell me.
What? Plenty.
Are you educated?
Plenty. What
skill do you have?
I can do the quadratic equation.
That's useless right now for us. So if I teach my kids,
hold
on,
that's
Melanie.
Because you're,
Melanie,
that's
Melvin,
because you're incapable of dealing with things that you would actually apply from school.
Melvin, I was a carpenter for many years. I built houses.
Good for you.
Next, I was a metallurgist.
Did you ever use Pythagorean theorem?
I am talking.
Did you ever use Pythagorean theorem?
I don't need it. I'm telling you a skilled labor that
you
applies
don't need
to people.
Pythagorean theorem to do carpentry.
Shut up for a second.
Then
I'm telling you something.
Carpenter,
oh my God. Shut up for a second.
Use
I'm just going to pay to get you. I'm just going to pay to have you removed.
No one said that.
I'll literally just pay to have her, this person removed. Look, it's really simple. Is it a good idea to train children from a young age to know skills? Yes or no?
So when you're making an A-frame and you have the middle,
I just asked you a question.
The middle beam is of a certain height and the bottom is of a certain width. How do you know the angle at which to cut your bevel on the wood?
You use math.
Yeah, like Pythagorean theorem, correct?
Yeah, but you don't build houses. I didn't ask if the Pythagorean theorem
That's where I
is
learned Pythagorean theorem.
That's
in school,
knowledge.
buddy.
I
learned
asked
it as
for
a
skill.
kid in school.
I asked for a skill, not a knowledge.
Well, I'm arguing that kids need knowledge.
No,
not
that's
skills.
knowledge. I asked for skill, Melanie.
You want them to have skills? Have them work when they're 16.
Melanie, focus.
16
that's
is a
knowledge.
Fine age.
No, math is knowledge. I asked you another question.
You use knowledge and you
Melanie,
work. You would have terrible skills if you weren't applying knowledge.
Melanie,
you would have shit skills if you weren't applying knowledge.
What skill do you have?
What skill do I have? Like I just said, I've actually done carpentry, so I know about beveling angles and that you need to use math in order to determine the angle.
Your skill is beveling an angle on a piece of wood?
Yeah, I've done shop before.
Great.
In school.
So when did you learn that? Good. When did you learn that?
In shop class.
What age were you?
10.
Okay. Are you a child at 10?
Yes.
Cool. Would you be against taking your knowledge and labor at 10 years old and being on a job site that as long as it was safe, that you learned on the job and you worked at 10?
Yes, because 10-year-olds are still learning how to interact with the world.
You're not answering the question, you freak show.
I said yes because. So I'm saying yes.
Cool.
And I'm saying why.
Then you concede the debate. Bring everyone back out. Child labor for the win. Child
No,
labor
I
for the
said
win.
yes, I would be
We don't need
against that.
anything else.
I said
Thank
yes
you.
to that. That was disingenuous as fuck. I said yes, I would be against that because children are still
Oh,
learning.
so
how
you're
to
against
interact.
them teaching those skills when you're 10 years old, but you don't want to be on the site? Okay,
Preparing them
dude.
for the world when they're 18.
Get outta here.
We're preparing them for the world when they're 18. Children are still learning how to interact
Dude,
with the world through play when they are 10, and they need time to play, not time to be fulfilling someone's profit margin.
Why do they need to play? What are you talking about, you freak? You're still playing. This is what happens when you let children play forever. They turn into you.
No, it's you, dude.
You're still playing. You're literally in a fantasy world.
You're the one who thinks you're an expert on this.
I am an expert metalsmith, and I was a carpenter. I have skills that I can teach my
You
kids.
clearly don't know how to accumulate knowledge, dude.
What?
You
I'm
don't know how to
talking about
accumulate knowledge.
skills.
Yeah, and you don't
And-
know how knowledge applies to this.
For the record, we
school
$50 on both sides. Our little kitty cat spent 50 on mine. And
Thank you so
on
much.
yours, Jim Bob. Now
Appreciate
you
that.
can take over my panel. Have
Anyone else think it's a good idea for children to learn skills maybe earlier than just pure knowledge?
as opposed to child slavery.
Not you.
What are you talking
No one
about?
says
slavery.
Absolutely.
Is not child slavery.
How is it
Here's an
slavery
interesting.
to be on a job site?
Here's an interesting thing that used to be
Someone's
standard.
echoing. Sorry, someone's
Oh.
echoing. Who is it?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's probably me.
Yeah, Daniel. Turn off the YouTube part on
Here's
your
an
phone.
interesting traditional education standard that is now being introduced now reintroduced back in alternative schools. I know this because of family and stuff, whatever. Kids used to not be taught how to read or write until about age 7 or 8. This was like standard. They would hold off. They basically you just wouldn't even start learning reading and writing until you're age 7 or 8 or above. And then they weren't discouraged from it. It was more like it was if you would be around it, you'd be around people who were reading. If the child had interest in it, you certainly show them. But formal teaching wouldn't begin till that age. Basically, the understanding of it is that a child isn't ready for that kind of. You kind of have to have fine motor skills worked out to be able to write properly. So it's a less stress, more organic style of learning. And again, alternative schools across the board are picking this back up. Now, it doesn't fit into standard educational models, but to your point, like in terms of child labor, you're putting your child in labor in grade 1.
Mm-hmm.
As soon as a kid has homework, that's labor. Now, you may not think it's physical labor. You may not equate it to an actual job.
And chores,
You're
too, right?
basically, you're basically training that child to be able to go to higher learning and to be a science person and all the other stuff. That starts at grade 1. You could argue even kindergarten, but let's just put it at grade 1, where kids starting to learn.
Jason. I grew up with 3 older brothers in the mountains, the Catskill Mountains.
That explains.
I was hauling chopped wood down a wintry mountain on a sleigh at like 8 years old. It's like
with small shoulders, folks. So
tiny
he
shoulders.
had
I can try to steal
he
that
worked
a little
really
bit
hard
there.
at that. He
Okay,
knew he was going
Norm.
to get beaten if he didn't.
Go ahead, Norm.
Didn't have it. Sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, I am not as tough as a lot of the males listening
can
right
see
now,
that.
but I did, yeah, I'm very weak, but I did, when I was 12, I was doing envelopes in my dad's office, and when I was 15, I was shoveling gravel. When I was 15, I started bussing tables. And so I don't think there's a bad side to teaching kids skills to become hard as fuck, as David Goggins would say. But I also think that in 2025, knowing how to read and being aware of what technology is, like if that's at all possible, then that is the best thing.
Yeah,
Well,
but
regardless,
the other thing is like this whole play thing. This is ridiculous. I understand to have a childhood and to be fond of it. The thing is that Mel doesn't understand, because Melvin will probably never be a father, is that children have fun working. They don't even know the difference.
You can make a game out of working. I
Exactly.
worked in the hospitality industry for 30 years. Trust me, you have to make games out of it.
It's not a matter of like skills versus knowledge. It's a matter of having knowledge instead of skills, or just knowledge. You want to be able to have skills. You have to have skills. That's the basis. And then
you would need knowledge to have skills, wouldn't you?
Yeah, they go hand in hand. It's just not one or the other, which
Yeah,
I
but
agree.
They come from the same place.
when I'm saying knowledge, I guess I mean more like
what he's talking about, algebraic knowledge.
You're, okay, would you say that skills? You're basically making a distinction between skills being something you do with your hands, like something sort of applied, whereas knowledge is pure pure theory, right?
So
like
what is the knowledge? Where is the application of the knowledge?
Well, wouldn't skills just be applied knowledge?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. But the other thing is what Mel was wrong about is like sending people and saying they're educated. Like people who are sent into work environments without all the algebra stuff, they might learn that in some sort of sidestep way. But there's nothing that's going to replace the experience over time, that the kind of knowledge from repetition and seeing that they're going to see. For instance, when I was trained as a master metalsmith from an old Korean guy, he actually didn't speak English very well at all, to the point where I was like, what are you talking about? Like, so I had to actually watch him, and I actually learned from watching, and there was somehow he transferred the knowledge aspect through the barrier of language, but not using what you would.
That would never scale, Jim Bob. How are you recommending this for the United States?
Someone's echoing again. Sorry. Someone's echoing again.
How is this a recommendation for the United States or for our audience anywhere in the world? Everyone can't go find like an old Korean guy to go learn metalsmithing from.
Well, I mean, anyone could. It's not everyone will is a better way of saying it, right?
Those are both. I think those are saying the same thing.
Well, I'm saying is that schools. Do you think schools are mandatory right now? Public schools, like the state itself will go. Is your kid in school?
Yeah, like just truancy.
Hold on a second. Isn't it true that the state coerces, in a sense, coerces you if you have children to go?
If I have a duty to be an economic participant. Then the state has a right to ask that question.
That's fine. I don't care. I'm glad. I'm all for state having a big role in guiding what society should and ought do. Okay, hold on a second. The question was, isn't it true that the state already compels parents to put their children in environments where they're learning knowledge and skills?
So the first step to me is not encouraging my kids to have a Stone Age job, period.
Okay, I didn't ask that, dude. You got to focus. I don't know if you are into fish or whatever, or, I don't know what's going on with you.
I'm really
trying. I don't know if you toured and chased fish around for many years, but I'm just trying to get you to go through one line of logic here. One line of reasoning is that if it's the case, because you're asking this good question, by the way, is what the hell are we supposed to do? What are we supposed to do? Not everyone could work a jewelry job like you and find this old Korean man, right? Yeah. Well, we do have this thing called this schooling, right? So whether it's the government schooling, which is total shit right now, or homeschooling or something else, we already have a system that already pulls children into an environment where they're laboring, they're doing homework, they're learning skills, and they're learning knowledge. What I think should happen is they should be directed towards skills. More so, they should be plucked and placed in the skilled arenas, as opposed to this promise with their guidance counselor going, well, what 4-year party school are you going to go to getting STDs and everything else? And then you'll finally come home, and then the thing you're studying for is already antiquated by the time you graduate.
No, because Jim Bob, if I do, sorry, one last thing. Let me just close this. Sure. Let me land my own plane with Jim Bob. Is if to me, the major difference is if someone told me that my daughter would know calculus or could know calculus by the time she left high school for free, then I would be, I don't see why homeschooling, even though me and her mom could both teach her calculus, I don't see why I wouldn't take that option and figure out a stopgap for what you're suggesting to learn hard skills.
Oh, simple. Here's a simple answer to that.
100% of the time, that works 50% of the time.
Do you believe that you and your wife have a more vested interest in seeing your child succeed than a random teacher at a school? By percentages.
I think calculus is the thing that.
No. Hang on a second, because you just said you and your wife can teach in calculus. So we can take calculus up. We can take the actual education off the table, because if you and your wife can teach your child calculus, You cannot teach your child calculus in 2025.
I'm not
You
taking
think that's
calculus.
impossible?
If she likes math, I'm not taking calculus off the table.
You're going in
No. I'm not saying take it off the table. I'm saying that if you just admitted that you and your wife can teach your child calculus, correct?
Yeah, we could get her
Yes.
to
Okay.
collegiate level calculus.
So the question is this. The question is this: who do you think has a deeper vested interest in your child's long-term success? You and your wife, or some random person who's hired to teach your child anything?
20 of them,
or whatever it might be.
Again, calculus in and of itself is the reason that she would be able to tell me not just how, but how much an engine works.
Okay,
hold on.
I understand you're autistic, so this is going to be really, really difficult.
Wait, no. Stop.
It's just a matter of not eating crayons for a second.
It's a framing mess here, guys. It's a framing miss here.
Do you think you and your wife have more vested interest in the success of your child than anybody else on the planet?
Well,
simple.
I
The
think
answer
that
is yes.
I don't think I'm a representative family necessarily, but what I would say is that when she's a junior or a sophomore in high school, I would hope I would know if the system was failing her before the fact, and I would hope I could be the same voice for I could be the same voice as parents that are out there going through the same difficult times as so many other people.
Wait, so you're
Norm.
not invested in your kids more than any other stranger?
That would be egotistical if I could only approach it like that. I hope that makes sense.
Egotistical?
I'm not trying to.
No, it doesn't make any sense.
Is it egotistical? Hold on. Let me do it a different way. Do you live in a house?
It looks like it.
Okay, so let's just pretend you own the house. I don't need to know if you do it or not. Just pretend you do. Are you more invested in taking care of and upkeeping your house than your neighbor?
My neighbor,
or a random person across town.
I have no claim to my neighbor's house.
Dude, I didn't ask that. Are you more invested in the welfare of your house than a random person in Seattle? I'll make it really easy.
A person in Seattle? Yes. Let's just say yes. I do.
Okay, is that egotistical of you?
It's probably it probably is a little bit selfish that I.
Are you intentionally retarded?
Do you want to fight me? Do you want to actually? Do you want to? Because I'm done. Like, I don't need to talk. I think we should just fight.
Eat your crayon.
Please
You asked
wait.
if I was retarded.
Wait, Norm, do you know calculus?
I want to fight him now.
Abe, I don't actually want to fight Abe, but I would
Norm.
love to.
I'm gonna fight you.
Norm, do you know
I want
calculus?
to fight him now.
I don't want to fight you.
I want to fight him.
Let's be
I think you need
friends.
Norm. I think you should get into fighting. Honestly, that's the best thing for
I
you.
used
Norm,
to.
do
I
you-
wrestled in high school. I know
Norm, do
calculus.
you know
and I how to
calculus?
fight.
He knows calculus.
Does he?
Yes.
I did at one point in time. I would relearn it if I
Okay,
had.
see? So
I knew
he's
I
saying
knew economics.
No,
I
you
knew
didn't.
stats.
You're a liar.
he's saying that it would be
You're
better
a liar.
for
If you knew calculus,
Hold
at
on,
one
Dave.
point
Hold
in
on,
time-
Abe.
I was
Abe
asking
If you knew
Lincoln.
calculus
Abe,
at one point in time, you would know it because calculus is not a process thing. It's like a
What the fuck
theoretical
are you
thing.
talking about?
If you knew calculus ever, even one time, you would.
he's saying it's like riding a bike.
Exactly, you dumb fuck.
Calculus.
It's not though.
It's like BEMDAS.
Maybe that
BEMDAS.
was
You know
his point.
BEMDAS.
All right. I
You're
swear to
going-
God,
you're
I'm
going the wrong
gonna
direction.
It's a framing miss.
I'm gonna
You're
go
going the
eat a
wrong direction. The
thermometer so I
argument is
can
not
rejoin the
about higher
panel.
education versus
You
lower
do that. Like crayons. No
The
crayons.
argument
It might
is
be
about-
a rare time that
The
actually
argument
just
is
eat a
about
crayon.
the
You want
usefulness
to.
of the education. The argument
Look,
is
it's
about
yellow.
the
It tastes like
usefulness of the
lemons.
Education, and you have no interest in that at all. You're like, oh, the usefulness of the education. I can hand that off to anybody, any random teacher, because in actuality,
I didn't say that.
you don't even know if you live in a house or not. You look around and you go, I think I live in a fucking house.
I'm pretty sure I am invested in my refrigerator being full, but I don't want to get my ego too
Yeah,
blown
maybe
out.
my neighbor could do it.
Jim, I
for
do
me.
want to interrupt. You got a grift, bro.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Sarah's-
Yeah.
Sarah's yelling at you.
Because I don't have access to bringing them up on screen. So Spiro says for $5, ask him how he'd feel if he'd to give up his child to someone who claimed to care more about his kid. Yeah, would you just give? Would you
This
give
is
your
why I
kid
don't bring
away?
stuff up. I'm not answering.
Well, I'm just
that.
saying,
This is
like
why I don't bring shit
hypothetically,
up.
What do you mean? It's actually a good. It's a good
It's test for logic.
It's a test.
Yeah, he's going to read it from.
That's fine. That's fine.
Okay, we all understood what Jim was trying to say.
What do you think
right?
failed first? What do you think
Definitely
failed first, the ideology or the science? I'm not quite sure.
Well, that's what's interesting is the science becomes the ideology.
Guys, can you hear me?
Oh, so it was spontaneous. It was
spontaneous combustion.
He's a planet now.
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you. Whoever that was. Hold on. Let me read this. $5. Mel is a liar. Says he operated heavy machinery, but couldn't name a single piece of equipment that he operated. Just straight up dishonest. Well, I mean, it's just every time, man. Every time. Sarcastic Saint, $5. Mel in the back for 5 for disliking dark people and fake. Mel, stop yelling and act more like a man, not a taller.
Mel knows the quadratic equation, so
seriously. Raz dead, $5. Making the assumption that people only learn in school is detrimental to society. Yeah. The fun thing was killer, though. Well, kids should have fun and be in fantasy world forever. Richie Ricardo just became a member. Thanks. XOXO Cat says $5. How much do I have to pay for fisticuffs? Yeah, I'm gonna have to start. Because this whole debate thing, it's just running its course. So I'm gonna have to organize physical fights. So maybe like Modern Day Debate has like 5 debate lineup, and then on the following Sunday or whatever, there's a match.
We'll fly you down, Jim.
10 grand, something.
We'll fly you down to Tasmania. It's no man's land. There's no rules apply. You can just do things.
And I'll fight women too.
Jimbo, how much do you weigh?
Yeah, we can sit there.
How much do I weigh? 180.
Oh, we weigh the same.
So
180. How tall are you?
I
am 5'10".
5'10" also, yeah. But only one of us looks like Tulsi Gabbard.
Jim Bob, if you get this going,
because your hair is silver, I don't know, but
Jim Bob, if you get this going, I want
actually
first
have a
dibs at
question
soy
for Ivory.
Okay.
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, I have a question for Ivory here. Just 2 points. So first of all, I remember earlier when you were having the exchange with Andrew, you brought up the only point you came up with to the opposition to the stigma was we should have empathy for those people. So you do realize that the necessary precondition for having empathy is not have stigma against behaviors that are negative for society or not beneficial to society.
Wait, which behavior are you referring to? It's kind of ambiguous. I can't tell
Any
if you're
behavior.
saying...
Let's say, let me give you an example. Let's say hypothetically you have a son, okay, and he grows up to do some kind of horrible shit, some kind of crime. Let's say any crime you think is horrible. So it's still possible that you'll have empathy for your son, but for you to still stigmatize and shame his behavior, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so we've established to have empathy, necessary precondition is not to not have stigma towards that said behavior or for those people. So
what's the point?
So now let me give you a syllogism for why it's necessary to have stigma towards antinatalism or women not reproducing on the macro societally. Okay. Premise
Wait,
one.
can I just clarify?
Reproduction.
I like my initial position was that I was like supportive of some stigma, just saying we have to be careful with it.
Okay. Well, that's just your arbitrary standard that you're applying to it for, I don't know, what are your metrics there? Maybe just emotions.
Well,
Okay, so let me give you
that's why I was interested in like talking about the metric because I'm not fully clear on what like Andrew or Jim Bob's.
No, I'm not.
Ivory,
Yeah, I'm not opposing the conversation. I'm not opposing you having the conversation. I'm just pointing out what happened there, or my understanding.
I think the conversation just got derailed before we could
so
really. Get
let me
into
just
it.
give you. Okay.
Just give them the premises.
So, let me just give you. This is my. Yeah.
Yeah, just do it.
Yeah, this is my last point, anyways. So, premise one: reproduction is a necessary precondition to have a society to begin with. Premise two: stigma is a necessary precondition to have a functioning, healthy society. Conclusion:
I don't know if I agree
we
with
should
that.
have stigma. You don't agree
taboos.
with the second premise?
I don't
You
know
don't
if
agree
it's
with
necessary.
taboos?
I think practically, probably, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so that's the end of it. And do you agree with the
Yes.
second premise? Then
So
the
the question-
conclusion is,
Yeah.
and the
how much stigma,
conclusion
though?
is, hold on. This conclusion is we need to having stigma against people who don't reproduce on the macro is a necessary precondition to have a society that's healthy
I
and
already
functioning.
granted that.
That's the
Like
end.
I fully agree with that. I just
Okay.
I think we're going to disagree on where like how we. I don't even think we're going to disagree on it. I think we just haven't really made it clear.
Yeah.
Like,
well, would
how
you
we
agree?
determine what that stigma
Ivory,
is and, like,
Ivory, would
how
you
we-
agree? Hold on,
Ivory,
Ivory, would you agree that if you agree with that syllogism, would you agree that a society that had a more cohesive, homogenous ethical system, shared customs, values, that would be more functional? I'm not even going to say more ethical, just more functional. That if it was cohesive and it was all shared, they were unified in their system of what good stigma is, what bad stigma is, what's okay to shame, what's not okay to shame. The agreement of that would be better than the plurality of it, right?
Okay, so I don't want to dodge the question, so I'll answer and say I think yes, probably functional, like a cohesive society is going to be functional. I think I will push back though and ask you, like, isn't it important
That's all
not to
we need
separate
from
ethics from that? Because like I think China might be a good example where like they have more cohesiveness, but you know, like 20% or something of the population is in poverty, and it's like that's like what, like 18 times more than the US.
Yes,
Like,
so that means that's great, because that means that that's only one element of a good society. Now you have this other element. What's the paradigm or worldview or practice or tradition that they're holding that they pair with their utility? Because China is mostly utility. They have some lingering, fluffy theology here and there. I don't, lingering, but it's not like. It's not so rigid where you can see it. Whereas if you took Christianity and you paired it with the utility we already agreed on, we all agreed on the syllogism. Now we have two elements in play. And what we've been discussing this whole time is if you take the Christian element and the utility element, Christian element gives you the ontology and the duties of men and women and the family and the context of the family being an extension of the church. The church itself has its own hierarchical authority with the people, and it informs some sort of structure of society of enforcement. It's not identical to the enforcement, but it informs. So isn't that like if you had that, like, even if you disagreed with the theology, it seems like a no-brainer that that's something that maybe we're competing for. Maybe the whole elephant in the room here with all of this voting stuff is that all we're really doing is competing for which ideology should hold the gun. Really?
Yeah, the nice thing about Christianity.
I think there's I don't think.
And
I think the one thing to push back here is. And I agree with you that I think cohesive society plus like a strong ontology, a kind and generous ontology will have good outcomes. I wonder though, like, can't we design something that has an even better outcome?
Listen,
like, can't we, like, why do we have to settle for the outcomes of Christianity?
The thing
why can't
is,
we
because
like
Christianity
Christianity
actually gives you continuity.
Hold on, Jason. Go ahead, Jason. Let Jason talk.
Christianity actually gives you continuity. Continuity is very important. So it's not just continuity in from the past. So you can have a shared history.
Well,
right,
so
through
Christianity
the church.
hasn't stayed the same for forever. Like it's
Yes, it
changed
has.
a lot.
Orthodoxy
So
has
why
stayed the
can't we?
same.
So it's like
Orthodoxy
when you
has
say
stayed the same.
Christianity, you could. It's kind of like we could change Christianity. We could modify it. We could build upon it.
No, we can't.
That's innovation. No.
They've tried doing that. It's failed. So,
No, you can't modify it. You have to stay.
Christianity has changed, but also saying that we can't build upon it.
You have to stay within strict doctrine.
Why?
So what would most? I don't know how many of us on the panel, for hypothetical purposes, being that Jason was going to be answering this question, is Ivory. We would take at least Jason and I, maybe Evan, maybe someone else on the panel, an orthodox perspective. It wouldn't be change. It wouldn't be innovation. It wouldn't be pluralism. It wouldn't be adapting to modern temporal features and things like this. It's the tradition. 2,000 years in practice. It's a patriarchal system. It's established. It's unchanging, and
but haven't the traditions and interpretations changed a lot, even in the Orthodox perspective?
No.
What do you mean they haven't?
Tell me. That's a claim. Tell me.
So I think slavery might be a good
Demonstrate it.
example. Like
Demonstrate
it was like
that.
The Bible never.
There was a lot of consternation between.
Wait. Slavery's always wrong.
No, that like some Christians supported slavery, some Christians used Christianity to
no, those weren't
slavery.
No,
You're asking you.
Yeah, we never derived Orthodoxy never derived any pro or
question,
anti-slavery from the tradition of Orthodoxy.
In fact, Saint Gregory of Nyssa was one of the earliest, way before any of these like Enlightenment fancy pants thinkers. He was talking about.
I'm talking about like the abolitionists.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, those are.
You're talking about the first millennium.
Wait, I don't.
What is
you're talking about the first millennium?
The abolitionists weren't the first people who spoke out against slavery. Slavery had been minimized and dealt with in many different cultures for thousands of years before the abolitionists showed up.
Wait, so are you saying the abolitionists were Orthodox?
The abolitionists weren't Orthodox.
No.
But they were correct, right?
I'm sorry.
Like they had the correct interpretation.
The abolitionists.
It's not interpretation. The Bible has nothing to say about the continuation or the abolition of slavery. No,
the Bible, like the Old Testament, has plenty of discussion.
No, things existing.
But that's the Old Testament, first of all. So that's not a Christian book. The Christian book is the New Testament. No, it's not.
Like the Old Testament is in the Christian Bible.
Okay. Look. Here's I'll give you a little help out here, right? Because I'm really sick and tired of this fucking argument because it's driving me the fuck up the wall.
Wait, I don't. I'm not trying to say that the Christianity is bad because the Old Testament has some contradictions.
Hold for 2 seconds.
Well, it's the thing is, Ivory Fool, that there's always an instant.
Okay, this is the Lord of the Rings. Okay, Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings has 3 books, right? Aragorn is a character in the first book. And he isn't the king in the first book. In the third book, he becomes the king. Would you call Aragorn the king in the first book, or would you only call him the king in the third book when he becomes the king?
Wait, would you say that the first book is part of the Lord of the Rings?
Yes, it's part of the Lord of the Rings. But,
okay, so when we say
what happens, things happen, don't they? Things happen in the book. So the people in the first book,
like, I'm not saying Jesus was in the Old Testament. Right? I don't know. I don't understand what you're trying to argue.
Christ is in the Old Testament.
Can you use the analogy and make
all
the
of
argument?
Hold on, Ivory. This is going to be a theological
that argument really just drives me up the wall.
Just Ivory. Just know that Christianity, the whole through line of it, right? There's a through line of Christianity, old to new. There's Jesus Christ. From our perspective, Jesus Christ is eternally uncreated all throughout. He's existing in the Old Testament. He's still there. It's not like this featured creature that shows up. So, but you're gonna have to grant that the people who are Orthodox have the authoritative position on their theology, as opposed to trying to you do some sort of external critique of it.
But what happens if like the Orthodox is a minority? Like I don't how are we defining Orthodox?
What do you mean? It is the minority.
No, hold on. That's a second. No, hold on. Hold on.
In the Old Testament,
that's a fallacious.
You ought to have
that's
slaves,
a fallacious
right?
argument.
There's no argument for slavery in either the Old or New Testament.
It's up to interpretation what it's saying.
If you do have slaves, you should treat them better than other people are treating their slaves at that time, right?
Sure, isn't that implicit approval of slavery?
No, it's not approval. It's
no. Hold on. Let me. Good. Let me give him a hypothetical. Ivory, hold on. Let's just do a hypothetical. Let's say it's wartime, Ivory, and you corner your enemies, right? And you have an option. You either let them continue to be your enemies and you fight them to the death, you capture them, put them to the sword, or you enslave them in a sense. You retrieve them from their that's just an example. I'm not saying that's the biblical exactly. I'm just saying there's a hypothetical, even under your view, where enslavement might be the most ethical thing to do. if the alternative is death?
Oh, I would reject the only alternative being death, but I can see like if we're saying the only alternative is
What
death,
is
then
it?
yes.
Yeah, but the point is
Like just like integration.
In prison?
Integration. No, hold on. Integration. But how can you integrate if, let's say, if you thought integration was the best solution? Let's say you took the women and children away from this warfare, away from this insane position, and you actually took them and you integrate them into a proper system of Christianity. You actually kept their virginity, by the way. You still respected their virginity, and you converted them. Like, even if that was against their will, if the alternative is that they're currently enslaved and worse could happen, or they're left to the woods, the wilderness, it's not like they can start an OnlyFans in a treehouse in the biblical times.
I think if you're respecting their autonomy, that's not against their will.
Autonomy, no. Autonomy is, you don't even have a reason why that's an ethical thing from your view. Autonomy. What is this?
What do you, of course, I have a reason.
Why?
Because
Why is that good?
It produces better outcomes. Like people are social.
that's just
and when they
arbitrary,
work
bro.
together.
No, that's
What?
arbitrary. That's arbitrary.
Wait,
That's
why is
arbitrary.
That? I mean, it's not. It's
You're
not.
measuring
Working
that
together
using,
toward what?
You're measuring that using your metrics. Yeah. You're using
Wait,
your
I mean, you can't prove God
subjective
exists
metrics.
either.
Yeah, you can.
You can.
You want to prove?
No.
You want to prove? Yeah, you do. Yeah, I can prove it right now.
we can.
No one
You
is
wanna-
proving God exists.
You want to prove God exists right now?
I'll just. I'm going to defer to the people that are much smarter
This
than
is-
me and much more versed in these arguments. Like no one has definitively proven that God
You want
exists.
me
That's
to
just a fallacious appeal. That's a fallacious
No
and
one-
circular appeal to authority.
No, it's not.
That's
It's
just
not
an
an
appeal
appeal
to
to
authority.
authority.
It is.
Like I'm not saying.
It
I'm not
is.
saying like.
Ivory,
It
what
is.
if God
Okay, let
God
me
was
ju-
necessary for anything to be proven?
Like there's plenty of frameworks where that's not
Ivory,
the case. Like logically,
Ivory. Logic.
stepped
You
in
say
so
logic.
much,
Let's look at logic.
You
For a
literally
second.
can't have logic.
Is
without God.
logic? What's the ontology of logic, Ivory?
Why does logic exist?
What?
What's the ontology? What's its existence? How does logic exist? In what way? Because an apple exists
that's
in
not
a
the
particular.
ontology.
Hold on a second.
That's
Yeah,
the
being.
epistemology.
No, being the way it is, the existence of it, the status of it, if you will. So, if an apple is material, there's a way in which an apple exists, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. The way in which an apple exists is not the same way the law of identity itself, independent of the apple, exists, right?
Not necessarily. Like
Okay.
ontic structural realism
Okay.
is an idea that everything is like a structure. So if you're
Okay,
saying an
cool.
apple is a structure, then ideology is
Well,
also a structure.
Hold on.
Jim
Hold
Bob,
on.
mind if
So,
I-
hold on. Let me just run this one quick, and you guys can jump in. Does truth exist?
What do you what? Well, it
Truth.
depends on what you
I
mean
think
by
a better
truth.
way to frame it is there a truth and a false? So, like, for example, is one? Like, does one ever be two, or is it always one? It can't be three or four.
I think.
right?
Are
Can
you
I-
like?
can I
Can I
defend-
say that there are structures, and I think that there's truth in those structures?
Well, no, the structure has to precede the description of it. So if truth, let's
No,
do it a
saying
different way.
the
Hold on, let's
structure and the description are one and the
Oh,
same.
wait,
no, let's do it a
Can I-
different way. Hold on.
Ivory?
Hold on. Let's do it a different way. Is truth discovered or created?
My personal belief is that it's discovered.
Good. Okay. So is it discovered and it's conceptual?
What do you mean by conceptual?
I mean, the way in which we discover it and the way it exists, is it conceptual? Is abstract? There's no physical
yeah, of
truth
course
like
it's
a tree,
abstract.
right? Okay, cool.
Jim Bob, do
Is
you
ab-
mind if I jump in here for Ivory? Because we
Sure.
have the same views, you and I, but it's just I come at it from a non-religious point of view, and I feel
Sure.
like Ivory and I we disagree, but and I'll repeat this when we do closing statements of that soon. But again, Ivory, you and I disagree on a lot of things. I mean, you were talking to me about, and I was using nature as an argument before.
I don't know if we disagree.
yesterday.
I think you.
Well,
we
you were.
needed to have a better
I wasn't.
conversation.
I wasn't bringing up religion. I was bringing up nature, and you just kept asking me nature. And, like, what do I mean by nature? And then the other
law?
guy who was here kept cutting in. But I feel that religion. Look, I've got nothing against anybody who is religious. I just feel that it's not the be all end all. I mean, people. I've heard this argument since I was a teenager. People say the reason we need religious is because men start wars
Not
over
religion.
greed.
God.
That's all.
What is
Yes.
this?
God,
Hold
God
on.
is
I thought you were-
intelligent.
hold on a
You-
second. Hold on a second.
Go
Hold on a
back
second.
to
Hold on a
what you were
second.
saying, Jim Bob.
Hold on a
I don't
second.
think
Hold on a second.
we need to derail.
Whoever just came in, I thought you were going to pick up my argument and improve on it. You just hold on a second.
He is Australian
Yeah.
though, so like
Yeah.
this is
No, no.
this
I'm
is
a
this is
New
hard.
Zealander. New Zealander.
Okay.
I'm next to Australia.
Hold on a second.
Even
If you're
worse.
not making an argument for God, we don't want to hear it right now, but you can talk after.
Yeah.
So being that Ivory, that we got you to see that truth itself is discovered, so it preceded your mind, because how can you
Sure.
discover something if it didn't precede you? And it's conceptual or abstract. Now, would you agree that abstractions and concepts are mind dependent or mind associative, like they're associated to a mind?
No.
Like they don't exist in like a rock or like a tree. It's specifically
No,
something.
I think structures exist, but
structure is
absent of
abstract.
minds.
No.
Absent of minds,
structure
yeah,
is-
it exists.
Hold on, but structures are abstractions.
Not
Jim
necessarily.
Bob is asking for.
Structures can be
Listen,
real.
listen, Ivory. Jim Bob is
like a law
asking
of
for
nature.
the status.
Do you think the laws
the
of nature
status
are
or
only existent because humans exist?
the ontology?
No, hold on a second.
on.
The laws
Jim Bob
of
is asking. Yeah, go on, Jim Bob.
I'm saying the thing you're discovering called truth, you're not holding a thing called truth physically, so it's abstract.
Well, I think you could
and
be.
abstract.
Yeah.
You can hold the truth.
Yeah.
Well, not that you can hold it, but that
Then you
it can
can't.
exist independent of your mind. The structure.
Okay, I agree that truth, because we're discovering, has to have a type of existence independent of you and our mind. But there's no other way to categorize it if there's only two options: abstract or concrete. What's the third option?
Maybe there's. Wait, hang on.
Yeah.
What do you mean? There's no other way to categorize it?
When I say the truth exists,
Is
and
there?
I say it hold on, it doesn't exist the way an apple does. An apple is concrete, and abstractions are non-concrete, so they're abstract. So if those two things are
let's talk about like a particle, right?
abstract,
Like a particle is like a thing that exists, right?
it doesn't.
But there's
That's
like a
material.
whole thing. There's a whole
That's
field of
physical.
philosophy called ontic structural realism that kind of shows, and like that's what
physical.
quantum field theory is based on. That particles actually
Is the
are
truth
structures. They're not-
particles? Is the
What?
truth particles?
No, that's what I'm saying. Is that
no, we agree.
Okay.
So if there's only two options, right? There's only two
but
options.
what I'm saying
here.
is that these structures are particles.
No, a truth is not a structure
no.
as material. Otherwise, you can point to a structure
Yeah.
called truth as matter. Now, you already
No,
admitted
you
that you
actually
can't.
can do that. That's the whole. That's
Oh,
the whole
really?
point of
You
saying
can
that
do that?
particles
You
are
really-
waves.
Hold on.
Can you?
No.
Jim Bob,
Hold
this
on.
is-
Party, hold on a second, dude. Just chill out a second. You just said
Sure,
you
sure.
can find the truth as particles, as structures.
No, you can describe this thing that you like. You can say, okay, there's an apple, and then that's concrete, and then there's structures that are not concrete. But we can actually say that like there's a way to think about it where the apple and the structure are actually the same thing.
Ways of thinking about it is abstract, right? There's no thing you hold in your hand called ways of thinking about it, right?
No, that's the structure.
Well, no, structure. Okay, so you keep switching back between physical, like physical or matter, and conceptual,
No, but
immaterial.
like what I'm saying is that the
Is it
matter
true that
itself
gravity
is like a
exists?
structure.
What's
when
the
you-
structure of, like, let's say, look. What's the structure of you thinking about an apple physically? What's the structure?
Can I just point out real quick, Junior Bob? I think you're confusing.
Let me make one
I
point,
think
Jim
you're
Bob.
okay, sorry.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't.
Yeah,
Sorry.
just
Pat,
one
were you-
point.
There's like lots of
Yeah,
brain
I'm just
chemistry. I
gonna,
don't know what you're getting at.
Hold on, just let me make one point. So, Ivory, the thing is, as you said, the ways of thinking, those are still going to be dependent and going to be, let's say, inside a human mind, a singular or the individual's mind. The
True.
truth itself is still going to exist external to any human individual minds.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
So we're asking, what is the ontological status of that of truth?
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
What is the
external
thing?
to all human minds.
Right.
What is it?
Because it's
Okay,
not
so
rocks and
it's a
trees and
structure.
things. Yeah, what is it? What's
It's
it?
like
What's
the laws of
ontological-
nature.
What's the ontological status? The way it exists in reality in just clear language.
Why does it need an ontological status?
Because you're
May I-
discovering it.
May I
Maybe it
jump
just
in here?
exists
Yeah.
without any
'Cause you're-
How
like, ought.
Dude, how does it exist? In what
How?
way?
How?
Can I
I can
speak
answer
up
this.
Ivory here because
Ivory, let
religion?
me answer this for a sec.
You
So
can't
religion
derive
is-
an ought from an is.
You get
I
too many
think you're
people
confusing
chirping
how
in.
we come to
What it is.
philosophical
No, you cannot.
truths. I think you're confusing how we come to philosophical and logical truths versus how we come to scientific truths.
Those are
Philosophical
saying you come through scientific truths through philosophy. Duh.
Scientific truths are inductive, right? That's an inductive
Mhm.
logic. We're going
Mhm.
based on a loose association, not a loose, but like
Likelihood.
You're still using the philosophy of science. Yeah, you're still using the philosophy of science.
Yep.
But that means that
Does
there's
science use numbers?
but that means
Yeah,
there's
that's the end of
inherently
that.
no absolutes.
Yep.
No, that
Does,
means there's
science use
inherently-
numbers? Does science use numbers?
Yes,
Who
but are
said
any
that?
of those numbers
Okay,
How does
absolute?
that follow?
Where does a number?
How does that
exist
follow?
in nature?
Party,
Where does a
hold
number?
on,
You
dude.
can
One at a
deductive
time.
Where does a
reasoning
number?
also
Where
exists.
does a
you
number
can
exist in
set up
nature?
frameworks and evaluate the axioms and stuff like that.
Okay, where does a number
Axioms.
exist in
Yeah,
nature?
where do axioms exist then? Because you keep moving
Well,
things.
axioms by definition don't have an ought.
We didn't say ought. How do they exist? In what way do they exist?
No, but what?
Like,
So I am agnostic because I don't know.
okay, are they
But
conceptual?
I don't think we
though?
need to know.
No, I'm not asking if you need to know that. You're just making up rules for yourself. I'm
Okay.
asking you if you're appealing to these things. It's fair to say, okay, if you're appealing to this thing called numbers,
That's
conceptual,
not an answer to the question.
the conceptual realm, universals, particulars, laws of logic, information, even these
Yeah,
things
sure.
are not found as matter. So they're not identical to things that you're interacting with. So when we ask you,
No, they can be.
well,
They
no,
can be
they're not, dude.
representative.
No, they can be
representative
identical to
is
matter.
not
That's the whole point.
identical,
There's a
dummy.
consistent
No, when
axiomatic
induction
framework that
They
makes
They
them
can be identical. They're
There's-
representative. That really makes sense.
Inductive
No,
logic.
there's a consistent
inductive
axiomatic
logic.
framework. That means that the axiomatic
And
framework doesn't
Ivory,
have an internal
Ivory.
contradiction.
What are you
In
saying?
inductive logic, if
It
I
is.
say
That is a contradiction,
Hang
dude.
on, hang on.
One question here because
contradictions,
I want to make
That
sure
is a
Jim Bob understands what I'm
contradiction.
saying.
this entire debate was based around gender
does.
roles in society. Religion is an ideology which is
you're
both.
derailing everything
Yeah,
we were
nice.
talking.
Nice.
No, it's like it's
Okay,
it's perfect.
it evolved.
Religion isn't.
It evolved.
Religion isn't an
In
ideology.
deductive
It's irrelevant,
logic,
dude.
In deductive
The
logic,
debate
one of the-
evolved.
One
Go
of
ahead,
the things
Melanie.
you have to realize is that you don't come to concrete conclusions necessarily, right? They have their
deductive logic?
conceptual, their
Inductive.
inductive.
That's
They're conceptual.
that's not what we're asking you, dude. That's not what
like
we are
numbers.
asking.
Melanie,
we are asking
Melanie,
for.
Numbers,
We are
just
asking
let me-
for.
Hey,
Dude.
hey!
What do you
Numbers
think we are
represent
asking?
a real
Melanie,
thing.
you're not responding to the argument here.
Numbers can represent a
Yeah.
real thing, right?
You're not
Number
addressing the
5 is
challenge.
not a real
That
thing.
is not the challenge. That's not the
Numbers-
challenge.
Here, let me try
Hold
this
on,
again.
Party.
Numbers can represent a real thing, but numbers are not a real thing.
Got it. So we understand that you don't think numbers are a real thing. The question isn't whether or not numbers are a real thing. Okay. To do
No,
induction,
This is how we describe reality with
you're
representation.
not responding to what we're talking about. We're talking about what is the status
Yeah.
of, let's say, universals, or let's say the laws of logic.
Jim Bob, can I explain
information.
what you didn't understand?
Like, there is no unifying theory in physics, so nothing's
Okay,
a
look,
universal.
we'll take
Nothing's a
information, something
universal.
less crazy.
No,
We'll
I'm
take
telling
information.
you about universals. Nothing's a universal in science.
That's
There
a
is no
contradiction.
We're not
unifying-
talking
That's a
about science.
contradiction.
Yes, it is.
What are you talking
There's no
about?
unifying. There is no
What are you
unifying
talking
theory.
about?
Light is universal.
Is
There is no
the scientific
unifying-
method is the scientific method universal?
No.
No.
Answer the question.
It's
No.
deductive.
The
It's therefore not
scientific method.
universal.
Is
No, no, no.
water
The
a
scientific
universal?
method
Is
itself.
water
No.
a universal?
No,
What
the
is- what
word
does that
water
even-
is a
what is-
What about
representation.
What about
The word-
trees?
No, let me point something
What
out. The
is-
word
what?
water is a
You ever
representation.
studied trees?
The word water is a representation. There's
Who are you
nothing that
who are you
necessitates
addressing?
that it applies
So
to
the
diet.
water doesn't exist? I didn't ask about the word water, dude.
Jim, Mel's a planet.
It's
So just calm
arbitrary.
down.
You
I
could-
He's
didn't ask
talking about the
name,
concept.
dude.
You could
I'm
call
not talking-
CH4.
Yeah.
You could
I'm
call
not-
CH4 water
I'm
if
not-
you
Not
want
the
to.
reference.
I'm not talking
could-
about. I'm talking
You
about.
could
there's a-
call
Oh
CH4
my gosh,
water
this
if you
is
wanted
so
to.
brutal.
But
I
listen to
want
my argument.
gulags.
Listen
Dude,
to my
this
argument,
is
dude. Why
yeah.
aren't you listening?
This
You're
is
not
I want
garbage.
gulags and I want them now.
Andrew
Fucking
said this
garbage.
earlier. Learn from Andrew. He said earlier, not responding if you're not listening. You can call CH4 water.
Andrew does not agree
All
with a
that
single
matters-
position you're
all that
espousing.
matters is that when I say
This is
water,
low-tier
you say
nonsense.
CH4. No, but as
I
I
don't
was
even have
pointing out,
power to kick here.
it's not universal. Water is not universal.
That is a contradiction.
I really.
Yeah,
that is-
French water is
Yeah.
different than English water.
Yeah, that's the contradiction, dude.
That's semantics. That's basic semantics.
That's a contradiction. What's semantics?
Okay, hold on.
Holy fuck! No, you're incompetent.
Melanie, do you think only
Jimbo.
particulars exist?
Did you just say semantics are a contradiction?
No. I said using the term semantics is appealing to
inherently a
something that's a
contradiction.
universal thing. So,
No, it's not.
do particulars
Not if I'm talking
exist?
about particulars.
Do
What if I'm
particulars
talking about
exist?
particulars?
Do
Yes.
particulars exist? Is that a
Yes.
universal? What are particulars?
Not all. No, no. In fact,
What
if
are-
you look
can you tell me what particulars are?
you know about
Thoroughly?
AEI and O, do you know how Aristotle divided arguments? He said
I didn't
that-
ask for your questions. I asked if
he
particulars
said that
existed.
any argument that is a universal contradicts any argument that is a particular that comes to the same conclusion.
Who cares what he said? You didn't answer my question.
You suck. You really suck at debating, dude.
Are particulars? I just
You
asked
can't
you.
make the same argument.
I just asked you, Melanie. You can't even answer a straight yes or no question. Do particulars exist?
Jim Bob, you
You know what
suck at
sub-
debating.
Do you know what subalteration is?
Melanie
You know what
does do
subalteration is?
I'm not. I can't. I'll just leave because
yeah,
I
you
don't
can.
have kick. I don't have the
Yeah.
kick
You definitely
utility.
can.
Let me make.
If I can't, if you
Let me
can't
try,
answer a
Jim
simple
Bob.
question,
Let me make
Melanie, do
Yeah,
particulars
let me make
exist?
one point.
Could I ask Melanie a question real quick?
Yes.
No, don't.
Hey,
Please.
Melanie.
Hold
do
on, dude.
particulars exist as
I gotta
universal
ask.
categories?
Dude, shut up and let the dude ask.
Melanie,
ask
do
again.
particulars
Yeah, let me ask the
exist
question.
as a universal category?
Okay.
Shut up.
No. Subalteration only works
Oh.
in one direction.
Brandon, ask it again.
Do particulars exist as a universal category?
No. Let me explain why. Universals can tell us about particulars, but particulars cannot tell us about universals. It only works in one. It's called
So in other words,
subalteration.
particulars
For all
exist
of
as a
you
universal
fucking dummy
category.
Cougars who can't debate on here,
I'm
it's
so
called
out of here.
subalteration.
I'm so out of here, dude.
Because you don't know what
Hey,
subalteration
I didn't hear the
Maybe,
answer.
bro.
There's a delay on my.
I'll
surprised
tell
you
you,
lasted this
Partik,
long,
the
dude.
answer. Partik, he was asked, do particulars exist? And then he said, he appealed to universals. He said universals.
Jim, can I say something? Saying that something is not
Fucking
universal is
retard.
a universal statement. It's a
Yes.
self-contradictory
Exactly.
statement in terms.
Jim, you
Exactly.
suck at this.
That's exactly what I was gonna say.
Like, it's insane.
Where
Who,
are we
who
ending
the
up
fuck
on?
are you? Who
Jay
are
Dyer
you?
actually has some
What
good
is the-
videos
what
on
is the-
this where he talks about
Did we
this.
prove God
like,
exists?
What?
Did we prove God exists? I kind of got lost.
We did. Just have
We
faith.
did.
We don't. Yeah,
We
we
did.
don't have.
Yeah,
When?
This is.
All
We're
right,
gonna
everybody
need a
shut up.
time.
Everybody shut up. Jim Bob, I hope you're watching. It's that fucking easy. Just like that. You just say, shut the fuck up. And they shut the fuck up. Jim Bob's not used to the big panels in terms of monitoring them the way I mean, this is like secondhand nature for me, but he's used to the Discord and then being able to just kind of boot them. I want to read a few super chats that came in. We did this one. And then Otis Driftwood said, Tulsi uses lip gloss, burn. And Granola Gran says, WWF tag team matchup, Jim Bob and Andrew versus Sam S and Destiny. That would be interesting. Jim Bob got a new membership, D's King Hockey.
It's a
And then, To Thrive says, stop cutting Jim Bob off. He was about to go off about orthodoxy and slavery, and the New Age abolitionists aren't the first to oppose slavery. Jim Bob stares at the bar 2 more hours. And Frito Fonzarelli to send $5 just to throw tomatoes at all of your dumbasses. And then Datus with the Big 10 saying Melanie needs a timeout, which I did boot her back. And on that note, I want to continue eating my salad, but I'd like to do it peacefully without having to babysit a bunch of bitches. So I'd like to go ahead and let everybody give their final thoughts. I don't even know where this conversation was going. I don't understand it. It's like above my pay grade, but I'm happy to let you guys at least do your closing thoughts. Krisky, would you like to? What do you do? What is that? Is that a cigarette or something? What are you doing?
You smoking the doobie?
Don't fucking do that on somebody's screen. That's retarded. You know that, right?
It's just a pipe.
Okay. Well, we can still get in trouble if they think it's something else. Just
That's
so you
true.
know.
That's true.
Okay. Anyways, Krisky Picklemaster, if you want to give your closing statements, please.
Yeah. So the conversation did evolve like a lot. It was you'd have to be here for the whole time to actually follow it through. But I would say in short that you do need traditional gender roles. This idea that like modern technology somehow negates it doesn't make any sense, because to even get to that modern technology, you have to have gender roles in the first place, because who's building the technology, that sort of thing. And then the conversation evolved a fair bit into sort of the idea of self-contradictory statements, like saying there are no absolutes is an absolute statement, so therefore it contradicts itself. Doesn't make any sense. But yeah, that's kind of just my final thoughts. I want to thank everybody for coming on here. I think it was pretty good.
Awesome. Thank you. Partik?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me on, Sarah and Ivory. That was a good exchange. It was a good debate. So I just want to close off by saying there was something that came up earlier when you said there are smarter people than I that can make these decisions or go on these intellectual endeavors. So that's a vicious circle we call in logic. Okay, I can demonstrate that real easy. Okay, I trust the experts. How do you know they're right? They're the experts. How do you know they're right? They're the experts. That's called a vicious circle.
I didn't do
That's
that though.
surface level fallacious argument. You did. Okay, so that's all. I'm just going to take off. Thank you, Sarah. And thank you, Jimbo.
Absolutely. No problem. Daniel, to you.
Yeah, Sarah. Appreciate you letting me up. I was really enjoying Jim Bob. Literally decimate some of these people. It was hilarious. I think we need to get back to common sense and stop listening to the professed intellectuals that don't learn a goddamn thing anymore in college. They don't even understand. We had one person in here talking about calculus. Well, what part in reality in day-to-day life have they used calculus? They don't. We need to get back to common sense thinking, and I'm going to leave it with that. All I wanted to ask was, Jason, are you on X? Because I'd like to follow you.
Mirror and check now. I am on X in all the places.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Appreciate
Thank you,
it.
Sarah.
Absolutely. Brandon, to you.
Yeah, thank you for allowing me up on the panel. I didn't get much time. I came in kind of late, but I did watch the debate earlier. I think Andrew, as well as Jim Bob in the panel afterwards, kind of proved that it's all going to boil down to force from the opponent's paradigm. They don't really have any means to say that one way or the other there is some obligation for society. But I also did want to point out the one question that I came up and was able to ask proved that Melanie is an absolute fucking retard. And always will be. But yeah, JB, keep cooking them. Do what you do. Andrew, obviously, keep cooking them. But thank you, Sarah, for having me up. I didn't get joined for very much time, so I don't really have much else to say.
That's okay.
Have a good night, y'all.
Thanks, Brandon. Jason, to you.
Thank you again, Sarah, for letting me on. I always appreciate you and the show. Of course, I am Jason Marinchuk, part the host and creator of Marinchuk Now over on YouTube and all the places. As for the debate in terms of gender norms and gender roles and gender everything, you need consistency. Consistency is key, and if you start playing around with consistency and try to liberate people outside of let's say definitive terms, what you're doing is you're introducing anxiety and insecurity into a system. You can't build a society or a family or anything from that. It's if you're changing your rules and your roles and your personality and your persona and all the rest of it every given week, depending on the whims and of your desires or whatever is popular at the moment, society begins to fall apart because you can't plan for the future based on those metrics. Of course, Tales of the Shadow Empire got mentioned. That's on Gumroad. As of now, you can also get access to it on Spotify and on YouTube through memberships. And oh yeah, and tomorrow I'll be doing a Ghost stream where I'll be introducing a debate topic myself. This has gotten consternation over the in the X sphere, which I have said that my grandfather once told me when I was 6 years old that shorts are for women, children, and queers. You can say that on YouTube, by the way. Just I checked to make sure. So apparently that has led to a lot of gnashing of teeth and many men accusing me of not doing leg day and many other things. So we'll be introducing that debate over on the Ghost stream tomorrow around 9 or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And I hope to see you all there.
Thank you. And Ivory Fool.
Hi, I'm the Ivory Fool, or I like to say I'm the Fool of the Ivory Tower. I think in this debate about the place of traditional gender roles, I actually think that we can use the emancipation of women and use traditional gender roles to as two things that can go hand in hand to empower women further while also empowering them into traditional gender roles. I think that if you come at it from the perspective of using traditional gender roles creates the best outcomes and you motivate people to choose that on their own, that will be the ideal scenario. And so some of that will need to be, there will need to be some shaming because sometimes people will try to do things that they shouldn't be doing. But that doesn't mean that, but that means we need to be extremely careful about how we shame people because we run the risk of coercing people and treading on their liberty. And I think we can do everything and above, everything and below. And we shouldn't limit ourselves for fear of the unknown. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. I just want to say, first and foremost, thank you to Andrew and Soy Pill for the debate this evening. It was very impromptu, semi-last minute. I was not anticipating that. I was planning on coming home from work today and going straight to bed, kind of, but definitely not staying up again 2 nights in a row until 3 a.m. I was not even wanting to do an open panel. And I gave the choice up to Andrew, and I said, if you want to do open panel, I'll rock it. If you don't, I'm going to bed after the debate. And he said, let's do it. So we did, and now we're all here. The debate was fun, entertaining as always. All of our shows for the next 2 or 3 weeks are already posted here. You can simply go into the live tab. Make sure you hit the notification bell. We've got a lot of other big names coming on. A lot of great topics and talking points. Throwdown Thursday as well. And usually it's all lefties coming in on Throwdown Thursday as the guests. So for all of my righties, I know you guys have fun. It's like fish in a barrel here for either direction. So it's pretty interesting. Outside of that, I'm really glad everybody hung out in the chat. I think we got rated. I think Andrew cut his stream down after the debate and then restarted a new one, but we got a raid from it, which was super cool. So thank you for being here to the Crucible crew who followed over and hung out. I saw a couple of super chats come in. I have no idea. Jizya inbound. I don't know what that is. It's over on Jim Bob's side, but whatever that means. And then JP Belly, shout out to Jason's Canadian hat. And Brandon with the big 5 says, when Jim Bob L. Troonsfox particulars are a universal category, by the way. And Daedalus says, Ivory got off light from tag. It's do you know what it has to do with like Christian ethics.
Okay.
Yeah. Something like that.
If you're interested, Jay Dyer goes really in depth on it. I couldn't give it justice.
Yeah, if you really want to deep dive into tag, go to Jay Dyer. He's very like, isn't he a theologist or theist or something like that?
Yeah, he is. He's
Yeah.
Orthodox Christian. He goes really in depth with that type of stuff.
Yeah. So if you really want to kind of deep dive, I would go over there and kickstart over there. All right, let's get the fuck out of here. I'm fucking tired. Fuck everyone. Fuck you and fuck.
A long time ago, in a YouTube world full of keyboard warriors, many monsters and trolls lurked in the chat rooms. They thrived on arguments amongst each other until one day, a heroine rose from the ashes. She was made from the tears of beta bitches and the sweat of alpha male gym guys. Throughout the centuries, this keyboard warrior princess showed up in many forms. She slayed many demons along the way. By the light of the moon, she led the simp army into battle. Wielding her sword, she fought through the dark forests. With each new era, the monsters evolved. The keyboard warrior princess grew stronger, with new skills to bring them down. The world around her advanced, but so did she. Her heroism became known to society as technology advanced. And with each new generation, she had to learn how to blend in to keep her identity hidden. Now known as the Raging Tomato, this keyboard warrior princess fights for justice in every debate. She fights for freedom, for moderator bias, and she fights for your ability to battle on an open panel for your beliefs. She protects the simp troopers from destruction. She fights to create peace among troll wars. She storms the battle zones without hesitation and leaves the battleground with her pockets full of souls. Are you ready to battle your fellow trolls? Are you ready for a moderator to give you time to talk? Are you ready for justice, peace, and a fair fight? Tune in every Monday night to watch your friends duke out their issues, or join the open panel so that you can fight the good fight and find resolution with your peers.